In this course, we are building code review from scratch. So this is a full production deployed that connects to your GitHub, and it will washes for your pull requests and run AI code reviewer in the background every single time. So by the end of this series, you will have a reproduction running on a VPS behind HTTPS with automatic deploys on every push to main, and I'm going to show you every single line that we get us there. Now let me show you a quick demo on how this works. So you go ahead and you sign in with your GitHub account. Once you have a GitHub account, then you go ahead and you connect your repository if you don't have it yet. So go ahead and connect your repository. And once you have connected your repository, we have a dashboard where you can go ahead and see all the changed file that has been modified on that code that has been pushed to production. So before you can go ahead and accept these changes, we can go ahead and let our AI run the review. So click on AI review, and everything is going to be running in the background. Everything is going to go ahead and start running in the background. And once it's done, we get the result that we need when it's ready. Alright, so and here we have the result, and this is the review that has been made by our AI, and it also have some suggestions that we can apply to this code before we go ahead and accept the changes. And for the tech stack we're using, we're going to be using Next.js, the latest version, which is version 16, with upload for the front end, and also API layer with TypeScript. We are going to be using tRPC for end-to-end type safety between client and the server, so no list endpoint, no guessing the types, and also going to be using Prisma with PostgreSQL for the database. We're going to be using Auth for authentication, which is a modern Auth library. We're going to be using Inngest for background jobs. This is what lets the AI review run asynchronously without blocking the UI, and also for the shared CN UI for the components, because we want it to look good, and we're going to be customizing every single one of it. Every piece of this stack was chosen because it makes you faster and your app more correct. So I will explain the trade-off as we go. And at the end of this course, I'm also going to show you how you can host this whole application, this Next.js application, on your custom VPS that you can get from Mivo Cloud, and you can go ahead and get your own VPS, SSD VPS. You can go ahead and choose from all these options that we have available. And then at the end, we're going to be hosting this on our own custom VPS with HTTPS, with automatic deploys, with CI/CD pipelines, everything working as you would expect a production-ready deployment to be working. So I'm going to be showing you all of that and more in this course. So if you're ready, let's go ahead and just get started. Alright, so welcome guys, and in this first lesson, we're setting up our project foundation. So we're going to be using Next.js, the latest version, which is at the time of recording version 16. We're going to be using the app router it comes with, and also going to use the CSS for styling, and as well shared CN for accessible components. Alright, so by the end of this course, we have a clean folder structure, and yeah, so we can continue building on that. So go ahead and visit nextjs.org, or you can just see the link below. And yeah, so let me go ahead and click on get started. And as you can see, this is the latest version I'm talking about. So I'm going to go on installation page, on the installation page, and I'm going to be using PNPM for this. So let me go ahead and choose PNPM. It's already selected for me, but you can use whatever else that you want here. Let's copy the first command, but not the full part. I'm going to copy this part here. So let me copy this, and we can go ahead and open my editor. All right. So in my editor, I'm going to open this terminal, and you can go ahead and paste this. And I already have a folder I want to create this in, but if you don't have a folder you want to create this in, you can just call it whatever you want, for example, my app. But in this case, I already have, and inside of the folder I want this project to be scaffolded in. So I'm just going to put a dot, so everything can be installed right here. So I'm going to press enter, and we're going to introduce us with some couple of questions. So you can use the recommended settings, which we have TypeScript, ESLint, CSS, and as well as app router. Those are fine. But let's go ahead and customize the settings so we know what we are choosing. So we're going to say yes for TypeScript, and we're going to also use ESLint. That is fine. And for the React compiler, we can say either yes, but in this case, I'm going to say no. And the CSS, yes. And do you like to code inside of src? And I'm going to say yes, I want the src directory. And would you like to use uploader? Of course, we're going to say yes. And for customizing import areas, I don't want to customize anything, so I'm going to say no. And it's going to go ahead and start setting up everything for us, so we don't have to do it manually. Right. Okay, so that was fast, and now it's done. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have right here. So I'm going to hide this terminal, and I'm going to try and see if I can zoom. Alright, so I have zoomed in. I hope this is okay. And yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at what we have. So we have a public folder, which is where all our static files are at. For example, the images that we want to use, they can go inside of this public folder. And we have the src directly, and inside of src we have this app directly. And inside of this is what Next.js by default comes with. So we have the layout file, we have the page.tsx, so this is our home page for now. And also we have the git ignore for GitHub, we have the package.json, and also the configuration for TypeScript. So there is nothing much for now, but let's take a look for the settings that we have for TypeScript. And this, you can go ahead and customize them as you want, but I'm going to leave them as they are. They look pretty good to me, so I'm not going to touch anything here. Yeah, so but now we saw that we have this. All right, so next let's go ahead and start setting up CN for our components. So you can see all these beautiful components that shardCN come with. So, and all of these, you can customize them as you want. So you're not just installing dependencies, but you're installing customizable UI libraries. So everything, you can see the code. So it does not install everything inside of Node modules, but it will give you the code files that you can customize to your likings. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Get Started, and I'm going to go on Installation page. So I'm going to choose PNP as well. So let's go ahead and copy this command here. Let's go back to our editor, and I'm going to open my terminal, then paste this here. So I'm going to choose .init command, and I'm going to choose by default settings, and that is going to be everything that I think we need to do here. All right, so shardCN has been initialized in this project. So you can make sure that that's the case by checking that you have this file components.json, and also this library folder will be created if you don't have one already, and you have this util created for you here that we won't need for some CSS, and also your global CSS file will be modified, and we see new files that has been added in this code. Okay, great. So that is everything that we need. We can go ahead and actually start this up. So we can say npm dev, and this is going to open up a Next.js local server. So you can test this by opening a new tab, then you can paste this here. Great. So yeah, this is the default Next.js project. For now, it's nothing, but we're going to customize this as we want as we go on. So yeah, this was everything for this first lesson. And next one, let's go ahead and start working on our database. Okay, so let's go ahead and start setting up our database. So we're going to be using Prisma, which will give us type-safe database queries. So, and also some for migrations. That is going to be easier to do that. And also we're going to have an UI Studio for checking our data inside of our browser. So all of that come with Prisma. So we're going to choose that. And yeah, so let's go ahead and start setting it up. Right, so the first thing we have to do, we have to install Prisma. And in this case, I have a specific version that I want to install. So let me open my terminal. I'm going to add this command. I want to install the Prisma version 6. There is a latest version that you can install, but I'm going to go ahead in this course and use version 6. So if you want to go ahead, you can go ahead, continue version 6 as me. But if you're comfortable with working with the newer version, you can go ahead and do it as well. I'm going to go with version 6 for now. So I'm going to press enter, and this will go ahead and install the version 6. And also we need to install the client. So Prisma client, and as well as same version, so the version 6. I'm going to press enter, and it's going to go ahead and install it. Perfect. So the next thing we need to do, we need to initialize it. So we need to initialize Prisma with PostgreSQL as our database provider. So this is the command to do. So npm prisma init, and we're going to choose the data source provider to be PostgreSQL. So press enter for that. Perfect. So a few files has been created, and also you can see that the Prisma env has been added to the .gitignore, and as well as we have our prisma.config.ts created, and yeah, some files has been inside as well. That is fine. All right, so now let's close this. Let's go ahead and check inside of our Prisma config file. Okay, so I guess this is still following the version 7 installation anyways. So let me check my Prisma here. All right, that's fine. All right, yeah. So this extension is good for checking if your yours is looking like this, like mine. Go ahead and install this extension. So let me go ahead and accept to install this extension, which will give me this, like the UI will look much better. All right, so you can ignore this actually. So this was the issue, that since we're using the version 6, we can ignore this, but this is no longer supported inside of the version 7. Okay, so that's why we're getting this issue. So you can see this is the Prisma 7 current config. We can ignore this error for now. That is fine. Right, so let me close this, and that is the first thing that we have done. And also let's check out .env. You can see that it has added this local database that we can use if you want, but we have to pull it or run it inside of Docker. And I'm thinking about maybe before we can go ahead and add a database or get a database from cloud providers, I think it's a good idea to run it first on local, and later on when we deploy, we're going to also host our own database. Perfect. So I think, yeah, it will make much sense to run it in Docker so that later on it will be easier as well when we host it. All right, actually to make it easier, I have decided to go ahead and use a cloud database. So you can go ahead and visit this neon.tech. It's free to use. There's no need to pay to use this. And as you can see that I'm using the free version. So let's go ahead and create a new database. So click on new, and you can go ahead and give it a name you want. So I can call this code review or whatever you know. So code reviewer, and you can choose the provider. AWS is fine, or you can choose the Azure if you want as well. And you can choose the region that you want to be created in. And I'm going to choose Europe, and you can choose neon off if you need it, but we don't need that for now. So let's go ahead and click on create. And this is going to go ahead and give us a free database that we can use anywhere you want. Right, so to connect to it is very easy. You can go ahead and click on connect. And you can see that it's giving us the database string URL that we can use. So let me go ahead and click on just Prisma. And here actually, yeah, z.env. So we have .env here. Go ahead and copy your snippet, and we can go back to the database. So let me replace everything, and I'm going to paste my database here. Perfect. So we're not using version 5 or smaller, but we're going to remove these comments. So now that we have our free database ready, and that is what we want, so go ahead and close this .env file. And yeah, don't forget to save this. Yeah, so don't forget to save this file, and you can go ahead and close it successfully. All right, perfect. So we have our database ready. We have everything that we need for this. And the second thing I want to do, maybe we can go ahead and create the whole database that we're going to need. So the database schema, since this is related to database, this lesson is all about database. So yeah, I think it will make much sense to go ahead and create a database schema that we need. Or maybe I'm thinking what's the best way to do this. Yeah, but I think we can leave it like this. We're going to come back to this. I just talked about it, and we're going to be setting up authentication as well. And we're going to use better off for this, and better off some kind of its own table, or it has its own CLI that will help us generate the tables that we need. So it doesn't make sense to create it now. Yeah, but I think for database we are good. So we have set up Prisma and we have got also our free database ready. And yeah, so I think that is going to be all for this lesson. And yeah, let's go ahead and continue setting up our project as we go ahead and advance with more. So I think the next step we're going to go ahead and take, we're going to go ahead and start creating or setting up our tRPC foundation, since we're going to be using tRPC foundation. Yes, I will explain more what is tRPC in the next lesson. Yeah, so and I hope I see you guys. Alright guys, welcome back. So let's go ahead and start setting up tRPC. So tRPC in few words, it will save us from, you can see there is a very good example right here. So this is the client, the server, and this is the client. You can see that whenever you change something, the types you have inside of your client, it will be the same types that you have in the client. So you don't have to manually type everything. Everything is type safe with tRPC. So essentially, it will avoid us to manually type everything again. So we type everything in the backend and we don't have to type those types again inside the client. So that's what tRPC is for. You can go ahead and learn more about it. But yeah, let's go ahead and actually start setting it up. In this case, we're going to start setting up our tRPC. So you can go ahead and click on Quick Start. Okay, so the Quick Start is here. All right, perfect. So let's go ahead and start installing everything we need. So we're going to choose pnpm. So we have tRPC/server, tRPC/client. And yeah, I think I'm going to use it with TanStack Query. So let me try to check if there is any guide for that. Yeah, but I don't think there is. So I'm just trying to find the command so we don't have to type everything here. But if there is no one here, that is fine. I will provide you with one. All right, perfect. So there is no one here. And let me go ahead and set it up so you don't have to. Let's open my terminal and I'm going to add this command, and of course I'm going to leave it to you as well. So this is the command, this is everything I have to install. So we have to install the server, the tRPC client, the tRPC React query, the TanStack React query, and super JSON. Go ahead and press enter. Perfect. So now everything is done. We have all these dependencies that have been installed. So let's go ahead and start initializing it. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to go on my folder here. Inside of the SRC, I'm going to create a new folder. Okay. And this folder is going to be called a server. All right. So inside the server folder here, so inside the SRC, I have a new folder which is server. So inside of the server here, I'm going to create a new folder as well, and I'm going to call it API. Okay. So inside of the API, I'm going to create a file and I'm going to call it tRPC.ts. Perfect. So inside of this tRPC.ts, this is where we're going to be setting up the tRPC server with our context, which will include our database client, so that this context will be available to every procedure. Okay. So let's go ahead and continue. Perfect. So let's go ahead and also try to follow the documentation as well. So we can go on backend usage and we can go to define routers. Yeah, this is not the documentation I'm looking for. Let's see. Let me just try to find example apps. Nope, that's not where it is. Quick start. Okay, let's check quick start. Yeah, so this tRPC. Yeah, but the example they're giving is very simple. Yeah, that is fine. Okay, let me just show you how I want to import it. But we need to import this init tRPC, so we can copy this. It's fine. So let's paste it here. Let me close this one and let me try to zoom in. All right, so the tRPC, we have it. We're going to import super JSON. So import, and this is going to be super JSON from super JSON, and we're going to import Zod error. So let's say import, and this is going to be Zod error. So let's import it from Zod, and it's not going to be Zod, but we're going to import it as Zod error. Great. So it seems like we don't have this package installed as well. So let me go ahead and do pnpm Zod so that we have it installed. Great. And this should resolve our issue. Okay, great. Yeah, and so this has been initialized as well. But I think we forgot to do one thing inside of when we were setting up our database. We forgot to set up our client. So let me go ahead and do that. It's very easy. It's just a simple file that we're going to create. So let me go ahead inside of my library. I'm going to create, or not actually inside the library. Where should I put it? The database. Since it's related to the server, maybe let's put it inside of this server folder. Yeah, let's put it inside of the server. So let me create a new folder inside of the server. And I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it DB. And inside DB, I'm going to create a file, which is going to be index. So index.js. Okay, so this is a very simple file. All right, so let's go ahead and import the Prisma client. So import Prisma client from Prisma client. And here you can just say, so const Prisma client, and you can just accept this. Right, let me try. Yep. So this is not going to be actually how I need it to be, but that is fine. So const Prisma equals, we can just directly return. So we can just do new Prisma client. Okay, that is okay. And on the bottom here, we can also say, we can say const, const global Prisma client equals to global this. Yep. And we can just say global this dot Prisma, and then we can just const global this, and we can just say global this unknown, and also Prisma client. Yeah, let me do it this way. So as Prisma client, or we can just do it this way. So as, let's open an object, and inside here we can just say Prisma. Okay, and here we're going to say return type. It's going to be type of create Prisma that we just defined on top, and it can also be undefined. And finally, you can just export const global this.prisma. Otherwise, we're going to use this const Prisma. Okay, all right. And on the bottom here, they say if check, so if process.env is not equals, let me do is not equals to production. So is not equals to production. What I want to do global Prisma. We can use this as db. That is called this db. Okay, so that is all I needed. And now you can go ahead and keep setting up our tRPC. Let's go back to the tRPC file, and inside of this one, all I have to do is just import as well the database that we just created. So you can say import, and it's going to be db from the file we just created. This file over here, so db. Prisma client is fine. Well, soon when we generate our database, it will be gone. You can ignore it for now. And let's go ahead and also start creating the context to be available to every procedure. So for the database one, so example, you can say export const, and we're going to create the tRPC procedure. That's great. So we're going to use the, not this way. Let me just show you how you want to use this. So just say async, and here we're going to take in the options, or we can just call it ops. And here we're going to have in headers. Okay, so headers. Inside here, types of headers, great. And this come by Next.js, so you don't need to install anything. And over here, we can just say, open this object, we can return, so return, open another object, and here we can have the database and also the headers, which is the options.headers. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and also initialize tRPC with the context types. So outside of this one, so outside here, we can go ahead and say const for tRPC, which is going to be equals to the init tRPC. So let me go ahead and accept this. I think this is actually what I need, but that's fine. Let's just type init tRPC, and we can call context.context, and here we're going to have a type of create. We can call it create tRPC. What did we call this one? Yeah, I think this was supposed to be the context, but the name is long. Yeah, yep, tRPC context. All right, that is fine. So create tRPC context. Okay, that is okay. And here I'm going to have in, just say dot create. Instead of here, I'm going to have transformer, which is going to be the super JSON, the one we started. And I'm going to go inside the here once more. So we say error formatter. And here we're going to use the So inside, so we can just shape and also get the error, okay, from this one. And let's open this as an object and we can return, so return, and here we can just say shape. Yeah, basically this is what we need. So it's shape, the shape.data, zod error, instance of zod error, otherwise called flatten. Great, right. Yeah, so that is what we need here. And now let's go ahead and use this. So outside of here, we're going to create a server-side caller, which will be used for the server components. Yeah, so you're going to use this inside of our server components when we're calling this. So we can say export const, and we can call it create, let me think of a name, so create caller factory. Yeah, if you have a better name, you can use it. So it's going to be to create caller factory. Yeah. And also let's go ahead and add some router and procedure helpers that we're going to need. I can say export const, and it's going to be create tRPC router. tRPC router is going to be tRouter. And also let's create for public, so export public procedure, t.procedure. All right, so that is the first thing that we did, that we need. And now let's go ahead and create as well as the root, a root file. So this is, we are going to create the root router. So this will combine all our future routers, and it will include all the routes we need, everything you need. For example, I'm going to show you with some simple health router that we need. So instead of the API, I'm going to create a new file. So API, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it root.ts. So let me close this, and we're going to import everything that we just created. So let me import everything here. So we just created all of this, and here we can go ahead and create the root that will combine all our future routers. So we can go ahead and say export const, we can call it router, app route, and here is going to be create, and we're going to create tRPC router. Perfect. Inside here, let me have a simple one. So let's call it health, and we're going to use public because we don't need authentication for this, right? So let's use public procedure, and here all I need to do is very simple, and I'm just going to return, and for example, let me return the status. It's going to be okay, and also what? Let's go timestamp actually. Okay, it's setting it, the new date.now. Yeah, that is fine. So this is the how we're going to be calling our routes. So for example, if you have another route, we're going to add it here, etc., etc. Great. So this is the first thing we need to do. So now let's go ahead and export type for our clients. So the type for our clients, we can say, we can call this export type going to be the app router. App router equals to types of app router. And also let's export one for the server side. So we can call it export const create caller factory, and we pass in the app router. Perfect. So the next step, we need to go ahead, we need to set this inside of Next.js. So Next.js needs an API route to handle our tRPC requests. So we're going to use, we use the app router handlers. So let me actually close all of this. So I'm going to go inside of SRC, and inside the app, I'm going to create a new folder, which is going to be API. So API, and inside of API, I'm going to create a new folder, and in this specific format, so add brackets and tRPC, closing brackets, okay? And inside of this folder, create a new file, and we're going to call it route. Perfect. So inside of the API, we have this name, like folder which named inside of brackets, tRPC inside, and inside of this tRPC, we have the route.ts. Okay? And right, so let's close this, and this is going to be a simple one. So let me import everything that we added. So we have the fetch request handler from the server adapter fetch. We have the app router we just created, and also this one we just created. All right, so the first thing you need to do is going to get the handler, so const, and it's going to take in the request, so request, which is type of request from Next.js, and inside of here, we're just going to use, wait, let me not close it yet, but let me use fetch request handler, and inside of here, I'm going to add in the endpoints. So the first one is going to be endpoint, and endpoint is going to be on API load handler, API tRPC. Okay, so API tRPC. Let's have in the request. Okay, let's have in the router, app router, and let's have the create context, which is going to be create context. And inside of here, we're going to have in headers. Then we're going to be request.headers. Perfect. And also let's handle the errors. So we can say error. On error, we're going to say process. We're going to check. So it's going to depend. Process.env to development. And yeah, we can just do it this way. It doesn't matter. All right. So finally, let's go ahead and export. So we can say export. We're going to use the handler as, let's put it as get, handler as post, and that is going to be all we need inside of this route folder on our Next.js API. All right, so next, let's go ahead and also set up for the client. So the client is going to be very simple. So we're going to need the client side to connect to our tRPC API with React Query. Perfect. So let me go back inside of the lib folder, and inside the lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this tRPC. And inside of the tRPC, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this client.ts. All right. Inside the tRPC, I'm going to import what I need and also some of what we have added. So I'm going to import this, and here all I need to do is just to export type, and it's going to be not type but export tRPC. First to create tRPC and pass in the app router. Yeah, and that is all we need to do inside of this file. Okay, so next, let's go ahead and create the provider component that we set up the tRPC client and query. So this will warp our entire application. All right, so inside of my lib folder still, inside the tRPC as well, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this provider. So provider tsx. Make sure you name it tsx, right? So tsx, and inside of here, I'm going to import everything that I'm going to need. So we have the query client from the React query. We have the HTTP batch link from tRPC client, use state from React, JSON, and the tRPC client that we just created right now. All right, so the first thing you need to do, you need to get the base URL. So I'm going to add the base URL here. So here this is how I'm going to be getting the base URL. So get base URL, types of Windows, process.env. You can get this as Versa URL. You can use your application URL, whatever. And by default, it's going to be localhost 3000. Okay. And next thing we need to do, we need to set up the tRPC provider. So I'm just going to add it here. It's very simple. I'm going to explain. So I have the tRPC provider, and inside of this one, we have the children React node, and we are creating this use state with client inside. And this is just setting up the query client from the React query. So default options, we are setting the query to say these times. We fetch on window focus, we're setting it to false. And here we're also setting up the tRPC client. Okay. And we're using the base URL for this one. And next one, we're setting up the tRPC provider as well. All right, so I'm just passing this through quickly because we're running out of time. But yeah, that is fine. So yeah, if you want to go ahead and copy this, go ahead and take as you want. Perfect. All right, now let's go ahead and export this. So we're going to get, do you call it in English? We're going to create a bear export PC utilities. So instead of clib, let me create a new file. I'm going to call this index.ts. Index.ts, and I'm just going to export everything. So basically this way. Yep. So we're just exporting everything that we created inside of these files. Okay, so now we can go ahead and we'll add it inside of our layout. So app, and it should be our layout that we have. So let me close this, and we're going to wrap it inside of this children. So let me add here, and you can say tRPC, let's call it provider. Perfect. So this should then, let me cut this, let me add it here. So we are just wrapping everything, the tRPC client we just created. So I'm importing it like here. That's what we are using. All right. And I think this should be good. But to test what we have created so far, we remember we have inside of our PC load, we have this health endpoint. So to check if our tRPC setup is actually working, let's go ahead and test this endpoint that we have set up. But yeah, I'm thinking a better way we can test this. Maybe we can create a little component that we can use. So let me go ahead and insert the button components. We're actually going to need that. So the button component, we're going to need this. So let me add it here. Component, the button. We're going to also need the badge later on. We're going to also need the secret. So let's add this tree, and it's going to get inserted. Perfect. So we have this inside ready. Let me start this. So pin. Now you can go ahead and check the local host. Yeah, we actually forgot to set this as use client, so that's why it's giving us this error. So let's go back to our editor and showing inside of the providers. Yeah, provider here. We need to set this to use the client. On top, we just need to say use client, and this should fix the issue. All right, perfect. So that's what we have. Now let's go ahead and create this little component that we can test on. So let me go back to my editor, and I'm going to go inside of, let me see, how should I put it? Inside of components. Yeah, components. Let me create a small file. I'm going to call it health check.tsx, and inside of here, I'm just going to import everything we created. Yeah, so importing the tRPC from our lib file, and also going to component the badge. And yeah, now let's go ahead and create this. So export, we can say the function. So export function, we can call it health check, and actually this is not how I want to use it. So health check, and inside of this one I just got const, and let's get from tRPC dot, and we can say health. You can see that we have health here and here, so we have the use query. Okay, and inside of this one, we can get the data, we can get the is loading. So you see everything that we get out of the box when using this. We have the React query, which is amazing, which is cool. So we can check here if is loading. So if it's loading, what we need to do, we just need to show the skeleton. So we can just actually, we can just return, and we can say skeleton, and yeah, that is all. We can maybe give it a class name. We can set the height, we can set it to 6, and also the width, we can set it to 24. Yeah, this is just like, I don't know why I'm focusing on it so much, but also let's check if we have an issue. So if there's an issue, we're going to return a badge with error on it. So we can just say API something. But if everything is good, we can just return. So return API healthy. Yeah, variant default, say secondary. Yeah, I think secondary is fine. And also let's say get the data that we have. So API, we can say data, actually we can do data.status. You can see that we have status here, and also data. Yeah, you can see that when we add something that we don't have inside of our backend, this will show an error. But if we try to use the timestamp, we have it, and we can just set to whatever. Yeah, let me leave it like this. Just for us to test, this is fine. Actually, we didn't have to do all of this. Yeah, so let's go to the page, and I'm actually going to remove everything inside of the main, and also this class name. I'm going to leave this flex, minimum height of screen, item center, justify center, and I'm going to remove the list. And also let's, now this is fine. And here I can just add another div. Why did it? Okay, whatever. And instead of this div, I'm going to have h1, fine. And instead of h1, I'm going to have a paragraph. And outside the paragraph, and also outside of this div, I'm going to have another div. I'm going to have another div, and inside of this one, I'm going to have the button. So the button is going to have a class name of X and also of red, and inside of here, not the button actually. This class name is supposed to go on the div, and the button is supposed to have no class name. But we're going to have it as child, and here we're going to have in the link file, and here we're going to use the href, sign in, login, and let's copy this one. You don't have to do all of this, we're sure I've just added that one. But yeah, finally here let's add health check that we created. Alright, so let's check our timing. Let's see what happened. Seems like we have some issue here. Error, this context is not known. Seems like we have some issue. Date group, I don't know what created a group. Use query, okay. Let me check what I did wrong here. So instead of here, we're using the use query instead of. Alright, so instead of this file, I think we forgot to mark it use client. Yeah, so use client, and this issue should be gone right now. Let me see what's the issue here. I think we're getting API error here. So it's like it's not finding this loud. That's the issue here. The loud is not being found. Let's see why that is the case. Yeah, API. Yeah, okay, we are missing folder actually. So it's supposed to be tRPC. Then this folder is supposed to go inside of here. So tRPC, then we have this folder that is formatted this way. Yeah, that was the issue, and I think now we should be getting success messages. So let's refresh and let's see what we get. All right. Okay. So yeah, just this Prisma error, but the main API that we wanted to check is working fine. I believe that is fine. So let me see where we have this issue. So API tRPC. Now let me go ahead visit this one here. Okay, so we're still getting this Prisma error here, but the tRPC that we wanted to set up is actually working fine. This issue is not related to it. It's just Prisma is not finding it. Right, so let me actually see if we can fix this real quickly. So inside the load here, we're using this database. Let me try to comment it. Because this actually, how do you close it? Yeah. So let me remove it for now. Let's see. Okay, I think this is not going to fix it, is it? Alright, so yeah. So that is going to be all. So yeah, that is going to be all that we do inside of this tRPC foundation setup. Yeah, so it was a bit too much, but yeah, tRPC takes time to set up to get everything working correctly. And I'm not sure if it's working correctly as well, but we're going to test that in the next one. We are going to actually set up our authentication and set up proper database tables. Yeah, so I hope you guys to see you in the next one. And yeah, let's go ahead and get continuing. Yeah, see you guys. All right, welcome back guys. So now we're going to start setting up the authentication. So authentication is the foundation of any application basically. So now we're going to be using beta auth to set up this. So beta auth is a modern TypeScript fast auth library. So it will give us email, a password, and also like GitHub, Google login out of the box, and it has a very beautiful developer experience. So I recommend using that as well in any of your projects. So now let's go ahead and get started using this. All right, so let's follow the documentation a bit here. So let's click on get started, and here go to the installation. The first thing you need to do is to install this package. So choose PNPM if you're using PNPM or whatever else you are using. Open this and copy this. Now go back to your editor. So I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to paste this here. So let me submit that, and I'm going to let this install. Okay, so it's done. And the next thing we need to do, let's just check the documentation. So we need to create a .env file. We already have this, but we need to add this beta auth secret. So let me copy this, go back to the editor, I'm going to open the secret files, so .env, and I'm going to leave a space and I'm going to add this. So we need to add a secret, so a random generated one, and you can use their website to generate it. So let's click on generate secret and it have it. So actually let's copy it with the secret. So let me replace this. Great, perfect. So now let's go ahead and continue the installation, and also we need to add in the base application URL. So we are using port 3000 as our base, and we're going to add the perfect. Let me just do this. Okay, that is fine. So the next thing you need to do, we can add this inside of lib folder, utils folder, basically wherever you want. But in this case, I'm going to follow our structure. So I'm going to go inside of SRC, and then I'm going to go inside of the server, and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this Auth. Everything related to authentication will be inside of this folder. So let me create a new file, and I'm going to call it index.ts, just ts, not tsx or anything. All right, so let's check what we have to do. We have to import beta auth. Let me copy this snippet here. I'm going to add it here. Okay. And let me zoom in as well. Perfect. So we just imported this beta auth and export const of beta auth. Now let's check what we have to do here. Okay, so it seems like we have to use an adapter, like a database adapter or something. So in this case, we are using Postgres. So let's choose Postgres, and we're using Prisma. I wonder if they have Prisma. Okay, I like here on bottom. So Prisma, great. Seems like they have the package for that. So let's copy this package here and let me add it here. So I'm going to paste it here. Great. And next thing you have to do inside of the auth, we need to already have the database created. That is fine. So we just need to add this database Prisma adapter, and we specify which database we're using, which case will be the Postgres. So let me copy this snippet as well. And let me remove this comment. Okay. And in this case, it's not going to be the Prisma, but we called ours DB. All right. And let's go ahead and choose my Postgres admin. Right. So that is done. And yeah, so this is the command I was talking about. We're going to use this to generate the tables for us. And also, since we're using Prisma ORM, I think it's going to be much easier. So let's see what they're saying. They're saying better off include the CLI to help manage schema that is required. Okay, great. And so this command will create a required tables directly in database, and it's a variable only for Caddy adapter. Okay, so I think this is the second one, but for us we need this. So let's go ahead and copy this. But I think we have a bit of problem. Let me see. Let me open my terminal. Okay, and let me press enter. npx beta of CLI generate. So let's press enter and see what happens. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that is expected. So it cannot lead your auth config, cannot find module Prisma client default. Okay. All right. So I expected this to happen. What I'm going to do, I'm going to finish up this file first. So let's finish setting up this file, and we're going to worry about that issue later. So what I need to, as they provide us. So let me see what they have. Yeah. So we can use the email and password, set it to true. We can use the social providers like GitHub and etc. etc. Now I'm going to go ahead and start with email and password, and I'm just going to save them enabled, and it's going to be great. And after that, I also need to log in with GitHub. So let's add social providers, and here I'm just going to say GitHub. So GitHub is going to be the client ID. It needs client ID and also the client secret, which are the strings of secrets in the ID. All right. Now let's go outside of the social providers. So let's go here, and I'm going to add a session. So the session, I specify some settings. So I want to be expired. So expires in, and let me use 7 days. So I'm just going to v6 times 6 times 24, and I think times 7, which will make it 7 days. Okay. And next thing we need to add is the update age. So update age, And this one we can make it, let me think, maybe 1 day is enough. So let's do 60 times 60, and we're going to do 24 for 1 day or 24 hours, whatever you want. Yeah, great. And now let's also add cookie caching. So you can say cookie cache, and one is going, I'm going to set to enable it. Yeah, enable it to be true. And I need to set the max age. And for this one, I just need to be 5 minutes. So we can set that to 60 times 5. This will be 5 minutes. Yeah, let's let the comment count. Perfect. And also the last thing we need to do, like, not the last one, but yeah. So the trusted origins, let's say there's some trusted origin, which is an array, and we can use process.env. So later on, when we deploy this, we can just set in one setting. So better, yeah, URL. Perfect. And we already have this. So inside of .env, we already have this set here. All right. So that is all we have to do. And maybe let's export the session types so we can use them later. We can say export type, and it's going to be session. So let me create session, and we can go to be type off, and I'm going to be off, and this minus sign, then we can say info and get the session. And that is all we're going to do inside of this file. And if you want to add more, like Google login, all you have to do is jump here and just type Google and set everything like that. Yeah. And of course, you can always check the documentation. So we can go inside of integration, I think, not here. Let's see plugins. Yeah, they use plugins. They have two-factor authentication. There is the magic link. There's the passkey. There's like everything you would actually need to set a better authentication layer. This is the one I recommend from now on. If you want to add authentication to your application, check out better. Yeah, but yeah. So we have what we added, what we needed, which is good. And now what we need to do, the better off, just like the tRPC. So instead of this one, it also needs same thing, so same structure. You need a catch all API route, which will handle all authentication endpoints. So like sign in, sign up, callbacks, etc. So I'm going to go inside the app API. I'm going to create a new catch all, and this time I'm going to create a folder. So brackets again, but this time I'm going to do dot 1, 2, 3. So 3 dots, and I'm going to add all. So this is how they name it. Okay, so let's close this tRPC one. We're working inside of this all. All we have to do is create route.ts, and that is going to be everything. Actually, let me continue the documentation. So let me see if integrations, let's use Next.js, and yeah, so they explain everything right here. So like we need to mount the handler to an API route. Okay, so we just did this. Actually, the documentation, we forgot to add this off. That's why it's always good to add for the documentation. So let's get this off folder, and I'm going to move this all folder inside of this off. All right, so all inside the off folder, we have this catch all and the route.ts inside. And all we have to do is just add this snippet here. Let's copy this. Yeah. And this is going to be basically everything, but we just need to change the import. So you are not using the lib, but we have the server. Yeah, so just change this import and we are good with this file. All right, okay. Now that is all I need to do. Let me just collapse everything. So collapse all. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a different provider. So Prisma client and going to JS. And I'm going to remove this custom output, and also, yeah, and inside of DB, let's keep it to default. Let me accept keep. All right, so I'm going to keep it like this, and I'm going to go ahead and generate again. So npx prisma generate. Okay, and this time let's go ahead and run the Prisma command to generate the table. So npx beta CLI generate. The file already exists. Would you like to replace everything? Yeah, we don't have any. Perfect. So now we have the tables created for us. So this is the tables that beta of need. So it needs the user, the session, the account, verification. Great. So that is done. Let me collapse everything. Let's go ahead and push this so we can do npm. Let me actually, let's do npm. Still using Prisma, so npx Prisma db push. npx Prisma db push, and this should push our tables inside of our cloud database. And great, we have it. Okay. So now if I go inside src serve db, it's still showing issues, but I think this is just my editor that is using some caches, so I'll just restart it later, but it should be okay. Yeah, since we have the clients generated, so this is our code. Okay, so now our database is okay. What we need to do, we need to create, let me check the documentation again. So we need to create this client here. So we need to create the client that we use. So the client side for the authentication hooks. So I think they provide one here. So yeah, they provide the React one. So yep. So let's go back here, and instead of where I'm going to put this everything, the lib folder, and I'm going to create a new file. Inside the lib, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it auth client. Yes. Okay, so let's see what they have. So you just import this client file, and let me copy this snippet actually. So let me paste it here and here. So we have this. We're now going to change this. This is where we're going to add our configurations. So here we're going to add the base URL, which is going to be next public app URL. It's going to be app URL. Okay. And let's make sure to add this inside of our env. It's basically going to be the same thing as our base for the here. Right. So let's go back to auth client, and we just need to export the hooks that we're going to need. So export, let me see, so export, and I'm going to export const. All I need, so it's going to be from, right? And I'm going to export this sign in, sign, and maybe sign out as well. I'm going to use the use session. I'm going to get session. Okay. So that is all for the client. So we're going to use this in our pages, etc. All right. So now what we have to do, we have to go ahead and start creating the sign-in page. All right, so I'm going to open this. So let me run my application. So npm dev, and I'm going to open it in a browser. Perfect. So, and also you can see that our configuration for the API tRPC is working as we wanted. So this time it's working since we don't have any database issues anymore. All right, so let me go ahead, and since I want to design this page, maybe I can go ahead and put them side by side. All right, so let me put them side by side, and also this one. But first, let's get the components that we're going to need. So we can go to UI shard scene. So over here, and I'm going to go to get started, or I can just open this menu, components. And the component I'm going to need first, I'm going to need we have the button ready, but we need the input. So I'm going to need this input. So let me open another terminal, and I'm going to paste this here. And I'm going to also need what is it called? I'm going to need the label. Yeah, label. So we need to add this label as well. So let me just add it here. And I believe that is going to be all we need here. So let me add them. I can just go back to this tab, and that is done. Okay, so here is how I'm going to configure this. So inside the app folder, I'm going to create a new grouping organization. So in Next.js, if you want to organize something, but you don't want them to appear as allowed, this is how you do it. So you just create a new folder inside of app, and you put them inside of these brackets or whatever. And in this case, I'm going to call it auth. So this will not appear inside of my browser as loud. Okay. But whatever I put inside here without brackets, it will appear. So for example, the sign in, which is what we're going to use. So sign in is going to appear. Okay. So inside of this, I want to be a page. So I'm just going to create page.6. Perfect. So I'm going to import everything that I'm going to need. And yeah, I'm going to import all of these, and also let's make them use client. And I think we also need to import we need the card. Great. So we need to insert this card, make up this. I'm going to open this terminal and I'm going to paste this here, and also we need to insert the separator. So let me search for separator and I'm going to install this. So add this and design start. All right, so this is okay. And now let's import everything that we just added as well. So over here, I'm going to add them here. Okay, let's go ahead and start working on this. So the first thing I need to do, I'm going to export this as a function. So let's say export default function. So default function, and I'm going to call this sign in page. And over here, let me just fix this page, and inside of this is we're going to create everything that we need. And the first thing you need to add is the layout. So we're going to say use layout, and I think we already have that here, which is fine. So what did I call this? Page.tsx. Yeah, should be okay. Yeah, that is fine. And now let's also add the use state. So we're going to add state for the email. Okay. And also we're going to the use state for the password and the is loading. Okay, so these are the defaults that we have. And now let's go ahead and create the handle email sign in. So we're going to go here. We're going to say const sign in. And here it says async. And instead here I'm going to take event. So event is going to be type of form element. So form element, not from element from React. Yeah, I need this. I need to import this from React. So let me just do this quickly and from element. So I can just do this. It's giving issues. So there's nothing from event. I mean from event. Yeah. Okay. So it's deprecated. What do we use now? No, I don't remember that. And now here let's go ahead and say e.prevent default, and I'm going to set the error empty, and I'm going to set thing to be true right on the first time. I'm going to set it to true, and here I'm going to also add the result. So I can say const result, and this one is going to be our sign in dot email, and instead of this one I'm going to have the email and also the password. Okay. And here I'm going to say if, so if the result, and here I'm going to say the set error. So if we have any kind of error, I'm going to say the result. I'm going to set it, so result dot message. So I'm going to set the message of this error. You just say an error occurred if you want. And here we're going to set is loading, so set loading to be false. Alright, so else what you need to do, you just router.push, and I'm going to push to this page. We're going to call or repositories if you want. Right? And for the GitHub sign in, it's going to be simple. So outside of this email, I'm going to add another one. So const and use GitHub sign in. So sign in, going to be async, and here is just actually provide this way. So I'm going to set the error to be empty by default, and I'm going to set loading to be true. All right, and here, yeah, that is fine. That is all we need. And here I can just say await sign in dot social, and here I can just say provider is going to be GitHub, and the callback URL is going to be repos. Okay, great. So now that is what we need to handle all of this. And now let's go ahead and return. So over here, I can just say it, and I'm going to start designing it. So let me go back here so I can see it, and then go to the sign in page. All right, that is fine. It's blank. And here, let me just add a div. So I'm going to add in a div, and here I'm going to have a card as well. So card we have imported. Okay, great. And this div is going to have a class name. So the class name flex, and minimum height of screen, and items of center, justify center, padding 4. I wonder if I can just enable wrap, toggle soft swap. Yeah, perfect. So everything is centered now. And here I can have class name. So the class name is going to be width of full. I'm going to make everything full. And I'm going to make it max width of medium. So MD. So max width is going to be medium. Okay. And inside of this card, we're going to have the card header. So let me have card header. Okay. And inside the card header, I'm going to have it class name. So class name is going to be text of center. And inside of here, I'm going to have the card title. So card title. And I'm going to give it a class name, which is just going to be text or 2XL, for example, or the font size. And it's going to be the sign. I'm going to say signing. Great. So after the card title, I'm going to have the card description. So description, and here I can just say, yeah, just that. And the class name is, sure, I don't need the class name here. It looks good this way. All right. So after that, let's go outside of the card header. So after the card header, but see inside the card, we have the content. So card content, and the card content is going to have class name. So class name is going to be a space of Y4 or margin block start. Okay, and here instead of this one, I'm going to have the button. So the button is just going to be for GitHub login. So inside the button, I'm going to have the GitHub. If I have the icon, do I have it? I don't have it. I'm going to add it, and let me check where I have that from. And the GitHub icon is coming. Let's just look for it. So let's see the icons. Let me see if there is GitHub. There's GitHub, but I don't like it. So let's go to React icons in this, and let's search for GitHub. Yeah, this one look much better. So I think we first how to install these React icons. Yeah, they have a lot of icons that we can use. So yeah, let's install it. So let's install this package, and let's go open this. So let's install this. Now let's search again for GitHub. So GitHub, I'm going to use this. So just import this on the top, then we can use it this way. So let's just copy this name, and yeah, we can just add that way. Great. So now we have icons. Let's do class name, and it's going to be margin right of 2, and I'm going to have height of, or we can just say size. So size of 4. Yeah, size of, perfect. And inside here we can just say sign in with GitHub. Great. So we have the button, but we already have the functions as well. So we can just say, we can give it like things like variant. So let's give the variant we need. So the variant I'm going to add is the outline. Yeah, that is good. And on click and on GitHub sign in. Okay. And disabled when it's loading. Perfect. Now outside of this button, see inside the card content, we also have the email sign in. So let's go here, and I'm going to say, so div, the div, and inside of this div, I'm going to have another div. Okay, so inside of this div, I'm going to have in the separator. So we just added that, and this is going to look like that. And let's give it a class name. So class name, and it's going to be with a full red. And here outside the div separator, outside of this div, and also outside of this div, I'm going to add another div, slash div, right? And here I'm going to have a span, and the span is just going to say continue with, looks much better. Yeah, with email. Yeah, does that look good? Maybe. Yeah. So we have this div, we have the second div with separator in it. We have outside of that. So after this, we have another div. Maybe this one was supposed to be here. Let me cut this and put it inside of this. Yeah, I think this is the correct way. So div, span. Yeah. Let's see. We see how it goes. And let's go instead of this one. Let me give it a class name, or we can start on the top to bottom. So let me get started with this one. Class name is going to be div. Okay, and the second div is going to take a class name. So class name is going to be absolute, going to be inset of 0, rex, and items of 10. Okay, starting to look as I want it. Perfect. So if our full is good, div, and outside of this one, let me give it a class name. And it's going to have relative as well. And it's going to have flex and justify center, text XS, and uppercase. Okay. All right. So it's in the center. Perfect. And the span. So the span, so class name, going to be BG of, and it's starting, yep, the BG card, and PX is going to be 2, and text muted of foreground. Perfect. So that is what I wanted to achieve. And now let's go ahead and continue. So after this, we have one div, second div, and let's go here. So where you see the card content, this we are going to add the form, etc. So here I'm going to add form. Okay. So let's close this form. And inside of this form, on submit, so on submit, we're going to handle email sign in. Okay. And the class name, so class name is just going to be space of y4, space y4, which is okay. And here I'm going to have a div. Yeah, I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to take in the label, so label, which is self-closing. And let's accept these suggestions. So label is going to be for email, which is going to be email. So ID email, type email, placeholder, value email, change set email either target value, and yep, basically that is all I need. But let's give it some spacing. So we have the spacing y of 4, but also for the div, let's give it class name. Let's say space y of, and yeah, that is look good. So let me go outside of this div. So I'll do the loading the email. I'm going to add another one for the password. Yeah, so that is just auto-filling everything now. Let's leave it. And here, that's the spacing y of the password, etc. Yeah, yep, and that is all I'm going to need. So here, let's also add some kind of error messages. So we can just say error, and if there's end, just have this paragraph with layered text and the message. Okay, that is the first thing. But after this error, we have to add a button. So let me add the button, which is just going to say it will depend. So for example, if it's loading, we say sign in or sign in. Let's give it a class name, and it's going to be with a full. Everything looks good, and also it's going to be disabled if it's loading, and let me make it type submit. Okay, and that should be all I need. But after the form, let's also add a link to go to the sign up page. So here I'm going to have an account. Okay, and this can be just, what is this? The sign apples, I believe. But it's not that. It's not apples. Yeah, it's apples, right? Apple. Yeah, it's apples. I don't know why it's not adding it here. We have an account link, and we just ask people to sign up. Okay, let's just style it a bit if you want. Text is going to be center, and text going to be small, and here also text foreground. All right, so that is all for this page. If I try to sign in, I will get an error because I don't have account with this. So invite email or password. Check our logs, and yeah, user not found. So we're not finding this user because we don't have them in the database. Yeah, but let's go ahead and continue with more. So that means we need to work on the sign up page. But first, before I leave, I think I need to change something. So let me go on top. So I have the flex, minimum height of screen, item center, justify center, padding 4 with full max FMD, text center to XM. Okay, and let's go over here. So after the card content, press Y, the button, let's give it as name of full. Yeah, much better. All right, okay, so sign in. Yeah, right, so let's go ahead and continue with the sign up page in the next one. Yeah, so let's go ahead and continue. The video is already long for me. Yeah, but for you it will be the same video. So let's go ahead and continue the sign up page. Alright guys, welcome back. So in today's lesson, we're going to be setting up or finishing up the authentication. So last time we worked on the sign in page, and this time we're going to work on the sign up page. It's going to be very similar with this login page, so there's not much we need to change, and all we have to do, we have to create a new page, or you can just copy and paste the same page and just change the name. So in this case, I'm just going to change it to sign up, and I'm going to copy and paste the page content here and just here, or you can just copy the whole content that is inside of the sign in page. And here we can start changing up a few things. So I'm going to start by changing up the names. So instead of sign in, I'm going to make it say sign up. And it's giving us errors because we need to add a few more things, so such as the name. And here I'm just going to close this menu. Then I can click on overwrite if you're getting this. All right. So that is done. And let's keep going and changing a few things. And also we're going to remove things that we're not going to be using. All right. So let me just see what we have here. Okay. So instead of saying for the login of GitHub, etc., it can stay the same as sign in, but for the sign up of email, you can change it. Yeah, so let's continue by changing up this. So I'm going to sign up with your email or whatever you want to change it. So anyway, it says sign in, change it to sign up. Okay, so go ahead and change whatever you see that need to change. All right. So we need to add one more field, and this is going to be for the name field. So we're going to need to add the name field here. And I'm just going to change to name and the label name, text, and yeah, etc. So here on the on change, instead of saying set email, we're going to set name instead. Perfect. So now that is done, let's see what else we have here. Okay. So as you can see that we have the name field now also added. Perfect. And all right, so let's continue by changing up a few things. So instead of saying don't have an account, we're going to say already have an account and sign in for coming back users who already have the account but need to log in. So that's what we are doing here. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and test this and see if it's working. So I'm just going to test this by these credentials. And I'm going to go ahead and open my terminal. Then I can click on the sign up button. Let's click it and see. And it seems like it have successfully logged us in because we are being redirected to the repos page. So that means we have been successfully redirected in. We're getting this issue because we don't have that page already, but let's check our data by opening the npx Prisma Studio page. Yeah, but this command I ran is not correct, and I believe it's just going to be npx Prisma Studio, but we don't have to add the DB, so just the studio, and it's going to open up a new page where we can see our data. So we have the session, we have the user. And yeah, that is the data, and also we have the account data. Perfect. So logging in is working, signing up is working. So that means our authentication is successfully working. And yeah, so that is what I wanted to do here. But yeah, we can go ahead and continue. And the next thing I think we need to do, we can go ahead and start creating the user header or create this page so we can have the user menu data, etc. So let's go ahead and start working on that. And so yeah, actually before that, let me go to the server, and inside the tRPC, we need to include the tRPC context so that we can also create the protected context so that we know that the user is included whenever we make a request with tRPC when we want. So we already have a public procedure, but we also need a protected one, and also need to pass the user context inside of our tRPC context. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on that. So just like the same way we did with the database and as well as the headers, we're going to do the same with the session. So go ahead and after the tRPC context, leave some space, and you can say const session, and it's going to be equals to await, and you can import this from /off, and then you can say .get API, and it's to be equals to get session. And here I think you need to pass in the headers. So go ahead and pass in the headers, which are going to be options context.headers. And that's going to be everything. So all we need to do is just pass them instead of the return. So go ahead and leave some space and pass in the session. And yeah, that is going to be everything for this. So yeah, let's continue by creating the protected procedure as well. So I'm going to go on the bottom. So after we have the public procedure, which is not protected, and now we need to get a protected one that we're going to be using whenever we need to make a call with user session included. So let's go ahead and add this. So on the bottom here, I'm going to leave some space and I'm going to protect that one. So I can just accept these suggestions, which is exactly what I need. So the protect procedure is going to take in the context and the next. And also we're checking if the context session that user is not included. And we're returning this unauthorized tRPC error. So let's just import this. You already have this from the tRPC server. And on the bottom, we're just returning the next if user is there. The context, we are splitting the context and also including the user context session. Yeah, but also let's add the session itself. So after the context, I'm going to give some space and we can add the context. So the session, I mean, so session and the context.session, and that is going to be that I need to do. Perfect. And this should be good. All right. So that is all I need to do here. I'm going to go ahead and collapse everything. Then let's go back inside the SRC. And here I'm going to create a new folder. And this folder is going to be just for my dashboard. So where user will be seeing everything. And inside of this folder, I'm going to create a new folder as well, which is going to be the same name as the repos page. And inside, all we have to do is add the page.tsx. Perfect. So now it's giving us error because we did not export the default. So let's go ahead and export default this. And for now, we can accept these changes. All right. So this is what we see right now. Perfect. Okay. So inside of this layout page, inside of this dashboard page, I'm going to go ahead and create a layout file. So this layout file, if any changes I make will be applied to all pages that are inside of my dashboard. All right, so I'm going to export the default async function as well, and I'm going to call it dashboard layout, and it needs to have in the children. So this is the place where we can have stuff like the head, the sidebar, anything you have. And of focus, let's go ahead and check for the authentication. So we're going to import the auth I've created, and we're going to get the session. And inside the session, it's giving us error that we need to pass in the headers. So let me go ahead and pass in those headers. And headers are going to come from await headers, which we need to import from next/headers. So go ahead and import that, and don't forget to call it at the end. Okay. So now that is done. And here, this is where I need to actually display our user menu. So I think you can go ahead and do that. But before that, let's go ahead and check if there's no session. Then if there's no session.user, we're going to go ahead and redirect the user, the login page or our sign-in page in this case, whatever I have called it. All right, so I'm going to give this div a class name, which is going to be minimum height of screen. And the background, I'm going to make it a background of this background color. And the children, I'm going to remove it and I'm going to add this main. And inside of the main, I'm going to change these class names. So the class names are going to be the following. It's going to have a container class name. And also it's going to have the max of auto and px of 4. And padding y is going to be 8. Okay, so that's how it's looking. And now next thing I need to do, this is where I actually display my user menu. So I think I can go ahead and start working on this user menu. All right, so now let's go ahead inside of the components. And here I'm going to go and create the header. And inside the header, I'm going to give it I'm going, of course, to export the default. So I'm going to import everything that I'm going to need. And after that, I'm going to import also the icons and the CN utility that we have here. This is what I'm going to need. And also these are the types that I need. So these are going to be the type for the user, which is just the ID, the name, the email, the image. And then finally, I'm adding all of them together as just user props. And these are the navigation items that I need. So the first one is going to be from repo, and the second one is going to be reviews. Okay, so let's go ahead and export function, and I'm going to call it header. Then have the header is going to accept the user props. Then you can pass in the header props. All right. So now let's go ahead and get the path name. So I'm just going to say const path name equals to use path name, and here we can go ahead and return a header. So just header, and let me close it here. And here inside, I'm going to just pass the header now, so we can go ahead and start seeing the changes. So I'm going to go back inside of my layout, and then I'm going to remove this dashboard text. Then I can import my header on top here. Then we need to pass in the user. So let's pass in the user, which is going to be the session.user. Perfect. So that is okay. And inside this header, let's go ahead and start designing it. So I'm going to have a div in this header. And inside of this div, I'm going to have also another div again. And let me go ahead and close this div. And then I can have a nav here. And inside of the nav, this is where I'm going to start displaying or mapping the items. So nav items.map, and I can get the individual item, and I can get over here and can return an object. And here I'm going to check if it's active. So I'm going to use the path name that we have imported on the top. So active is equals to path name. Then if path name is include or any of these item.h, or the path name is one of these, then it will means that the path is active. Alright, so that is done. Now let's go ahead and also get the icon. So const icon is going to be equals to the item that we have mapped on top dot icon, and that's how I'm going to name it. But make sure to name the const icon with a capital letter. I'm going to fix that just in a second. Let's go ahead and return what the user will be seeing actually. So it's going to be a link. I'm going to turn a link here, and then I can give it the key. So the key is going to be of item.href, and the href itself is just going to be item.href. All right. And inside here, this is where we're going to display what user sees. So I'm going to have in the icon. So remember to change the name with the capital icon that on top. So I'm just going to change that right now. And now it's fixed. So we can see the icons that we have added. Perfect. So let me go over here, and I'm going to have in the item.label. We can see the text we have created. Okay. So that is looking okay. But we need to design this and style it to look way better. So let me go ahead on the header. I'm going to give it some class names. So I'm going to make it sticky. And also I'm going to make the top to be 0. And the Z is going to be 50. And the width, I'm going to make it full. And make sure to save your changes. And I'm going to border on the bottom. And also the border is going to be border, which is the color I want. And let's make it 60. So divided by 60. The background is going to be background of background. And let's make it divided by 80. Then the backdrop, yeah. The backdrop, I'm just going to make it blur to be something like XL. So backdrop.xl. And I'm going to make it the support with this class name, which is for backdrop. Yeah, so it's going to be BG background of 60. And it seems like there is a better way to do it. So we can copy this and use this actually instead. So this will show you the suggestions if you have the Tailwind CSS extension in your editor. Let's go ahead and continue now. So let's go ahead to the div. Let's give it some class name. This is going to have a container class name. It's going to have mx of auto. It's going to have flex, and I'm going to have height of 14. And also the items, I'm going to center them. And the justify is going to be between, and px is going to be 4. All right. Now let's go ahead on the second div as well. So let's give it some class name. Going to be flex, and items are going to be center, and gap is going to be 8, and the class name here on the nav, so it's going to have hidden, and I'm going to make it on medium devices. It's going to be flex, and items are going to be in the center, and the gap is going to be 1. Great. So now let's go on this link. I'm going to give some class name as well, but it's going to be dynamic links since we need to use the isActive. So is active. First of all, let's use the default class name. So we flex, items of center, and the gap is going to be 2, and the px is going to be 1.5. It's starting to look better. And rounded is going to be medium, and the text is going to be small. Also, let's make the font medium as well, and I'm going to make transition to colors. Okay, and this should be what I need. Now let's go outside. Now let's check if it's active. So if it's active, we're going to change the background and the text. So the text is going to be text foreground, and the background is going to be muted. Here's what I'm going to do is just make the text to be muted, and let's use text muted foreground, and on hover we're going to make the text foreground. Then on hover also let's make the bg to be muted and divide it by 50. So this is the result that we have now. Perfect. So for the icons as well, let's give it some class name. So for the class name is going to be size of 4, and yeah, I think this look okay. Yeah, we just need to fix some couple of things, but otherwise look alright for now. Anyway, for here, yeah, I forgot to make it the padding y instead, so make it padding y. And also we need to add the padding x so we can fix this styling issue. So yeah, so let's go ahead and padding x of 3. Yeah, and the issue is fixed, so it's looking better as I need it to look. Alright, so let's go ahead and close this and collapse our files. And what we should do next, inside of Go Components, we're going to go ahead and create the user menu. So the user menu where they can be able to log out and also can display the user profile picture. But first, let's install some components. So we're going to install the drop down from shardcn. So just open your terminal, and you can go ahead and open a new terminal. Then we're going to go ahead and add this drop down menu, and also let's include the avatar which we are going to need. So go ahead and install those two components. And once that is done, I'm going to go ahead and import everything I need. So I'm just importing the sign out from the user router from navigation, the avatar component, and the button, and also the drop down components and the icons that we're going to need. Then I'm going to add the user props, so the interfaces for the user, which is just the ID, the name, email, and image. Then finally, you can go ahead and export this function as user menu. Then we're going to pass in these user props. So just pass in the user, then include these user props. Okay, so just made a little mistake here. Let me put it inside of an object, and here I can return this. So just open an object here, and then here I can return a div for now. So just say menu for now, so we can start seeing it. So let's go ahead and import it. So go inside of the header, and after the nav, and also after that div, we're going to add another div. And inside this div, this is we're going to add this user menu. Okay, so just go ahead and import it. So let's give it some class name. The class name are going to be flex, and items are going to be the center. The gap is going to be 2. Perfect. Now let's go back to this one, so we can start working on it. So I'm going to add the router. So I'm just going to say const router is equals to router, to use router from next navigation. And then we're going to say the handle sign out. So sign out is going to be very simple. We're just going to use the await sign out from beta off, and we're going to push the user back to the home page. Okay, so that is going to be all for the handle sign out. And also next, let's go ahead and say const initial. So if the user doesn't have a profile picture, we're going to try and get their names initial or using their mail. So you like get the first character, and you can display that as avatar placeholder instead. So we're going to map this, and we're going to get the name, and inside of here get the name. Then you can get the first character. Okay, so then you can join it like this. Okay, then else we're going to also to make it to uppercase so it look better. Then we can go ahead and slice it. Let's just fix this issue. And else we're just going to also use the user email. So if the name is not there, we're going to go ahead and use the email. So we're going to do the same thing for the email as well. So yeah, just go ahead and follow along. Else we're just going to have this letter as the default one. Yeah, we're just making sure that we have something to display. Okay, so here let's go ahead and use the drop down menu. So inside the drop down menu, we need a drop down menu trigger. So the thing that will trigger this drop down menu. And let's mark it as a child because we're going to use something else inside of it, which is a button. So let's go ahead and close this button. And this button is going to have some variant. It's going to be ghost, and the class name, let me think. The class name is going to be height of 9. The gap is going to be 2. px is going to be 2. And I'm going to have on hover, I want the bg to be muted. And it's divided by 80. Great. And inside of this button, the trigger is going to be the avatar. So add the avatar and close it. And inside the avatar, we need to add the avatar image, which is self-closing. But in this case, I will fix it just in a bit. So the src, the source of the image, is going to be src user.image, or it can be undefined. Okay. And for the art, I'm just going to use the user name. Yeah. All right. And as if there's nothing, you can just say user or something. Okay. So this avatar is self-closing. So yeah, that's what I just did. And here, if the user have no image, so we're going to use the initial fallbacks. So this is the initials that I've created. And now you can see in my case, I don't have a profile picture. So it's going to show my 2 names. So the first and the last name. Right. So that is what we're doing here. And let's try to add some styles. So on avatar, I'm going to add the size is going to be 7. And the link is going to be a link of 1. And link border. Okay. And I think that is going to be all for the avatar. And for the avatar fallback as well. So let's go ahead and add some class name, which is just going to be text of smaller. And font is going to be medium. PG is going to be primary of 10. And the text is going to be primary. Okay. That's how it looks like for now. So this is all for the trigger. And yeah, actually let's add an icon. So let's add a span. And here let's display the username first or before we add that icon. Let's display this username. Okay. And let's see if we try to get just the first name. Let's see how that look like. So you can do that. You can get the first name or just use default. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and stay with 2 names. Let me remove this for now, but yeah, you have option to do that if you want. All right, so let's give this span a class name. It's going to be hidden, and on small devices, I'm going to make it inline block, and text is going to be smaller, and font is going to be medium, and max width is going to be, let's say, some custom. So that, for example, you can say 100 pixels custom, and let's make it truncate in case the name is very long. Okay, so they're saying we can use max width as 25. Okay, so let's just go ahead and accept this. So let's just say 25 then. And that looks fine. Then outside of this span, this is where we're going to add also this chevron icon. So we can trigger it. Look like you can user know that they can click this to show something, some more details. So the size is just going to be size of 3.5 and text is going to be muted foreground. And here I'm just going to go outside of this trigger, and here you can start showing something. So instead of this, I'm just going to add the drop down menu content, and here I'm just going to align it to the end. Perfect. So now you can see something starting to show. So we just need to add some items inside of this. So let's go ahead and give it class name, which is going to be width of 64. So we're just limiting it. And inside of this drop down menu content, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to hold a class name, which is going to be padding x of 3, padding y of 3, and we can go inside here. Let's have another div as well, and it's going to have a class name. Class name is going to be flex, items of center, gap of 3, and let's have the avatar. And in this case, let's go ahead and use the same thing we did before. So let's just copy this avatar. Okay. And yeah, so this is just going to be the same thing, but this is for the opened menu. Let's just change the size to be a little bit bigger. So let's make it the size to 10. And now you can see the content that we are showing over there. Perfect. All right, so let's add another div here as well. And for this, I'm going to have a span, and just the span is going to display the username. Okay. And also we can display the email of the user. So let's say the span user.email. Okay, so which is looking fine, but you need to style it later, which we're going to do just in a second. But yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and start styling this. So I'm going to start on this div. I'm going to give it a class name of flex, and also the breaks of column, and I'm going to make minimum width of 0. And for the span, I'm going to give it a class name of text smaller, and font is going to be medium, and the truncate. Okay. And for the email, so class name is going to be a little bit smaller, so text is going to be XS, and text is going to be muted of foreground and truncate. Perfect. So that is looking fine. And after the span, after this div, and before the menu content, and let's go ahead and add some more div. We are going to add drop down menu item, or we can use the drop down menu separator for in this case. Yeah, so let's go ahead and add the menu separator. Okay. And after the menu separator, we're going to add the menu drop down menu item. Okay, so this drop down menu item is going to have a class name of gap2, padding y of 2, and cursor is going to be pointer, and this can just say like profile or something. All right, so let's go ahead and copy down this drop down menu item. You can add many as you want, but we are not going to be making them work just yet, but yeah, we can get the idea. You can add them as you want, but I'm just going to keep this for now. So let me go ahead and add the profile, and also let me go ahead and let's copy this on the top, and let's copy it properly. So I'm going to add this here. And the second one, for example, it can say on settings, and we can go ahead and use the settings icon. Okay. So and these are going to be disabled for now because they are not actually working. So let me just make them disabled. Perfect. And here I'm going to add drop down menu separator. And this is where we're going to display our logout button. And this drop down menu item is going to have the on click. And on click, all we have to do is just make this drop down menu sign out. Yeah, so in this case, this is actually everything that we need to do. And there's nothing else that is very interesting here. Yeah, we just finished our repository, and we've been working on our header, and this is how it's looking like. And yeah, so there is going to be everything for this user menu and the header, which are looking fine for now. So you can see that we can go ahead and log out. We can log in. We have our header. Yeah, so everything is actually looking fine as I wanted them to. Perfect. So now you don't see any profile picture because we don't have any. So I'm going to go ahead and log out. And then let's go ahead and try to get our GitHub credentials so we can be able to log in with GitHub. Okay, so for the GitHub credentials, go to your GitHub profile, click your profile, and you can go inside of settings. So click on settings, then scroll on the bottom, click on developer settings. And after developer settings, go to Auth apps and choose or create a new application. So you can click here, new button, just fill in these details. Not going to be very complicated. And I'm going to choose my default one. And all we need to do is get the ID, but make sure to add the right callback URL. So for the callback URL, we're going to get that from the beta auth documentation. So go to beta auth documentation to see what you have to fill in. So on beta auth, you can click on this, click on get started, and click on authentication. Then go ahead and choose GitHub, and they're going to show you a directory what you have to add. So on the top, all the way on the top, they just show us here. So this is the URL, so redirect URL here. So copy that, and then go ahead and add it on authorized callback URL. And then you can update your application. Okay. After you have done that, you can click on client ID, copy this, then you can start adding it inside of your .env. Okay. So I'm just going to add mine here. So copy the client ID, and you can add it here. Then also go ahead and generate a new secret. So go ahead and click that, copy it, and you can add it right here. Yeah, so that is everything you need to do to make a GitHub work. And our application should automatically reload with this new details environment. So now if we click on continue with GitHub, we should be able to log in without any issues. And yeah, here we go. So I have successfully logged in with GitHub. And that is all I wanted to do in this chapter. So yeah, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside of schema Prisma. And in this one, we're going to set up our GitHub repository. So we have authentication ready. So now we need a way to access the user's repositories. So this is what we're going to be doing in this chapter. So we're going to request all the repos, the scope from GitHub. So we're going to fetch the user repositories using the API, and we can let the users choose which repositories they want to connect for our AI to review. So that's what we're going to be doing in this lesson. And for that, we need to add some tables on our backend, on our database here, tables. So let me just close this now. Actually here. All right, so maybe after this session, so we have the account. Actually, let's go on the bottom here where we don't have anything else. All right, so let's go over here and add a model, and I'm going to start with the repository. So repository, and inside of here, it's going to have the ID. So the ID is going to be type of string. So you can just say string, and at ID, just ID. And here you can have default. So default is going to be QID. Perfect. And remove this double. Great. Say user ID as well. So let's get the user ID. So let's do user ID, and it's going to be string. And let's get the GitHub ID. So GitHub ID going to be string. It's not optional. It's actually need to be unique. So, and it's also not a string actually. It's going to be int. All right, and it's going to be unique. And show why it keep adding these double at signs. And it's going to have a name. So the name is going to be a string. Yeah, we're going to have the full name. We're going to have if it's private or not. So private is going to be a boolean, of course. So boolean, and we're going to have default to false, and it's going to have HTML, and we're going to say and it's going to be a string. Okay, and I'm going to have created that. So created that, and it's going to have date time. So date time, and default is going to be now, and I don't know why it keep adding this. All right, so let's continue. And here I have HTML URL, which is okay. Let's add created that. So the time default.now, updated that. So let me remove this one. All right, so created that, updated that. And here we can use the time, but we can use at updated at. Yeah, perfect. And here on the bottom, let's attach the user to the table. So the user, going to have the user relation fields, user ID referencing the ID on read cascade. All right, so we're just referencing this user to this one here, and that is, and here let's add reviews as well. So we're going to create this next. So let me just add it here, and it's going to be review, and it's going to be an array. All right, perfect. So let's go on the bottom. And let's create this. All right, so this is the repository for the review. So we have the ID, we have the repository ID, we have the user ID, we have the PR number, PR title, URL, status, which we are going to create as well, summary, risk score, comments, error, created that, updated that, repository, and we are attaching the repository, and as well as the user. So let's go ahead and add these enums of status. So on the bottom here, I'm going to add the enum of statuses here, which is going to be most all we need, but we need to attach this to the user as well. So I'm going to go here. So on the user, actually it has automatically added it. If you have the extension, it will automatically add them for you. So we have these repositories, which is okay, and so the reviews, which is exactly as I needed it to. All right, so that is okay. And next thing you need to do, we need to create the route to request. So we need to request the repo scopes from the GitHub, so which will give us the lead and word access to the repositories. We need to modify the index file. Let me go here. Index file from the server auth. Okay, so yeah, so inside the server auth folder, and we have this. So we can just go on the bottom on the GitHub here, social providers, GitHub, and this is where I'm going to add these scopes. So I can just scope, and here this is where I add what I need. For example, let's go here, and I'm going to say read and user. And here I can add user, and we need the email, okay? And lastly, we just need to access their repo. Perfect. So this is how you add the scopes. And here, let me see what I have. And so after the GitHub login, let's go over here. I'm going to add account. So let's add account to this. Okay. And I'm going to add account linking. So I'm going to accept account linking. This is how you can enable account linking. So enabled, going to be to true. And also I'm going to be trusted providers to be GitHub. So this is how you enable account linking. You can see how easy it is with Beta Auth. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create the service to interact with the GitHub API. So this will handle fetching the access token and also retrieving repositories. And we're going to do this inside of the SRC and inside of the server. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to create services folder. And inside of this one, I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be github.ts. So github.ts inside of this services folder. Perfect. So here I'm just going to import what I have and also add some types. So this is the DB what we already created, and also these are the types that I need. So the GitHub repo, I need the ID, I need the name, I need the full name, the private, HTML description, language, and count, update that. All right. And also before I forget, let's do npx prisma db. So let's not forget to put our database with the new data that we have added. All right. So now the data has been synced. You can close it up. Perfect. So now that is done, let's create the first service, which is going to be to get the GitHub access token. So we're going to create it over here. So I'm going to say export const, and I'm going to call this, or we can say export async. So export async function, and it's going to be get GitHub, and we can call access token. To get GitHub access token, we pass in the user ID, which is going to be type of string. And over here, it's going to return a promise, and it will be a string, and it can be null as well. So null. Great. And here we're going to open this object, and we do const account, going to be equals to await db dot account dot find. And inside of here, I'm going to say where. So where the user ID, okay, where the user ID, and also the provider ID is equals to GitHub, just like that. And we're going to select what we need, which is access token. So select, and here it's going to be access token, just like that. Perfect. And all we need to do is go on the bottom here, and we can return account, say account, can be undefined, access token, and if not, we just return null. So this is going to be getting the access token from the database, and here also let's add another one to fetch the GitHub repos. So we can say export async function, and this is going to be fetch GitHub, and I'm going to say repos, and here I'm just going to access token, and it's going to be type of string, and here I'm going to promise, and I'm going to return this GitHub repo we have on the top as an array, and can go outside. And so let's get the repo. So const repo, and I'm going to give it the GitHub repo of an array, and by default it's going to be an empty array. Let me keep it this way. Right. And here let's say let page going to be 1 by default, and also const pair. This is just for pagination purposes. So per page, for example, let's say 100. All right, and here I can say so while true. So while it's true, we're going to go inside of this, and we're going to const response. So const response equals to await. Let's use fetch so that we don't have to install anything else. So fetch, and here I'm going to use this URL from GitHub. So this is the URL that I'm going to be using. Let me add it here. Also, so we're going to call the API github.com, pass in user, repos per page, we pass in this per page, and also the page here, which is one over here, sort goes to updated. All right, so now let's go inside here. Let's include the headers. So header or headers, yep, headers. We're going to add authorization, which is going to be the bearer of access token. So the access token from the GitHub, we need that. And also the accept is going to be added. So accept is going to application vnd GitHub version 3.json, exactly this way. Okay, so let's see what's the issue here. Is use const. Okay, that's fine. Let's use const. Let's see. Perfect. So let's go on outside of this response. Here we're going to check. So if we're going to check if the response is okay or is not okay. So let's start by that. If response is not okay, what we need to do is just throw some kind of errors. So we can just new error, and we can say fail to fetch GitHub repos and response.status, and outside of this we can just say data equals to, let's add it here, so it goes await, and we can say response.json. So here we can add it as GitHub repo as an array. Okay, and over here we can say repos push, and we can just say this. Perfect. So push data if data.length per page, then break. Yeah, that's why we needed to make it late, because we're modifying it. Okay, and you can come on the bottom here. So return repos. Alright, and that is going to be all that we need to do here. Alright, so now that is done, now we need to create the tRPC router with endpoints to list, fetch, and connect. So, and also you can disconnect as well the repository. So that's what we need going to do. So let's go back inside, still inside of this server, and we're going to go inside the API, and here we're going to create a new folder, and all our routes. Yeah, so let's call it routers, this folder. And here let me create a new file, and I'm going to call it repository. Yeah, so repository.ts, close this. And here I'm just going to import everything we need, and also the what we just created. So this is what we created actually. And let me see, how did we name it? Services. Did we name it wrong? Yeah, this is okay. So get, and let me just check if I'm doing everything as I need to. So fetch GitHub repos, fetch GitHub repos. Where is it? Okay, that is okay. And I think this one also I spelled it wrong. So get GitHub access token, and yeah, that is okay. And also let's do npx prisma generate. Yeah, npx prisma generate. So we have this already. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and continue. So let's start by creating the endpoint to list the repositories. So we can say export, and equals to, we're going to call it repository route. Yeah, and here we're going to use the create tRPC router that we have exported, and inside of this one I'm just going to call it list. So here we're going to use the protected procedure and .query, and inside of here I'm going to say async, and here I'm going to get the context. Okay, the context here, and then I open this object, and here I'm going to get the repository. So const, call it repository. So const repositories, yeah, call it repository since there are not one. Goes to await context dot db dot repositories. We don't have a repository yet. Why is that? I think I need to restart this. So workspace reload. Okay, so let's see if I'm getting this to that. Yeah, so now I have it. I just needed to reload that. Here I can find many, and here I'm just going to go inside, and we can say where. So we're going to start where the user ID. So user ID is equals to context dot user dot ID. All right, and here also let's go to order by, and here it's going to just by update that and sending. So you can see how it's easy is to use the database as long as we have added it in our context, and also getting the user is very simple. So that's how you can use that. All right. And on the bottom here, let's just say return, and we can say repositories. Perfect. So this is the for listing. And also let's add another one, and I'm going to call it, so let me see, after this list here, we can keep going, or maybe I'll stop here for now. But yeah, but I kind of want to finish up this repository thing. So yeah, let's go ahead and keep working on it. So let's go create another one. So after the list, I'm going to create the fetch, and I'm going to from GitHub. So fetch from GitHub, protected procedure as always. So protected procedure dot query, and here I'm going to use async. Let's get access to the context. So context, and over here I'm going to in const access token. So we need the access token. So we're going to use the service that we have created. So it goes to await get GitHub access token, and all we need to do is pass in the user ID. So ctx.user, perfect, and we can go on the bottom here. We can check, so if there is no token here, we can just return so overflow tRPC error, and inside here we can say code, give it a code, and we can call this precondition failed. Yeah. And here you can say user has not authorized GitHub access, or something else that you need. Okay, and after checking all of these errors, so let's go outside of these errors over here, and we can say const repo goes to await fetch GitHub repos, passing the access token. So now we have access to the repos, so let's make it capital repositories, since there are many, and here we need to return, so repos is map, so let's post.map, and here let's get individual repo. Okay, perfect. And here I can just say, so GitHub ID, let's see, so GitHub ID, I think we're not going to get the type safe, so for me to avoid typing anything wrong, I'm going to add all I need to return. So I need to return the GitHub ID as this, name, repo.name, full name, private, HTML description, language, styles, and that. And that is going to be all that I need to return here. Alright, so next we need to add another one for connecting. So go outside of this one. So this from fetching repos. So let's go outside of this. So if you close this, you can see where it ends at. Over here actually. And I'm going to call it connect. So connect, and I'm going to use protected procedure. Okay. And this time we are going to call .input. So input, and we're going to use Zod for this one. So let me say Z.object. Okay, and let's create the object. And inside of here, we're going to get the repo. So repo, let's say repos, and it's going to be equals to Z.array. So Z.array, and here we add another bracket, and inside the bracket we leave a space, we add the Z.object again, another bracket, then open an object, and inside of here I need the GitHub ID. So let's have GitHub ID, and again, to avoid typing something wrong, I'm going to add what I need for connecting. Alright, so we need the GitHub ID, the name, the full name, the private HTML URL. Okay, so after this input over here, let's come here and let's say dot, and here I can just say mutation. Okay, and here I can say async, passing the context as well as the input. Okay, go outside. Here I'm going to save this, and here I'm going to the const result. So let's say the result is equals to await promise. So let's use promise dot, and inside of here I'm going to say input dot repos dot map get individual one. Okay, and here I'm going to say let me give space, say where, wait, or input.repos.map. Okay, yeah, let's use the context. And here I can just say db.repository.appset. Okay, so we're going to use appset here, open brackets, open an object inside, and here we can say where object GitHub ID. So where the GitHub ID goes to repo. Okay, now let's go on the bottom here. We're going to create, let's create object, and we're going to use the user ID. So let me add them as well. So you're going to have the user ID, GitHub ID, the name, the full name, the private. Okay, and on the bottom here, let's do update. So update, going to have in the name, the full name, the private URL, and let's also add the updated date, which is going to be equals to new date. Let's just use new date. Yeah, just like that. And at the end here, so before this closing, we can just say return. We can just return this. We can just say connected equals to be equals to results dot, and just like that. And here we're able to connect to it. And for this connecting, it's very simple. It's going to be fast. So let me go over here and I'm going to call it disconnect. And all we need to do is use protected procedure as well, and use the input as well, and z.object. So z.object, and over here I'm going to have the ID, which is going to be z.string, and let me call it. And over here, let me go outside. Over here, I can just say mutation. So mutation, and it's going to be async. And over here, I have to pass in the context and also the input as well. Great. So let me go over here, and all I have to do is just to await context db.repository.get, and here I can just where, and here I can just add in the ID, which is input.id, and the user input.id, then the user ID, yeah, context.user.id, and over here I can just say it, and going to be success. Let me just say success to true. Perfect. So we have everything we need. This is all we are going to need for connecting, for fetching, and etc. All right, so now let's add these routes to the root. So here, as we said, this is where we're going to be adding all we need. So all I have to do here is just add this repository. So we can call it repository, which is going to be a repository router. So now we will have access to it whenever I want to need it. Let me actually make it this way. Yeah. Okay. So now we have everything we need for the server. I think it's okay if we start working on the client, so we start seeing stuff on our UI. So let's go ahead and start working on the UI side. All right, so let's go ahead and start working on the UI. And we need to add some components, but it's not going to be much. I think we're going to need the checkbox. Yeah, we're going to need this checkbox. So let me go ahead and add this component. So I'm going to install it. And also let me start my server. So we have npm dev, and we can go to the local 3000, and it seems like we are not logged in. So let's log in with GitHub, make it much simpler, and we should be logged in right now. All right, perfect. So let me close this, and what we need to design the page that you have created, the dashboard, the repos. So the SRC app dashboard repos, and this is the page that we need to design now. And yeah, so let's start working on that. And also I think we need to add the dialog, so this component as well. So let's add this component. Let me go back to this terminal, this, and I think this is actually all we're going to need to use. We already have most of stuff we need. So I'm going to import everything that we need. So let me just add these imports on the top. So over here, yeah, let me go back to this page. Let me cross this. So this is the imports. I'm marking it as use client. I'm adding use state, the link, tRPC, button, card, checkbox, patch, skeleton, and everything from alert dialog. And also let me add all other import that I'm going to need as well. All right, so this is all I'm going to need for now. And so that is all I need here. And also let's add a few more things that I'm going to need before I get started. So the types, I'm going to add the types as well. So these are the types: the GitHub ID, the name, the full name, the private, HTML description, language, styles, updated that. And then here, this is just static, like language characters that I'm mapping as string, and TypeScript, JavaScript, etc. And I'm just giving them these characters. So there's nothing very interesting. All right. So now let's go on the bottom here. And I'm going to add the use states that I will need. So here I'm adding these use states. Let's toggle. So toggle the here. Yep. So selected repos, set selected repos, new set, show GitHub repos, set show GitHub repos, set query, search query, set search query. And that is what I'm doing. Okay, so now let's go on the bottom of this. Let's do so const connected, and I'm going to get the connected repositories that we have already connected. So if we have one, so we can just say tRPC, we have this, so tRPC dot repository dot list, and let's actually say dot use query, right? So dot use query, and here you can say const, and also can say GitHub repos. Let's go to tRPC dot repository fetch from GitHub and use query. And here the first one is going to be undefined. The second one are going to be enabled, because to show GitHub repos. Right, and now let's do the same thing for connecting. So let's create for connect, so const, and we're going to say connect mutation. Right, connect mutation is going to be equals to tRPC dot repository and dot connect. Let me make this screen full for now, and I'm going to say use mutation. And inside of here, I'm going to say on success. So if it's successful, what I want to do here, I just want to set some, so like connected repos, and I'm going to refetch this, so get new ones. And here on set selected repos, I'm going to update them as well, and also set show GitHub repos equals to be false. That is what I want to do on success. And outside of this one, let's add the same thing for disconnect. So disconnect mutation, tRPC.disconnect, use mutation. On success, basically I just want to refetch actually, so there's nothing much, just refetch, and that is all I need. And yeah, let me go here as well. So let me to get connected IDs. Let me get the IDs of all connected, and I'm going to use new set. So new set here, and I'm going to go inside, and I'm going to say connected repos.data.map, get the repo, and repo.github ID, or we just have this as like that. And now let's go and get the available repos. So const for this available repos, available repos going to be equal to github.data.filter repo that are not connected, so repo.github ID. Okay, that is all we have. And also let's add one, which is going to be for filtering. So const filter, and so filtered repos, or you can just say filter available repos. Let me just quote this name. Right. So filter variables equals to available repo.filter repo, and we're going to repo.lowercase.include search query.lowercase. And so let's add an or. So let's say or repo.description. So let's also do the same thing for the description actually. Yeah. And so this can be undefined. Let's just do it that way. Okay. And And what I'm going to add is for toggling a repository. So I'm going to go over here and say const toggle repo. Okay, so toggle repo is going to get in the get d, which is type of number, to go inside here, const next, and I'm going to call it new set. So set, and it's going to be selected repos. Okay, and here I'm going to do if it has next. So if has GitHub ID, next.read GitHub ID, else next.github ID. Then we set selected repos to next. Okay, and also here let's add this one, so connect, which is going to be close connection mutation. And yeah, that's not how I'm going to do it. Yeah, so for the handle connect, I'm going to say const repos to connect. So let's say connect repos to connect, and here I'm just going to say a variable repos. So we're going to use the variable repos dot has. Okay, so if it has, or we'll say, so we're going to say connect repos dot const repos to connect going to be equals to a variable repos dot filter. So we're going to filter this. What I'm going to use, I'm going to get a repo. Okay, this repo is going to be from the selected repos and has. So if it has the repo dot GitHub ID, then we're going to map. So let me say dot, let me just go here. So dot map, and I'm going to map this to get as well as the repo. And instead of here, I'm going to get the, let me open them like that, and I'm going to get the repo that I need. So I'm just going to say repo, or we can get GitHub ID goes to like that. So GitHub ID, the GitHub ID, we get the name. Let me add the types carefully so we don't mess up anything. And this is going to be all. And here we can just call the connect mutation. It's going to be the mutate. And then we pass in the repo. So repos is going to be equals repos to connect to. Alright. And lastly, let me add these two. So on the bottom here, I'm just going to add this for select. Okay. And also the gear selection. Perfect. And now I can start working on the actual UI. Yeah, let me start this. So, okay. All right. So let me go ahead and start working on this UI. Okay. So over here, I'm going to give this a class name. So class name is going to be space y of 8. Okay. And I'm not going to have this h1. We're going to have a header. So let me add a div. So div, and this div is going to have in another div, and inside of this div, this is where we're going to have an h1, and here we're just going to say repositories. So is just like that. And after this h1, I'm going to have paragraph where we can just say select repository to connect to your account. Yeah, that is okay. And over here after this div, and I can just add a button. So let me add a button. We're going to change this, and for now we can just say add repository. For now, let's do this, but yeah, let's go ahead and design this a bit. So this div here, I'm going to give it a class name, and it's going to have flex and item stat. So item stat, I'm going to have justify between and a gap of, okay. And this div is not going to have any class name, but the h1 will. So class name is going to be text to Excel, font semi-bold, and tracking is going to be tight, just like that. And here I'm going to have a class name. So class name is going to be muted foreground, and margin top is going to be 1. Okay. And for the button, I don't think I need to add any class names for now. Yeah, but this is how the header is going to look like. And yeah, all right, so here let's go start working on this button. So okay, so let's go on this button, and inside of this button, all I'm going to do, I am going to check inside. So let's say, let's use break object. So show if show repository is true, we're going to do this. Okay. And otherwise here, still inside of this one, we can just add otherwise, and here we can just return this as well. So if show repos is true, so if there is repos, we can just say this cancel icon, and here we can just say cancel. Okay. And over here, if not, we need to show them, so we can just say plus, and that's what we see now because that's not the case, and you can just say add repository. Okay, give it a class name. So a class name is going to be size of 4 I mean, and something here, so size. All right, and also let's make them so that when we click we see something, so we can say click, and here we're going to do it this way. So let's go inside, let's open an object, and here we're just going to say set show GitHub repos, going to be the opposite of what is current, so show GitHub repos. And here we can just set search query is going to be an empty, set selected repos going to be go to the new set, and the variant I'm going to make it depend on what state we have. So if it's this one, we're going to use the outline, otherwise I'm going to use the default. Okay, so if we click this, it will show us this, just like that. Perfect. And let's go on the bottom. So after this button, after this div, and this is where I need to add the panel to show the repositories. So let me go leave some space here, and I'm going to check, so show GitHub repos. If that is the case, I'm going to go inside here, I'm going to add the card, and the card here is going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be overflow of hidden. Okay, so let me show them for now. Yeah, so we're starting to see something. Let's go inside here. We're going to add the header, so for the panel, so let's add the header. So let me just close this div for me. Okay, so let's have this div, and we're going to give it a class name. So give it a class name of border bottom, and we're going to have border of and we're going to divide it by 60, and I'm going to have bg muted 30, g muted divided by 30. Okay, and also the px is going to be 6, and the padding y is going to be 4. Perfect. And we need to add a second div inside here. So if also I can self close this, and yeah, okay. So inside of this one, we're going to have a class name actually. So class name, and it's going to be flex, and it's going to be items of center and justify of between. And inside of this, this is where I'm going to add another div as well, but this time I'm not going to have any class name to it. We're going to have h2, so h2 here, and we can say we can call it import GitHub repositories, like that. And let's add a paragraph. You can say select repository to import from GitHub, and the class name, let me see. So the h1 is going to have class name, so class name is going to be font semi-bold, and the paragraph is going to have text small. Let me add text small here, small. Okay, so text muted foreground, margin top, let's make it 0.5. Yeah, much better. And after this paragraph, and also outside of this div, I'm going to have a button. Let me use a button, and the variant for this button is going to be ghost. Okay, and I'm going to have its size to be equal to the size of an icon small, and I'm going to have on click here, we're going to, let me do this, so GitHub repos, and we're going to refresh. So this is the button to refresh. Basically that's the idea. And disabled, going to be disabled when GitHub GitHub repo. GitHub repos is fetching. Just like that. And inside of this one, we just need to add this button. So refresh the size. Yeah, let's use CN for this one so we can vary. Yeah, I'm going to here these brackets. Actually, how do you do this? Yeah, you open this object, add CN inside. Yeah, add CN inside, make it the size of, and yeah, it's going to depend as well. So here GitHub dot is fetching. We're going to spin this, okay? So if it's spinning, you can just animate spin. For example, yeah, so now it was fetching, that's why it was spinning, and it stops. Great. So after that, so after this button, after this div, also after this div, but inside the card, let's add the card content. So card. Okay, let me go ahead and continue. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this full screen for now. And here I'm going to check. Alright, so instead of the card content, what I'm going to do, first going to do some checks. So GitHub, I'm going to do GitHub repos dot is loading. So if it's loading, question mark, opens brackets. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to show a skeleton, so loading skeleton. And inside this skeleton, I'm just going to map an array. Perfect. So just like that, I'm going to get 4 items, use its index. It is going to be 16 and if it's going to be full. Okay, so that is the first thing. Now outside of this div, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to do the same thing, but this time we're going to check for errors. So here I can say GitHub repo dot error. Okay, GitHub and I can add a question mark again, and inside of here I can just add a div. So let's add a div, for example, and here we can check again. So it goes dot get, okay, and dot code is equals. So I'm going to check if it's equals to the one we added in the backend. So if that is the case, add a question mark again, and I'm going to open these brackets, and I'm just going to add the button to connect, else I'm just going to show this div. Okay, so let's see what we have now. Let me save this page, and here, okay, so let's go ahead and finish it. So adding a button to connect, otherwise here we're showing this div, and let's go inside of this div here, and inside of this div we're just going to have a paragraph. Let me add a paragraph where I can just say github.error.message. Save this. Perfect. And now let's go outside of here. So outside of here and also outside of this div, we're going to do the same thing here. So let's add this, and we're going to check a variable repos. So variable repos dot nerve. We're checking if we have done 0 question mark. Open these brackets, and if there is, it's like that, we can have a div. So let me add a div, and inside of that div we're going to have another div, and inside here I'm going to have the check circle icon, just like that. So keep it like that, and here outside of this div that is holding the icon, I can have a paragraph, and here I can just say up, just like that. And after that, let me go outside of this paragraph, let me add another paragraph, and I'm going to say all your repositories already connected or something. All your repositories, let me say already, yeah. Okay, so that is the first thing. Now let's go outside of this div. So let's go over here, and I'm going to add this. So inside of this one, I'm going to add the brackets like that. Let's format this, and I think we should see something. Let me refresh this. Let me open this. Okay, it's loading. Fine. I'm going to style this later on. So let me give some space inside of here. And what I'm going to add here is actually a little search bar. Okay. So let me add a div, and inside the div, I'm going to have in another div. Let's add another div here. And here I'm going to have search icons, so search, and here I'm going to add an input. So input, let me just add this correct way. Okay, so you have the input, and here the input is going to have a placeholder, and it's going to say search, so search repositories, just like that. And the value, so let's say the value is going to be equals to search query, and let me toggle this, so search request, and on change, so on change I'm going to have an event and set search query equals to the event get dot value, just like that. So we're going to come back to style this. So let's go outside of this, and outside of this div, let's give some space. Let's add a div here, and here I'm going to a button, but a normal button, not the one we imported. So button that, and inside of this button, what I'm going to say is just select, like that, select, and outside of this button here, I'm going to check something. So selected repos, I'm going to check for selected repos and the size, then and I'm going to leave this like that, and this is where we are going to add the clear selection if we have something selected. Let's open and input React fragments, and I'm going to add span. So span, inside of this span, it's going to have just a dot. So let me add a dot, this dot here. Okay, you can find this anywhere you want, really. And after that span, I'm going to add a button. So just like that. Inside this button, I'm just going to say, let me teach clearing. And I'm just going to say clear. Okay, so let's go over here, outside this div, outside of this div, outside of this div as well. It's inside of the fragments, and here we're going to add we're going to show the repository list. Okay, let's go ahead and add a div. So let me add a div. Here I'm going to give it a class name. The class name is going to be max, and I'm going to get the height. We can make it custom. Let's make it 400 pixels. 100 pixels. Overflow is going to be of y auto, and inside of this div we're going to get the filtered, so filtered available repos dot length, and here it's going to, if it goes to 0, then this. All right, and here we have a div. Inside of this div, let me see, it's not self-closing yet. Okay, so div, and then I give it a class name. Class name is going to be padding y of 12, and text center. Okay, and instead of this one, we're going to have paragraph, and we're going to just say no repos found, or we can just give it a more specific one, so no repos found. Great, so we're just gonna fix that in a moment. But outside of this div over here, let's add the opposite, so div, and let's cross this div. All right, and here I'm going to go inside of this one, so I'm going to check for the filtered available repos. So I'm going to map through gem. We're going to get an individual repo, and inside of this, so let me just add this. Yeah, instead of this, we're going to directly return this. Now we're going to add a component. We're going to create a custom component. For now, let me just do it this way, and yeah, let me just say code.name if we have that. Yeah, so you can already see all of this repository that I have. That's why I'm seeing this here. But yeah, we're going to fix this just later. We're going to create a custom component for this. Yeah, so just for now, I want to finish this up so we can move on. Okay, so outside of this div, and also outside of here, then outside of this div as well, but still inside of this fragment, I'm going to go on the bottom, and this is where I'm going to show the footer. Okay, so let me add a footer via div, and inside of this div here, I'm going to have a paragraph, and for the paragraph, it's just going to say selected repos and dot size, and here we can say size of filtered length selected. So we have not selected anything yet, that's why it's showing 0 of 10 selected. We can say selected. Yep, perfect. Okay, So that is done, and we're still inside of this footer. And after this paragraph, let me add a button so we can maybe start styling this a bit, because for now it looks very bad. And yeah, so let me this icon, so it's going to depend on what content it will show. So it's going to depend on connect mutation, and I'm going to check if it's pending. So if it's pending, what I'm going to show here, I'm going to add a question mark. So we're going to add an empty fragments, and we're going to add refresh CW, and here we're just going to say connecting or something. So connecting, yep. And otherwise we're just going to show the connect button. We're going to show connect button and yeah. And here I'm just going to show the selected repos dot size, and we're going to get 0. Here I can use this thing. I don't know how they call it. Inside of here, let me give it away. Add the man sign, and I can say selected repos dot size. Okay. And here I forgot to add these fragments. So got this, move it inside of here. Okay. Okay. I did not copy them. Let me just add them here. So as I said, it's going to depend on the content that we show. So over here, let me just add it as well. So it's pending, refresh W, and it's been connecting, connect, and yeah. And this is going to be for the footer. And yeah, let's style this a bit more better so we can have something that look nicer. So let's start from the top. It's not done yet, but yeah, for now we can. So the card content, yeah. So we're starting on the card content, and let's start on the first div here. So I'll give it a class name, and this is going to have padding of 6, and it's going to have space y of 3. Let's try to refresh this page. Connect button. Yeah, now the skeletons look much better. And let's go outside of this class name. The skeleton already have class name, so let's go on the bottom, and this div here that is holding the error code, let's give it a class name with a padding of 6. Okay, and let's go on the bottom as well, and over here I'm going to have a class name. Okay, and this is the error case, so we can have rounded and bg interactive. I'm not going to say anything because we don't have error, and border, and also border going to be interactive, and let's make it 20, and padding 4, and text center. Perfect. So we have that, and for the paragraph, class name going to be text small, and text destructive. Okay, and here what can we do next? We need to style next. So we have this, the error styled, and I think we need to go to the over here available on etc. Yeah, so let's go here, give it a class name. It's going to be padding y of 16, and text, and let me see what there is. So this one holding the icon, class name is going to be mx of auto. Okay, and it's going to have this size of 12, size 12. Fine. Okay, and it's going to have rounded of 4, make it rounded, and it's going to have bg emerald of 500, and let's make it 10 here. Perfect. And also let's have make it flex, make it item center, let's make it justify center, and that is going to be for the icon, the class name. It's going to be size of 6, and text is going to be emerald, and it's going to be 500. Great. And outside of this, so let's see this paragraph. So class name, it's going to be margin top of 4, and font medium. And here I'm going to have a class name. It's going to be text of small, and text of muted foreground, and margin top of okay. And here outside of here, let's have for the search bar now. So let's try this search bar, give it a class name. It's going to be px of 6, and it's going to have padding of 4, and it's going to have bottom. It's going to have border for border, and border to make it 60 red. And let's make it flex, and let's make it items of center. Let's make it gap of 4. Okay, and the next div, so this one, so class name going to be relative, and flex going to be 1, so flex 1. Okay, and for the search icon here, I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to be absolute, and it's going to have left of 3, yeah, and top is going to be 1 of 2, 1 but 2. Okay, and minus translate going to be y, minus translate y1 and 2, like that. Okay, it's fitting well. Size going to be size of 4, and text going to be muted foreground red. And for the input, let's give it a class name. So the class name is going to be p of 6. Let's make it just what else we have. PR of 6. Yeah, 10 is fine. And over here also, outside of this search bar, we have the button to select all here. So let's style it as well. So let's go to the div. Class name is going to be flex. Okay, flex items of center and gap of 2. Text going to be smaller, red, and the button itself. So on click, let's give it on click. I think we already have select. Yeah, select all is already have. So class name is going to be of text muted foreground. Okay, and hover. On hover, we're going to make text font, and transition is going to be colors, and that's going to be all for this. So if you hover it now, you can see this, and here I've selected the repository, and we see the clear button, but it's not clearing anything. So yeah, let's continue. And now let's style this clear button. So the class name here is going to be text of muted foreground. Okay, and the button itself, so it's going to have on click. So let me give it click. It's going to have clear selection, perfect. And here the class name is going to be text muted foreground. So basically the same actual class, the same class name as the one above. So we can just take these remaining class names, add them here. And if we clear this, we clear them. If we select all repositories that we have fetched. Perfect. Right. So this is all for here. And now I think we can go ahead and create the connect this repo card or something. Yeah, the repository list. We need to make it look much better. Maybe that's what we should do, but first we need to add these class names. We already have some for the div padding y of center. Okay, for the paragraph here. So let me get class name, and it's going to be text of, and it's going to be text foreground. And yeah, so if I search here, something that doesn't exist, yeah, okay. Now what I want to do is create something that look much better. First, let me give it this class name that will look better. So divide y, and divide border, going to be 60. Yeah, so you can see these already, but yeah, they don't look good as I want them to. So let me go ahead and create a new component, which I'm going to call repos or repo select item. Okay, and before I save this file, I'm going inside, give it a key, and the key is going to be the repo, and you can say repo.github ID. Okay, and here we're going to have the repo itself. So just going to be repo, have the selected, which is going to be the selected repos and repo.github ID. Okay, And so let's add on toggle as well. Just going to use the toggle created on top. So toggle repo, we just need to pass what repo we need, so repo dot. Alright, so we're getting this error because we don't have it. Now let's go ahead and start creating this, which is going to be quite long. Yeah, but that is fine. Yeah, so let's go on the bottom. Let's create it here. So function repo card, and here that is what we have. Okay, all right, fine. Now let's go ahead and actually make it as I want it to. We have the repo selected, and on toggle, let's give them the collect types. So the types are going to be, the repo is going to be the GitHub repo. We have props, interface props, and the selected. So selected is going to be a boolean, and on toggle is going to just be, let me make it just for it. Perfect. And now let's try to get maybe the color of the language. So we can say const, we can say the rank equals to repo.language. Okay. Otherwise, we are going to check language, and here we can just say repo.language, and else we can just have this default, so PG gray 400 or something. Okay, and here we're just going to be nothing. All right, so that is all we need to do here. And inside of this one, we're going to return not a div, but we're going to return a label, and label is like that. And here we're going to give it a class name, which is going to be CN, a dynamic one. And inside of here, we're going to have flex, and cursor is going to be pointer, items center, gap of, and px of 6, and py of 4, and transition is going to be transition. I'm going to make this colors. Okay, transition colors. And now for the dynamic one, so I'm going to check for selected. So if it's selected, I'm going to make it pg prime 5. First, I'm going to make it hover, and it's going to be pg muted of 50. Perfect. And inside of this here, inside of this label, I'm going to have checkbox. Yeah, checkbox. I'm not sure if we imported this. Checkbox is not. Did we import it? Yeah, we did. Just use the correct one. Great. So I have the checkbox now, and let's use it as we want to. So we're going to make mark checked if it's selected. Okay. And on toggle, it's going to use this on toggle. The class name is going to be 0, and that is going to be all for this checkbox. So let's go outside of it. We're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be flex of 1, so just 1, and it's going to have minimum width 0. And inside of this div, I'm going to have another div. So this div is going to like this. Yeah. So inside of this div, but first let's give it class name. So the class name is going to be flex, and it's going to be items of center, going to be of 2, gap 2. And inside of here, I'm just going to have a span, and the span is going to have the repo, get the correct repo.fullname. I don't know why it's not. All right, perfect. So we have this now, starting to look much better. Let's try this. So class name is going to be font media and truncate. Okay, so if the name is very long, we're going to truncate that. Now let's go outside of this span. We're going to check. So repo, if the repo is private, okay, if it's private, we're going to show this lock icon. So lock. All right, so this lock icon is going to have class name, which is going to be size of 3, fine, and it's going to have text muted of foreground, going to have shrink 0. So shrink 0, great. And I'm going to go outside of this one. So I'm just going to say repo.description, and here I'm just going to add a paragraph so we can show this description of this. So let me just open this. and the description is going to show if we have one. For example, yeah, so some of them have them, but some don't. Yep. All right, so let me stay here so you can see the changes we are making. And this paragraph is going to have a class name, going to be text tomorrow, okay? And it's going to be text muted of foreground, and it's going to be truncate, just like that. It's going to be margin top 0 point. Great, much better. And let's see what else we need to do. So truncate 0.5 for the description. Okay, so that is enough. Outside this paragraph, outside of this div, let's add another div. So this div here, and here I'm going to give it a class name. So the class name is going to be flex, and items of center, gap of 4. So let's say gap of 4. Shrink is going to be 0, and I'm going inside of this one. So we're going to check the stars of the repositories. So repo dot stars. Okay. So if we have, then we're going to show some. So span, and let's give it a class name. So this span is going to be flex, items of center, gap of 1, text xs, going to be text muted of foreground. And inside of this span, let me check this. Yeah, so this is fine. Yeah, so outside of this span, and I'm going to go inside of here. I'm going to have the star icon. Okay, so I'm seeing some, and here inside of this one, I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to be size of 3, like that, a star. And here I'm going to go outside of this one. Let me see, this span here has flex, item center, gap 1, text access, text muted for star, size of 3 is not applying, that's why. Yeah. Alright, so let's continue. And here I have the span, and let's give it a class name, and I'm going to have this weird class name they have here. So this one, so tab runs or something, and here we need to create this UT2 format. Yeah, or it's look good like that. Okay, so these are the repositories with stars or something. Yeah. Okay, so now let's go outside of this span, outside of here, and we're going to check the language. So let's do this. So repo dot language. Okay, so for the language here, we're going to have a div again. Alright, so for this div, I'm going to give it some class names. So class name, and I'm going to make it flex, item center, gap of 1.5, and let's go inside of this div here, and I'm going to have this span. The span, I think I'm going to make it self-closing. Yeah, so self-closing, and I'm going to give it a class name, and PC class name here. Yep, so here, and it's going to have width, or let's make it size of 2.2. Okay, rounded is going to be full, and it's going to have shrink 0. All right, and outside of here, I'm going to have the language show up. Right, just like that. Okay, great. And what else do I need to do outside of here? I'm going to have a span, and the span is going to display the language. Yeah. So TypeScript, for example. Yeah, yep. And the ones that we don't fetch this. Okay, great. So that is done now, and yeah, anything else we need to do for now? I think this is okay. This looks okay for now, and yeah, so let's go ahead and continue, and we keep making this look much beautiful. But now you can see that we can select. Can you select yet? Okay, we cannot select. All right, so I think it's supposed to be checked change, not on select. Yeah, and yeah, now we can select things. You can even select all of them if you want. Alright, so you can clear them, you can select. Yeah, and I think it's looking much better now. And yep. Yeah, so let's go ahead and continue by styling even more, and we're getting somewhere now. All right, so let's go ahead and continue working on improving this footer as well. So most of the stuff here is okay. We have this repository component we have created, and for the footer, let me give this div a class name. So the class name is going to have the px of, let me make it 6, and also I'm going to have the py of 4, and I'm going to have border, so let me make it border, and on top let me give the border to be on the top like that, and right here I'm going to have border, yeah, so border, then we divide by 60. All right, and here we make it the pg to be muted, just muted, not foreground, and 60 as well. And I'm going to make the terms of sent, and I'm going to make the justify of between, and yeah, that is going to be all. So now it's looking much better. And for this paragraph, let me give it a class name. This is going to be text of small, so text smaller, and text muted of foreground. Okay, and that is going to be all right here. And for this button, I believe we already have the methods that we need on the top. So yeah, handle connect, we already have the handle connect. So right here, I'm going to go inside here. I'm going to see on click, I'm going to say handle connect, perfect. And then I'm going to disable it. So let's make it disabled. So disabled if the selected repo size, there's nothing selected basically. And also we can check if the mutation is loading, so connect mutation is pending. Perfect. So that's the case we want to disable it. And here this button stays here. Let's just give it a class name, and size is going to be size of, okay, and animate is going to be spin. Okay, so if I select one here, and you can see that it's showing how many I have selected, etc, etc. Okay, great. So let's go outside of this one. So we have this connecting, and also we have this connect button text. So this is just how we are showing this text here. And I believe this is going to be all that we add. And yeah, so let's try to connect actually one repo, and let me search for one. And let me say, for example, let me connect this one, connect. Yeah, so it seems like I've been connected. Yeah, and let's try to find it again. And yeah, it's not going to show up because we have connected it. So great, so connecting is working. Now let's find a way to show the connected repositories. So let me cancel this. So here, disconnect. Now I'm going to find a way that we can display the connected repos. Okay, so let me go outside of this card. So outside of the card, and also here, but still inside of this div. And here we're going to display the connected repositories. So let's give this a class name. This class name is going to be space y of, and inside of this one, I'm going to have another div. So div, let me just close this. As div here, I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to be flex, and items of center, justify of between, and that is going to be all for this one, and give it a space. I'm going to have an h2, and here I'm just going to say connected, yeah, connected repositories. Okay, perfect. So after the h2, let's style it a bit. So class name is going to be text small. Let's make the text smaller, and font is going to be medium, and I'm going to make the text to be muted of foreground. I'm going to make it uppercase. I'm going to make it tracking wider. Okay. After the h2, over here, let me go here. Let me add connected repos, and I'm going to get the data. So data dot length. So we're just checking if we do, or not the length yet. So if we have the data, we can use end connected repos dot data. Let's say data dot length. Okay, so data dot length. Then here we can go ahead and display this badge. So let me open this badge here. So now we're seeing something because we have one connected. Okay, So like over here, I give it a variant. The variant is just going to be secondary, and I'm going to give it a class name. So class name is going to be tabula nums as well. So the weird class name. Yeah, but this all it is just all of this basically. But there is no way we're typing that by hand in 2026. All right, so connected. Yeah, where was I? Yeah, connected repos, and we're going to get the date. Then we get the total of connected. So here we have one connected right now. Okay, so we have one repo connected, and now let's go outside of this badge and so outside of this diff. Okay, so let's give some space. Let me add some connected repo. Why is it not helping me? So connected repos dot is loading. So if it's loading, what I need to do, I need to show this diff. Okay, so let me close this diff right here. And I think we already have the is loading thing we had it before. Yeah, so this one actually. So let me copy this whole div here, add it here. It's going to be the same thing we're doing. So they're using the same height of 16 with a full rounded, and this time maybe let's make it XL. Okay, and yeah, we're doing the same thing. Okay, so if that's not the case here, we're going to display all of this. So let me find a way to display this. But first, hold on, before adding these two brackets, let me remove them again. So let's add it like this, and then let's add connected rows, and we're going to check the data dot length, okay, is equals to 0. Then if that's the case, we're going to show the card, and here the card, oh yeah, the card. Okay, so we're going to show this card, and inside this card we're going to have the card content. But first of all, let me just create a div here, so or an empty fragment, so we don't have errors. Okay, so inside of this card we're going to have in the card content, so card content. Perfect. And this card is going to have a class name, which is going to be padding y of 16, and it's going to have text of center. And inside of here, I'm going to have in a div. This div is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be mx auto. It's going to have height of 14. It's going to have rounded of 4. It's going to have bg muted. Going to have flex, going to have items of center, going to have justify of center. Yeah. Okay. So inside of here, we're just going to have this folder icon. It's two icons. All right. And since we already have something connected, so we're not going to see it right now. And we're going to have size of 7, and we're going to have text background. Perfect. So let's go outside of here. I'm going to have paragraph, and here I can just say no repository is found, and let's give it a class name, and the class name is going to be margin top of 4 and font medium. And let's add another paragraph. Okay, here we're going to have class name, text of small, and it's going to be text of muted foreground, and margin top of 1, and max width for smaller, and mx of okay. And here we can just add some text, some static text here, and we can just say this. Perfect. So after this here, let's add button. So I add this button, which is just going to have a class name of margin top of 6, and on click of this button, what I want to happen is we want to set to show GitHub repos to true. So set git repos to be true. Okay. And here I just have to add the plus icon. So plus, yeah, I can just say plus repository. Okay, great. Give it a class name of size. Perfect. Okay. So cut content, that is fine. Now let's do the opposite here. So the opposite, for the opposite here, we're going to use a div. And here it's the div. So let me just close this. Okay. And this is going to have a class name. It's going to be grid, and it's going to have gap of 3. and it's going to have a same on smart devices. It's going to be grid course of 2, and inside of here I'm going to map through these ones. So we can say connected repos data dot map, and here I'm going to get the repo, individual repo, and I'm going to directly return this, and we're going to create a new component which is going to be connected repo. Okay, so we're going to create this just in a second. We're going to have a key which is going to be the repo dot. It's going to have the repo itself, which is going to be repository. Going to have on what happened on disconnect, on not on disconnect, which is going to have a disconnect mutation. We already have this, so we can just use disconnect mutation, and we can say dot mutate, and inside we need to pass in the ID as an object, so just like this, but we need to specify it here. Right, so now it's giving us error because now it's disconnecting mutation dot is disconnect mutation dot is. All right, so let's go ahead and create this component right here. So just on top over here, I'm going to say function disconnect, and all I'm going to have inside of this one, I'm just going to pass in all the types that I need. So over here, and then I can directly close this here. All right, and here I'm going to add in all I need. So I need the repo, I need the on disconnect, so is disconnecting that, and inside of here I need to define the types of this. So let me just add that right now. So over here I need to define their types. So the repo is having all of this, the ID, the full name, the private, created that. On disconnect is a void, is disconnecting is a boolean. Perfect. So now let's go inside of this. So let me just give special space, and here we're going to return. So return, and I'm going to be returning a card, and this card is going to have a class name of group, and the hover is going to have border, and the border is going to be primary, and that's all right. And the transition is going to be, and hover is going to be shadow the same. Okay, right. So now let's go inside of this one. Let's have the card content, and inside the card content, I'm going to have it class name. Class name is going to be padding of 5, like that. And I'm going to go inside of this card content. I'm going to have a div. Let me just cross this div real quick. Okay. So this div is going to have a class name. So class name, and the class name is going to be a team of start. So let's make a team of start. And it's going to be justify of between gap of 3, that. And inside of this div here, I'm going to have in the link. So we're using the link, and href. It's gonna take us on the repo ID page. So let me just do it this way. So I'm going to say repos, and it's going to on the repo ID. So we can say repo dot. Perfect. So let's give it a class name. So class name is going to be rex1, minimum width of 0. Damn. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, so we have the div, I have this div here, and I'm going to give it a class name. So class name, and it's going to be flex, and item of start, going to be gap of 3, and instead of this div here, I'm going to have another div. So let's open another div. Let's close it. Give this a class name. So we're going to give it a class name. It's going to be a dynamic one. So it's going to use the CN. So CN. And here the first class names is size of 10. It's going to be rounded large. It's going to be flex. It's going to be items of center. Justify center. Shrink of 0. Shrink is going to be 0. Transition colors. And yeah. So that's the first thing. Now for the if the repo, so if the repository dot private, so if the repo is private, I'm going to show this. So I'm going to say BG Emerald. It's going to be 500 and it's going to be 10. And on group, so group over, right? On group over, I want to be BG Emerald 500, and we're going to divide it by 10 or 20 and make it 15. 500 divided by 15. And for if errors, we're going to use the same thing. So let me copy this here. So I'm not going to use gray. I'm going to use BG Emerald as well. So we're going to say 500, 10, group over BG Emerald 510. So basically the same thing. Okay, all right. So that's the first thing here. And let me go inside of this one. I'm going to say the repo.private. So if it's private, I'm going to show lock icon. So lock icon. And if it's not, I'm just going to show the globe icon like that. Globe icon. Okay, here we go. Let's study this a bit. So class name is going to be size of 4, and the text is going to be amber of 600. And on that, I'm going to make this text amber of 400. So let me copy these class names, put it here, and I'm going to make size of 4, but this text is going to be text emerald. Sorry. So instead of amber, it's going to be for this one. All right. And here as well. Okay. So let's go outside of this div. Outside of this div one and this div. Let's add another div. So I'm going to add another div here. So let's create this div and let's have some styles for this. So class name is going to be minimum of width of 0. And outside of this one, I'm going to have a span. The span is going to have class name, but this one is going to display the repo.full name. Okay, so that's the name. Now let's style it a bit. It's going to be font medium and going to be block, bracket if it's too long, and group over. So on group over, it's going to be text primary, and transition. Okay, and let's go outside of this. Outside of this span, let's add a div. Let's close this div. So this div is going to have a class name. This class name is going to be flex of center, gap of 2, margin top of 1. Okay, and inside of this div, I'm going to have in the badge component, and the variant of this is going to be, let's make it outline, and its class name is going to be text xs and px of 1.5 and padding y of 0 and height of 5. Okay, so text xs, px of 1.5. Right, so now let's make it depend. So if the repo private, the repo is private, I'm going to display private. Otherwise, I'm going to display just public. Right, so just like that, we have that UI. And we're going to go outside of, let's see, this div. So 1, 2, and 3. So, and also outside of this link, actually, outside of this link as well. Let's hear the dialog. All right, let me work on the dialog. So right here. So let's say it's dialog, and I'm going to open it. All right, it's dialog trigger here. So I dialog trigger. Whatever that is going to trigger this child, and here it's going to be the button, and it's going to just have the trash icon. So trash to icon, and let's give this icon class name. So it's going to be size of 4, and this button is going to have also some class name and properties. So the variant of this is going to be a ghost, okay, and it's going to have size of icon small, and it's going to be disabled. So it's going to be disabled if it's disconnecting. So if we're disconnecting this, we want to disable it. And for the class name, it's going to have the opacity of 0, and on group hover. So group hover, let me just get this group, going to be opacity of 100. Okay, and transition going to be opacity, and it's going to have shrink of 0. It's going to have text muted of foreground. Going to have hover, it's going to be text destructive, going to be hover, and it's going to have BG destructive. Now if you hover this, we should see it. Yeah, let me see. So we have the opacity of 0 and group hover 100, that is working as expected. So additional cards, so shrink 0, text muted foreground, hover text destructive, hover BG destructive. Yeah, let's divide this by 10. Let's see how that look like. Yeah, much better. All right, so we have that trigger, and now that is done. So let's actually add the trigger content. Okay, so after the trigger, we're going to have added dialog content, and yeah, so I think that is going to be what I need actually. So added trigger content, we have the added trigger header, added trigger title, and instead of this, it's going to be say disconnect repository. Okay, and here added trigger title, yeah, added description, and this one is going to be a bit more. So let me the text that I need. Yeah, so we're saying, are you sure you want to disconnect? Then we show the name of the repository with these class names. And after you add the question mark, this will remove or refuse for this story of this. And yeah, this should be all actually. And yeah, we don't have this page yet. That is expected. Okay. So yeah, we're getting somewhere right now. And also for the button, we're not going to have confirm. We're going to have actual disconnection method. So added dialog cancel, that is fine. Added dialog action, this is where we need to change. Okay, so on click, it's going to have the on disconnect, and also its name is going to be BG destructive. Oh yeah, BG destructive, and also text destructive program. This text destructive is there text destructive foreground? Foreground. I'm not sure if the CSS has it, and let's just add it for now. So hover BG destructive, and let's divide it by 90. Let's see how this look like. Okay, added direct action. So we have the BG destructive, text destructive foreground, hover BG destructive 90. For now, let's say disconnect, which is actually what we need. Yeah, but that is fine. We don't need to worry so much about this. I just like when things look nice, so that's why I care so much about the UI. But yeah, you can of course customize it as you need. Yeah, but yeah. Okay, I guess that's fine. All right. So lastly, the last thing you need to do on this page, let's go outside of this div, but still inside of the card content. Let's add another div. Okay, we're going to add another div. Give it a class name. We're going to have margin top of 4. It's going to be padding top of. Going to have border on the top. To have the then border. We're going to make it 60, and flex is going to be and items of center, justifiers of between, just like that. And across this, so between, and here I'm going to say span, and here I'm going to say connect. Oh yeah, so connected, and yeah, we need to create one util here that I want to use to format this state. So let's put it on the bottom here, and the util I need is very simple, so I'm not going to type it, but yeah, this is the util I need to format date. So getting the now, the different millisecond, different days, then we're checking if days to today, then return yesterday, days ago, weeks ago, months ago, etc. So very simple util and nothing so complicated. So let's go back over here, and here we just need to display it. So we can just add this and format date. So report.created at that. So connected today, that is correct. And let's give it a class name, and it's going to be text of XS, and text is going to be of muted background, just like that. And outside of this, I'm going to have in the link, and this link is going to take us to the repo ID as well. So let's do the same thing. Going to be /repos, then going to take me to repo, just like that, and it's going to have in a button. Sorry, yeah. And this button is going to have, let's say, view. Okay. So view pull request. And let me do this way. So let me add the arrow right icon. So arrow right, set that. And it's going to have class names not this way. It's going to have height of 7. It's going to have text XS, and it's going to have the gap of 1.5. Gap 1.5. Oh, gap 1.5. And minus margin light of 2. Okay. And this button is not going to be this strong. It's going to be, the variant is going to be ghost. So ghost. And here I'm going to make the size to be smaller, and I'm going to have it a class name. Yeah, actually I think these class names are supposed to be for this button. Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's give the correct class names here, which is just going to be size of 3. And yep, here we go. So this is how it looks like right now. And yeah, I think this is going to be all we need. We just have one more thing to fix, which is on the top here, all the way from the beginning, where we have the button to connect to the GitHub. Let me find it just really quickly here, and it should be here, right? Cancel add repository. Let me find it. Yep, so this button here, we need to create a custom button. It's not supposed to be this way. So if we don't have an account connected, we're going to show this. And maybe we can go ahead and do that. Yeah, maybe let's go ahead and work on that. Yeah, let's go ahead and work on it. It's not very complicated. Yeah. But for me to be able to do this, I'm going to log out and create a new account that is not connected to GitHub, so we can be able to see it. So let me go ahead and do that just really fast. All right, so here we go. And this is what we have. If we don't have a GitHub connected, let me refresh this again. Yep. Okay, let me see what's the issue here. Okay, so this is just some hydration errors, so we don't need to worry about them so much. And here, let me click this button, and it should not work. Yep, so we got the error, and it's showing us that we need to connect the GitHub. So let's go ahead and design this button. So this is going to be here, and it's going to be called connect. So connect GitHub, and inside of it is going to take in the title, and it's going to be so GitHub account. Okay, and so let's have some description. Connect your GitHub account to view your repositories. Okay, let's write that. And also let me see something that's really fast. And yeah, I think this is okay. So let's create this button here. So let me copy this name so that we can type it really fast. So inside of the components, I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be called connect and GitHub.ts. So connect to GitHub.ts, just like that. And here we need to create it here. So let me do export function connect GitHub, which is going to take in the title and the description. Let me just not accept that. So let's import it here. Perfect. Now let me go inside of this one, and we can start adding what we need. So we need to be a use client. So let me go on the top, import what I need, and link social. Did we export this link social thing instead of the off client? Let's see. And yeah, we did not add it. So let's add it here. So link social. So we have access to it. Perfect. And that is going to be all that we need for this here. And these are just the interface for the GitHub we need. And we just need to use them right now. All right. So let me go inside of this one. So let me just first of all these interfaces. So we can have repos. Okay, and let's scroll them. So let's get the title, and we can have the default one if we need. So let me just add them here. Okay, so if there is nothing provided, it will use those. And inside of here, so let's add some states. So const and say is connecting, state is connecting. It's going to be use state and the default is going to be false. Perfect. So let's add the handle connect, which is going to be very simple. So handle connect, which is going to set is connecting to true, and try await link social, provide a GitHub, callback URL, window location href. On error, we're just logging in this error. And that's going to be all for this. And the content is going to be simple as well. So let's return. And here I'm going to return the card. So I think we need to import this card. I did not. Wait. My still inside of so connect export function, connect to GitHub. And over here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is supposed to be .tsx, not ts. So tsx. That's why it was giving me some issues. So now let's do return, and let's return some card, and the card is going to have class name, and it's going to be cn, and let's just give this class name, and let's import cn, I guess, from the libutils, and here let me just have the card content. So card content is going to have in class names. It's going to be padding y of 12 and text of center. Okay, and I can go inside of this one and I can choose the div, and let me close this div. Perfect. And let me give this a class name. So class name, yeah, so class name, and it's going to be mx of auto, and it's going to be size of 14, going to be rounded of full, going to be bg muted, just muted, x, going to be items of center, and actually I don't know why center, justify of center, and that is going to be, and let's go ahead and use the icon that we have used inside of our sign in. So define the pages, and it's this icon here. Let me import on the top that, and over here we want to render this icon. So if I GitHub, okay, if I GitHub text muted foreground is fine. Let's give it size of 7. Okay, just like that. And also outside of this icon and outside of this div, let's have an h3. And here I'm just going to render this title and also paragraph, which is the description. And let's give it the class name. It's going to be margin top of and font of semi-bold, text large. All right. And here I'm going to give it a class name. So class name is going to be text of small. So text small, font semi-bold, and text is going to be large. Great. And text small, font semi-bold. Wait, I think doesn't look good this way. Let's try this. So text foreground, margin of let's make it 2. Okay, yeah, this is much better. And max width medium and mx of auto. Right, much better I think. And after this description, let's add the button. So let's add the button, which is going to display the content depending on is connecting. We don't have is connecting. The three person is connecting as we have it here though as a state. Oh, we right. So like that. So if it's connecting, we're going to show different type of content. Okay, so what do you want to do? I'll go inside of here. We're going to throw the loader icon with size of 4 and mid spin, and let's not add some margin. Okay, otherwise we're just going to show the GitHub icon. Let me show this GitHub icon here, and also this is going to be 4, the size of 4, and just show the connect GitHub. And yeah, let's put them instead of, let me cut this, and yeah, this should be okay as I need it. And let's give this button a class name. So class name is going to be margin top of 6, just like that. And on click, so on click going to be under connect. Also disabled is going to be is connecting. Yeah, and that is going to be all for this page. look pretty basic, but yeah, I believe this is good enough for now. So we don't have an account. It will ask us to link the account, and if we click it, yeah, so the email doesn't match. That is expected. So since the account I'm currently logged in doesn't match the other one I have, yeah. So let's go back and let's go back to repos. Okay, yeah, I think this is going to be everything that I need to do. And but first of all, let me go inside of the card. So inside the card that we have been installed, let's see if we need to customize anything. Right, so let me make this a full screen. And we have the BG card, text card foreground, flex core. Okay, I think I need to customize this as I want to. So BG card, text foreground, flex core. Yeah. Right. So from here, I'm going to remove these class names. Let's start customizing it to my liking. So BG card, text card foreground, flex core. Let me add the border. Okay, and let's make it border of border. And let's make it 60. Okay, starting to look much better. And let's go outside of this. So let's add another class names. It's going to be transition. And yeah, transition of and duration is going to be 200 and is out. Perfect. And here I'm going to have dark mode. I'm going to make it this BG at the border of 50. Yeah. So now you can see how beautiful these cards are starting to look like. So this is what I told you about the shard scene. You can customize everything to your likings. So yeah, this might look much beautiful. Yeah, I like it. I like this. Now let's keep looking and see if there's something else that we can customize. Right, so for the card header, okay, we have this CN class name. Does so much stuff. I'm not sure if I need this. Yeah, let me remove all of this. Okay, let me save. And I'm going to give it a flex core gap of say 1.5, padding of 6. Okay, and let's see. Okay, yeah, I like the way it looks. So yeah, let's continue and see for the title. So for the title, this is what it look like. So scene reading, here tracking tight. Okay, let me just add something else. I'm going to make this font semi-bold. No, font semi-bold. All right, and also tracking tight. Let me remove this here. Reading now, let me remove it here. And the font semi-bold, reading, and I'm going to have tracking tight. And I believe this should look much better. All right, so let me go ahead and log out and continue with account that has actually continue with GitHub, and let's see how this looks like now. Look at that. Look how these cards are starting to look like with just some small changes that we just made. This is beautiful. All right. Okay. And so for the description, text muted foreground. Okay. Text smaller. Fine. For the actions, card action. Start. Yeah. Card foot. Do I need all of this? For the card footer. Okay, add repo. Let's see how this looks like when the repositories are loaded. Okay, but yeah, this card looks much better. And now let's also maybe check with the other components that we've been using. We can start with the badge, but I don't think the badge we need to change anything. Just let me take a look, see if we can change something. Yeah, but I don't think so. Just first send it full, border transparent, white space. No, yeah, I don't think I need to change anything. Now let me go ahead and check the button. So for the button here, let me also this inline flex, item center, that's first center, gap 2, white space. Now under the media, yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to change the card actually, and that is what I did, and it's looking much better as I wanted it to. Yeah, so this is just looked beautiful in just a few seconds of click. Anyways, yeah, that is going to be all for this one, and next time I think we should go ahead and let's see what I can work on next. On the next lesson, maybe let me see. Yeah, we need to create the page, so the ID page that we need to display. When the user click on it, we need to create that page so that user can see their IDs or whatever their pull requests. Yeah, so let's go ahead and start working on that in the next lesson. And thank you so much for watching, guys. Yeah, this is going so great. Yeah, see you guys in the next one. All right, so now that users can connect repositories, they need to see the pull request review. So in this lesson, we will fetch the pull request from GitHub, and we're going to display them with all the relevant metadata, such as author, branch information, additions, duration, and existing review status. That's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be fetching pull requests directly from GitHub rather than caching them, because I always refresh, so PRs can change frequently, and no webhook we for at least for now we don't have the webhooks yet. And yeah, I think that's enough for now. So let me quit yapping and let's go ahead. So let's start by extending our src and server, and I'm going to go inside of services, GitHub. So I'm going to extend this. Okay, so I'm going to expand this. So we have the GitHub repo, and I'm going to add a few more things that I need. So I'm going to add for the tab user. So on the top, and here, let me add this. So we have this GitHub user, and also let's add for the GitHub pull request. Okay, so let me add for the pull request. So this is what I added. So I added for the GitHub user, where we have the login, the avatar URL, and now we have the GitHub pull request. So we have all this data that we need. So the ID, the number, title, state, created that, head, base, additions, deletion, change files. Okay. All right. Now let me go on the bottom. So we have the GitHub access token. We need to keep this, and fetch GitHub repos. We keep this, and here this is where we're going to add a new method that we're going to be using. Perfect. So here I'm going to say export. Let's see. And I'm going to call this to fetch pull request. So fetch pull request, and it's going to take in the access token. So access token, okay, which is type of string, and it's going to take in the owner. So owner, which is a type of string. It's going to take in the repo, which is type of string. It's going to take in the state, which is type of string. It's going to take in, actually for the state, let me specify what I need. So I need the open and closed and open. Okay, yeah, that is what I need. And let me see, is there another function contact? Okay, that is fine. So let's go ahead and finish this. So promise, and we're going to return the GitHub pull request like that. Let me just add this, and we can perfect. And inside of this, so we're going to make a request to the GitHub API as well. So let me add this, and this is the API github.com repos. We pass in the owner, then the repository that we need. Then I'll be checking from the repos state, and I'm checking for the state. Then we're limiting to be a 30, and sorting by update direction, which is going to be descending, and then I'm passing in the access token of the user that is requesting. And then next, all you have to do is just check if the response is okay, and if not, we're going to return an error, and if everything is okay, we return the response JSON. Okay. And next one we need to add is also very similar, so which is going to be from fetching pull request. So we are fetching pull requests. This is all pull request, but let's also add for just checking a specific pull request, so which is going to be a single one. So this one has pull request only, and the first one was for getting all of the pull requests. Alright, so the same thing, but this time I'm adding the pull request number, so which one we're making a request to, and here we're also the pulls, we're checking for this specific one, but we are passing the same thing idea So the access token, they accept, and yeah. All right. Now let's go ahead and create a tRPC router for pull requests, so which will list pull requests for a repository and also fetch individual pull request details. And that is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to open this. Let's close this services folder, and I'm going to go students API and API folder. The routers, I'm going to add a new router. It's going to be a pull request. So pull request.ts, just like that. Pull request.ts, and let's close this. All right. So let's go ahead and import everything that we need. And this is what we need. So we need the Zod, tRPC error, create tRPC router, protected procedure, fetch pull request, get the GitHub access token. So that is what we just created. And I'm going to go inside of here. I'm going to say export const. It's equals to pull request router. Okay. Let me accept this. But let me just remove this for now. Okay. So pull request router equals to create tRPC router. And inside the first one we need to do is for listing. So list is going to be protected procedure. And let's go leave some space here. Let me correct this. Yeah, so protected procedure. And then I can just say dot input protected procedure. And here I can say dot input. And inside of this one, let's get the z dot object, open brackets, then open object inside of it. Then let's get the repository. So let's just create repository. So repository ID. Okay, repository ID going to be z of string. All right. And after that, z of string of the ID. Let's get the state, which is going to be z.n. And here it's going to be an array. And going to be one of these. So open and also close. So open, close. And also we can have a option to get all of them. Okay. But by default we want to get the open one. So I have a default which is going to be open. Perfect. So we have this. Now let's go outside of this, add dot query. Okay. Dot query equals to be async. Then we're going to get the context. We're going to get the input, and inside of this one, I'm going to get the const, and we're going to get the repository. So repository is equals to await context dot database dot repository. Then we're going to find the unique. So find unique, open an object, and we're going to check where. So where the ID of this input dot repository ID and also the user ID is equal to the same ID of the current user. So context dot user dot ID, just like that. And let's leave a space here. So let's say if, and let's say repository, and over here I'm going to check throw a new error. So if there is no repo, tRPC, so it's not found, repository not found. Great. And let's go outside of this. So outside of here, let's get the access token. So const access token. Yeah. Access token is going to be equal to await to get GitHub access token. And then we pass in the context user ID. And if we don't have the access token, and we're going to throw this error. But first of all, we're going to check if this kind of error, the condition failed. And here you can just say GitHub account is not connected. Great. And after that, let's go outside. We're going to go outside of this one. We're going to get so const. Let's make an array, and let me give a space. Goes to repository dot name dot spirit by this hashtag slash. Then here we're going to get in the owner and also the repo. And after that, so we're going to check if there's no owner and also there is no repository. What I'm going to do is to throw a new error. So throw new tRPC error, which is going to be bad request, invalid repository name. Right. Now let's go ahead and fetch the pull request. So let's go outside of here, const pull request. going to be equals to await fetch requests. So make sure to use this pull requests, not a single one. Okay, access token, pass in the owner, pass in the repo, pass in the input dot state, and that is all we need for this. And inside of this one, I'm going to say const existing. We're going to check for the existing review. So existing reviews equals to await context dot database dot db dot review dot find many. We're checking if we have one already. And inside of here, I'm going to check where. So where the repository ID is equals to repository dot ID, and also the pull request number where I'm not getting it. Yeah, just need to do this. So is equals to or is inside of this. So in pull request dot map get individual pull request, and we're going to match it to this one. So pull request dot number, and just like that. Then we're going to select what we need. So select, I need the pull request number, so I'm going to make it to true. I need the status, so I'm going to make it to true. I need the created that, so I'm going to make it okay, great. And we're going to order those by, so order by to created that, sending. Perfect. So let's go outside of this one and let's go ahead and map those. So after the order by, I'm going to say review and map. It's going to be equals to new map. So let's use the new map. And inside of here, I'm going to say existing reviews map. And here is going to be request. Then let's get an array of request dot pull number. So existing reviews dot, let me see what they call it. Yeah, let's call it this existing review dot number. And he's supposed to be pull number, then pass the second one. And yeah, this is going to be all we need to do here. And then we need to return it. So let me go outside of here, and this is how we return. This is the data we return, okay? So pull request dot map, pull request, we return this ID, the number, the title, state, draft, HTML URL, author, login, avatar URL, header, is addition, change file, etc. So make sure you have this one correct so we don't make some mistakes. Okay, great. So now we are listing. This is only for listing. So let me close this. This is for listing. And yeah, let me give it some space. Sorry. Yeah, let me go outside of here. Okay. And now we're going to work for get. So just getting now. So protected procedure, we're going to do the same thing. So let me give space input, and here I'm going to have in the z.object, and here I'm going to have in the repository ID. So repository ID is going to be type of string, not UUID, and it's going to have also the PR number, which is type of number. And over here we're going to say query, and it's going to be async. Then the context going to be input, and so let me go outside. So here input and const goes to be repository. So repository, and I'm going to say goes to await context dot database dot repository dot find unique, and inside of here we're going to check based on where we need. So where, and I'm going to say ID. So where the ID is, go to this input.repository ID, and also the user ID is user ID, no need for the session. Okay, so that is enough. And here we're going to check, do the same thing that we did on the top. So we're going to check if there's no repository and look for an error, and also get the access token. If there is no repository, we flow this. If there is no access token, we flow this error. Okay, all right. So let's go also do the same thing for getting the owner, and yeah. So basically here, I'm going to check the owner. So repository full name, and we're checking this. So just the same thing we did on the top. And yeah, so let's get the pull request now. So let me go outside of this, and I'm going to get the pull request. We fetch pull request. This time I'm using pull request, not the pull requests. Okay. And here we're going to get the existing review. So just the same thing we did on top, but this time we're just getting for a single one. Okay. That is what I'm actually doing here. And now let's go ahead and return for the review. So let's go outside of this one, existing review, and same thing we did. Then we return this. So let's go outside of here. Let me just remove this. Yeah, one of these. Okay, perfect. We have this ID. So it's just the same thing we did, just this time is for a single one. All right, so we have for the get. Make sure you have everything correct here. And yeah, we should be good to go. So we have the get, we have the list, and for now I believe this is good. So let me open this and we can go ahead and add in our root. So let's go ahead and add it. So I'm going to go on the bottom here and I'm going to call this pull request. So let me go ahead and import it and let's add it here. All right, so now we have it a variable that we can start using. And yeah, and also let me just make this new. Okay, yeah, just a change that I just noticed. And yeah, so now that is we're done with the backend. Let's go ahead and start working on the client. So we're going to build the repository details page that will show pull requests, so users can filter by state and see review status, etc. Yeah, so let's go ahead and see how we can start designing that page. Yeah, so guys, see you. All right guys, so let's go ahead and start working on the UI of this so we can start seeing what we just created in the UI. So let me go ahead and start working on that. And yeah, I need to go inside of let me close the server, inside the dashboard, repos. We need to create a new folder and it's going to be inside of brackets, then ID, and it's going to be a page.tsx. Okay. And this name is going to just be, so let's say export default, and it's going to be function repository detail page, and we're going to take in the param, going to be the ID, and let's create the page props here, just like that. And here, so let's return something. So let me return a diff. Yeah, okay. So now let me close this, not this one, but let me save this first, and then let me close this, and let me try to make this so they show up. So let me go to the liquid pull ID page. So if it's this page, and we should be seeing this now. Perfect. So I'm going to import everything that I need as always. So let's go on the top, and yeah, so let me just make, okay. So I'm importing, and also I'm marking it as use client, and I'm importing user state, tRPC, button, card content, the badge, skeleton, avatar, and these are all the icons that I'm going to need, then the CN. Nothing much going on. Now let's create these page props right here. So let me see where I can put it. Let me put it here. So the type going to be props, which is going to so params. It's going to be type of promise. Okay. And inside of here we're going to have the ID of string. Perfect. And now let's extract this ID. Let me make this full for now, and I will make it back when we get to the UI. So let me go here, and I'm going to say const. Let's get the ID from the params, and we're not going to use it this way, but we're going to use it this way. So say use and params. Okay, getting the ID or from the use params. All right, now let's get the state status. So we can just say pull request state, set preset, use state, open, closed, or and open. And also let's go ahead and get the repository. So over here, I'm going to set the repository equals to tRPC repository list, use query, and the find, select repos, find one, ID is equals to this one. And now let's get the pull request as well. So over here, so pull request, tRPC pull request, list use query. We are passing the repository ID, state, and also the state of this. And also let's get the counts. So just like that, the pull request counts, and this is all we are doing here. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on this. So we're going to check, so if repository, so repository dot if it's loading, what I want to do, I want to return, so make sure to return here, return a div and give it a class name, space y of 8, and instead of this one, I'm going to have a div and give it a class name, it's going to be flex and items of center, gap of 4, okay, and inside of here, it's having the skeleton, give it a class name of size 9, and it have it rounded of large. So rounded of large, and let me make this so maybe you can start to see something. Yep, so you saw something loading really fast, and let's add a div here, give it a class name. So let me say give it a class name, and this is going to have in the space y of 2, and inside of one, let's have the skeleton, so 2 skeletons, and the size is going to be very different actually. Let me do this height of 7 and width of 64. So on this one also, it's going to be height of 4 and width of 40. And let's refresh this. Yeah, so you see this routing state right here. Okay, and let's go outside of this div and also outside of this one. Let's add the loading state that we was using all the way. So this one here. So space y is free, and we're mapping these items. So let's refresh and we see this. Perfect. Okay, so that is if it's routing, and let's also do if there is no data. And this one I'm going to add it very simple. So here it's routing, and if there is no data, I'm adding this. So let me just show you. If there is no data, we're just adding the card content, padding y of 16, items of center, and for the div, adding this. So the git branch, the repository was not found, and also the repository may have been disconnected. So yeah, nothing very interesting here, and you can just go ahead and finish it. All right. So since we have data here, that's why we don't see any of this now. But for me to see it, let me remove this for now so you can see. Yeah, so you see how it looks like. Yeah, so this is how it looks like if there is nothing found. Let me put it back. Okay, now let's go ahead and start working on this. So we're going to have this div, but it's going to have class name. It's going to be part space y of 8, to be R for this div. And inside of here, I'm going to have, let me maybe add some comments, but hopla, okay, yeah, okay, whatever. My keyboard is acting up, but yeah, that's fine. So let me add a header here, and let me give it, so header, so this div is for the, let's give it a class name. Let me give it a class, and it's going to be flex and items of start, justify between gap of 4. Okay, and inside of here I'm going to have another div, and we cross it. We have another div here, and this one is going to have a class name flex as well, item start and gap of 4. Okay, and inside of this div we're going to have the link. So link, close this. So href is going to take us to the just/repos, so it's going to take us back to the repos page, and we're going to go inside here to have the button, okay? And the variant is going to be outline, and I'm going to have the size of icon, and I'm going to have the class name to be shrink 0, okay? And inside here I'm just going to have the arrow left, if size of Okay, so that is all I need here. And we can go outside of this link. And also we need to add another div here, give it a class name. And for now, let me go inside of this one, but this one, the one I want to add class name for. Okay, so let me save this. So let me give it flex in terms of center. 3, and let me go inside of here. Let's have h1, and we're going to say give it repository dot full name. Okay, so we have that, and let's see how we want to style this. So this h1 is going to have class name, going to be text of 2xl and semi-bold, and tracking is going to be tight. Okay, perfect. And outside of that, let's have the badge. So it's this badge. Let's give it a variant of outline, and also give it a class name of gap1. So gap1, and inside of here, I'm going to check so if the repository, so repository dot private, so private, I'm going to show this. So let me just close this here. Areas I'm going to show this. Okay, so instead of if it's private, let's show the lock icon. So lock with class name, then private. Okay, so lock size of 4, private, and or maybe let's make it size of 3. Okay, so size 3, and we're going to say private areas. We're going to show the globe icon. Globe, like that. Okay, so that is done. And now let's go outside of this. So outside of this one, and also outside of this div, and edge, not a link, but the normal one. And the href of this is going to be the, so let me add it correctly. So repository data.html URL, and let's make the target to be blank. And so for this no refer, okay. And let's give it class name. Going to be, let me first of all add some text. So we can say view on GitHub, and so external link. Let's add external link. Okay, so you can see it here being shown. Size of 3. Let me give it size of 3, not just 3. Yeah. So let's give this a class name, which is going to be text small. Small text is going to be muted ground. We're going to have hover, and on hover it's going to be text of, let me see, text foreground. Yeah, so text foreground, and transition is going to be colors, and inline of X, and items of center, and gap is going to be 1.5, and margin top is going to be 1. Perfect. Okay, and let's go outside of, so outside of this outside of this div, outside of this div as well. Let me go ahead and the button, and this button is just going for refreshing. So let me add something which is going to be refresh CW, and the class name is Ben. So the class name for this one is going to be dynamic, so CN, and let's add size of, so size of 4, and here is so request dot fetching. So if it's fetching, we're going to add this animate spin animation, and then on this button I'm going to have the variant, which is going to be the cost, and then I'm going to have the size, which is going to be the icon smaller, and I'm going to show this. So I'm going to just trigger this, so the pull request dot fetch. We're going to refresh this and disabled if it's fetching. So if you refresh this, you can click as well, it will refresh this. All right, so that is, and the next thing you need to do, I need to create some custom tabs so we can display those tabs here. Okay, so let me go outside of, so after this div here, and let me leave some space. So this is what I'm going to display those custom tabs that we need to add. Okay, so let me give it this a div, a class name, going to be border, so border, and on the bottom, okay, and border is going to be 60. Perfect. And we're going to go inside of this one. I'm going to have in a div. Let's pose it this way, and let's have in this class name. So flex is going to be teams of center, cap of 1, and inside of here we're going to map through the status and pending. So here let's open this object, open the square brackets, normal brackets, then let's open the square bracket, then let's add open, closed. Also let's add the status that we need to do. So let's mark them as const, so I can map them as const. And here I can just do dot map, and inside of here we get the state, and here we can return directory inside of here. And so let's add a normal button, so not the button that we have inside, but normal button, and the key. So let's give it the key. So the key is going to be the state. Click this, we're going to filter this, so we can say set state, going to be to the state, and over here the class name going to be dynamic. So let's use the cn, and inside of this one going to be relative, and it's going to have px of 4 and padding y of 2.5 and text of small. Okay, yeah, so the text of small and medium and transition colors. Right, perfect. So now let's add the dynamic states here. So if the PR state is equals to the state, then here we're going to do this. So text is just going to be the foreground. It's going to be text muted foreground, text foreground. Perfect. And let's go inside of this button here. Let's have a span, and the span of class name. So flex items of center 2. Let me go inside of this. So I'm going to check for the state. So if the state is equals to open, okay, so if the state is open and we're going to show this. So git pull request icon. Oh, all right, so let's continue. So let's use this icon, pull request icon. See it now. Great. So let me add a class name. Going to be size of 4. Make it size of 4. Text going to be 500. So text 500. Perfect. So that is the first one, and it's going to be similar like this for the rest ones. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and the second one is going to be if it's on closed, and the text is going to be, let's say, purple. So let's call it purple. Yeah, okay. And the icon is going to be the git merge. Okay, so that is the one for this. And let's copy this again one more time, and this time it's going to be if it's on, and this time I'm going to put it on git, the git branch, but this time I'm going to say text is going to be muted, text muted foreground. Okay, and let's go on the bottom here, see if we did. Yep, so let's go on the bottom here, and let's add some state. So let's say state dot, and we're going to get the first one, and we're going to make it to uppercase. Okay, and we're going to also to add and state the slice, get the second one, so we get this one. So now we can see all of this. So we can change this, we can to be open, and click to all, etc. Perfect. That is done. And after that, let me add a span, and the span is just going to render the counts. So we can say counts, and let's pass in the state. Okay, so open, close. I have one, and all of them are 1. So let me get class name, and this one cn, and the x is going to be 1.5, going to be py 0. Let me make it 0.5, and I'm going to say text exists. Text going to be exists rounded here, and let me see, let me find it. Yeah, the tab surrounded medium. Then for the state, save the player state is equals to state. Then what we have to do, let's background, so bg foreground, and it's going to be 10. It's going to be foreground. Else here going to be bg muted and just muted, and then text muted foreground. Okay, just like that. Right, so we're getting somewhere. Let's go outside of this span. Also outside this span here, let me add this, so PR state, and it's equals to state, and here we're just going to display this span, so class name, and inside of here, let's make it self-closing actually. So let's give it a class name. It's going to be absolute, to be bottom of 0, left 0, right 0, and yeah, height of 0.5, and bg is going to be primary actually. So bg primary bounded, and yeah, it's going to just be this line on the bottom when we switch. Okay, perfect. So now that is done, let's go outside of this button, outside of this div, and outside of this second div here. So let's give space, and let's go ahead and display the pull request list actually. So let's display the list here. So I'm going to have a div, and here I'm going to give the class name. So the class name is going to be space y of 3. And inside of here, I'm just going to have the loading state. So we're going to check if it's loading. So let's add here. Let's say pull request bunch of them is loading. So if it's loading, we're going to display the skeleton again. So let me just add the skeleton here. So this skeleton is here. We're going to check. So let's check pull request dot have an error. Then we're going to display this card. So let's add card, close this. Okay. Let me add this card here. And for now, let me add also the card on the bottom. But let's say the class name is going to be border destructive. Okay. And let's make it 50. And inside of this card, I'm going to have the card content. So the card content is going to have name. So class name is going to be, I think, 12, and it's going to have text of, and inside the card content, I'm going to have a div, and give the class name of mx auto, size of 12, so size of 12, bounded full, bg destructive, let's make it 10, and flex items of center, justifier of center, and this should be okay. So let's go inside of this div here and add x circle, and let's give it a class name, and it's going to be size of 6, and then text destructive. And let's go outside of this div here. So let me just give it a paragraph. Class name is going to be margin top of 4, and font and text destructive. And here we can just whatever we want to say, and we can just say wait to load pull request. Yeah. And let's go outside of this one. That's another paragraph, and here we can just say pull request dot sh if you have one. So class name, and let's make it text small, text foreground, margin top of, and that is going to be for this one. So let's go outside of this card content, outside of this card, and over here. So let me just add this. So let's check again. So pull request dot length 0. Okay, then I'm going to show this. Otherwise over here, let me just add this for now. Okay, so here let me add some content. I'm going to add a card. So I'm going to have this card, and inside of here I'm going to have the card content. So the card content right here. class name, and the class name I'm going to have here is going to be padding of 16. Okay, and text of center, and inside here I'm going to have a div and give it a class name, and it's going to be mx of auto, so mx of auto, and size is going to be 12, size of 12, and before pg muted, and flex items of center, just 5%, and inside of this div I'm going to have this icon, so git pull request like that, and we can give it a class name which is going to be size 6, and also text of muted foreground. Okay, yeah, for now we don't see anything because we're just working on the other cases that we not our cases for now. So but let's finish it here. So margin top is going to be 4, and font is going to be, and we can say no request found, and also it's a class name is going to be text of small, so text small, and it's going to have text muted foreground, margin top of 1, and this is going to be here, and here let's say PR state if it's equal to, and let's this, let me add this name, and we can say this, let me just add this name, what I want to display actually, add it here, and yeah, so this is how it look like. Okay, pull request no crossed, pull request found. Yeah, that is going to be all for this case. And next, let's go ahead and actually start creating the card that we're going to be using to see the opened pull request right here. So we're going to go ahead and create that card and to display it right over here. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and let's continue with this. So I'm going to create the pull request card. So we're going to display it over here. And let's go on the bottom, and I'm going to add the props that I'm going to need. So these are all the props that I will need for this card. So we have the pull request, and inside the pull request we need all of these. Okay, and also the finally here we have the repository ID. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create this component, but first let me add it here. So we're going to add it by checking so the pull request. So let's say pull request with an s at the end dot data. So if we have some data, we're going to map, and we're going to get any individual pull request, and inside of this one we're going to directly return, and then we're going to create this pull request card, add it here this way. So this pull request is going to take the key of pull request ID, we're taking the pull request itself, and also it's going to take in the repository ID, which is just going to be the ID, right? So now let's go ahead and create this component on the bottom. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to export. So we'll just say function since we're already inside of this. So card, and here we're going to take in whatever that we need. So we need the pull request, and we need the repository ID over here, and this is going to be the type of this. So over here, let me just add it, and then we can open this. So let's save. We don't see an issue anymore. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and add the card. So I'm going to have the card, and let's give it a class name. The class name is going to be the group, and it's going to have hover, and on hover I want the border to be a border. Yeah, and let's make it just border. Transition is going to be or red, and I'm going to have the card content. So card content, and let's give it a class name. So class name is going to be padding of 5, and instead of this card content we're going to have a div, and let's cross this div, so just like that. And let's go inside of this div actually, and inside of this div we're going to have different sections. So for now I'm going to start with the left section, and yeah, so let me start with the left section. Let's create a div. So div, let me give it a class name. The class name is going to be the flex, and item start, justify between, and the gap is going to be 6. And inside of here I'm going to have the icon maybe. Wait, let me see if I'm doing this as I want to do. So wait, why is it? I don't like this compression. All right, so we have the card content, then we have this div, which have inside another div, flex, item, start, gap. Let me just add the gap and then make it 4. Okay, so I'm going to make the gap 4. And also let's make the minimum width of 0 and flex of 1. And inside of this one, I'm going to have a div, and this div is going to be dynamic, so it's going to depend on the class names. So let's go inside first. Let me show some content. And on the content, I'm going to check if it's merged. And do we have is merged yet? Yeah, we don't have is merged. Do we have it? Yeah, so I think we need to add that if it's merged, a way to check if it's merged or not. So let me make it full screen here. Let me go over here and then just add it here. So let's say const. And we're going to say is merged. We're going to check away if this has been merged, and pr.state equals to closed. So if the state is equal to closed and pair merged is not now. So that we know that it has been merged. Okay. All right. So over here, we're going to say if it's merged, then what we need to do, we need to display this content or this card. So git merged card, and here I'm going to give it class name, going to be size of 4, and the text I'm going to make it purple, and let's do 500. Okay. And after that, let's also do the other way. So else, we're going to just show, let's do this. Let me check for the state. So the pr.state, if it has been closed, right? So if it has been closed, and let's check if it's go to closed. And here, I'm going to display this X circle icon. And here I'm going just to have in the class name, size of 4, and text is going to be red of 500. And I'm going to go inside of this one. So last 3 here, we need to display the last, which is just going to have the git pull request, this card. So git pull request. Let me save this. Okay. So git pull request, let's give it a class name, and it's going to be size of 4. And it's going to have text, it's going to be emerald, and let's say 500. Okay. So here we don't have anything yet. Like, yeah. Okay. So that is the first case. And now let's go outside of this div. And also before I forget, let me add the class name for this parent div. So class name, I'm going to make it flex, and I'm going to have the items to be start. And I'm going to have just 5 between and gap of 6. Okay. All right. So that is done. Now let's go outside of this and outside of this div here. So let's add some content. So div, give it a class name. It's going to have minimum width of 0, and flex is going to be 1. So flex 1. It's going to have space y of 2, and inside here we can show the title. So div, and let me go inside of this one, and let's give it a link. So let's use the link. href is going to be the following one. So we're going to take it to the repos, so / repos page, but here we're going to display the ID. We're going to display the repository ID, and then the page, we're going to create this letter and also the PR number. So let me go back here, and I'm going to say the PR.number. Okay. And inside of here, all I need to do is just display the pull request title. And I'm not sure why I don't see anything yet. Am I returning? Yeah, I'm not returning. That's why I don't see anything actually. So let me open this. Yeah, we need to return here. So everything here inside this card, let me cut and delete. And here, just remove this and we should see something. All right, so here we go. That is why we was not seeing anything at all. And we have the pull request title, and if we hover on it, you can see on the bottom that we have the link that we have been added. All right, so let's style this link because this is not how I want it to look like. So I'm going to give it some class names that I like. So let's go over here and give some space, give it class names. And it is going to be font of medium, and it's going to also have hover, so some hover class name. Text is going to be primary, and it's going to have transition of colors, okay? And it's going to have line jump of 1 in case it's very long, and that is going to be everything for this one. All right, yeah, so that is going to be about all I need. And let's go also after the link. We're going to check if in case this pull request is a draft. So draft, if it's a draft, in this case, I'm going to display a different badge. So let me add the badge, and inside of here, I can just say draft. And in that case, we're going to have the variant of secondary, and we're going to have the class name. So just to see it, let me make it the other case. So yeah, just for now to see the styles that we're adding, I'm going to make it this way. So class name is going to be text XS, and it's going to be something match. Yeah, so now I can put it back as we need. In this case, this is not a draft pull request. Okay, now let's go outside of this badge. I have this here, and I have this div here. So let's give space, and this is where we're going to show some type of metadata, etc. So let's open a div, and inside of here, I'm going to have a class name, and it's going to be a flex, then items of center, and gap of 3, and text of small, so text smaller, and text muted foreground. And here I'm going to have in a span, so let's get span, yep, span, and here we're going to display the pull request number, so you can use the hashtag sign if you want. So let me just find it on my keyboard. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. But I need to use this. Yep. So pull request number, and this is the first pull request, so we are seeing it this way. And let me give it some class name, and here I'm going to have it as let's say font mono, so it looks much better this way. Font mono, and the text going to be XS. Okay, and now that is all. So let's add some metadata as well. So let's add another span, and this one I'm going to use the dot, and the way I add this dot on my keyboard is by holding the Control Alt, then here. Actually, okay, so my shortcuts for some reason are not working. Let me just copy this dot here. My keyboard always acting up. Yeah, so this is the dot I want to add, and it's going to have a class name, and it's going to be the text muted of foreground, and let's make it 40. Okay, and let's keep adding more. All right, that's, yep, so that's, here we go. And let's add another span, so span here. And this one is going to hold the avatar. So let's say avatar. Okay. And inside the avatar, we're going to have the avatar image. So avatar image. And here I'm going to have this is the actual self-closing here. So, but the way I'm going to add this SC is not going to be this way. It's going to be author and then the URL dot the URL. And for the is going to be, so what do we have? Login. Perfect. So we have the avatar image, and in case we don't have the avatar image source variable, we can have the avatar fallback, so avatar fallback, which is not self-closing, and we can just use the pull request.author.login, and to look it much better, we can use the first character, so at 0, and we can make it uppercase. Otherwise, we can just say, or maybe add a question mark. Okay, so let's go ahead and design this, but on the bottom as well, we can just display the name of the author, okay, of this pull request. Then on the avatar, or let's start on the span, so we can go on the bottom. So we can go on the bottom, we're going to have a class name, and it's going to be flex, and items of center. We're going to have gap of 1.5, Perfect, something to look much better. And let's go on the avatar now. So let's give it a class name. And this class name is going to be size of 4. So size of 4. And it's going to have link of 1. And it's going to have link of border. So link border. Yeah. Great. Much better. And for the avatar far back, we're going to have class name. It's going to just be some custom 10 pixels. It's going to be a very simple one. Okay, so now that is done. Let's go outside of this span that is holding the avatar. So outside of this span here, we can add another span that is holding the dot as well. So let me just copy it here. So this is the span, text muted foreground, just like the same span we have on the top here. So it's the same span here. This is the one I just copied and added here. So just to separate some things. Okay, so that is done, and let's go over here, and here I'm just going to display another span. Okay, and here all I'm going to do, I'm going to show the clock, so clock icon. So this is going to display the time when it was created at. Let's give it class name, and it's going to have size of 3. So size of 3, it's a very small one. And let's give this a class name, and it's going to have flex and items of center. And then gap of 1, perfect. And here on after the clock, I'm going to have the format date util that we have. I'm thinking we have used it 2 times now. If I go on this page, I believe we already have this util here on the bottom, format date, yeah. Okay, so we've been using it, and maybe we should move it inside of a separate util folder. Let's see. So we have this lib file and we have utils. Let's add it here. So let's do export, and then we can paste this one. So now that we can just use it anywhere that we need to. So let's go over here, and now we can add the format date util that we just created. So format date, and if we want to import, let's import it from utils, and we just pass in the pr.created@. So that created that. Let's see what's the issue here. Argument of type string is also the time of date. Yeah, but that's the problem though. This one, let me see. So the util is going to take in, let's make it a string. Yeah, this one, let's make it a string, and it's returning a string. Okay. So this is how long this pull request is. It's, for me, it's 6 months old. And yeah, okay. So let's continue. So this is for the metadata for the pull request date. And I think the class names look much better. And now let's go outside of this div here. And I'm going to have the branch, like the stats of the branch. Okay, so branch and then the stats. So let's create a new div. And let me give it a class name. And it's going to be flex items of center, gap of 4, and it's going to have text of small, or text smaller. And inside of here, I'm going to have, let's spread the code. So let me use the code fragment, or yeah, whatever you want to call it. And here I'm going to have, so the dot base ref. Okay, so it's the main. And after that, let me give some space. I'm going to have the arrow. Let's use left. Arrow left, close it, and then we're going to have another one, which is going to be pr.head, just like that. Now it's time to style this so they look much better, because they look horrible right now. So let's give it some class names. It's going to be px, and I'm going to make it 2, okay, and I'm going to have padding y of 0.5, okay, and I'm going to make them rounded of medium, and see this, let's add the background, so bg muted, and let's also have text of xs, and let's have font of mono, and let's make text of muted foreground, and let's make it flex, and let's make it the items to be in the center. Okay, and then let's go to the icon. Let's make it the class name. It's going to have mx of 1.5. And I'm going to make the size to be smaller. So let's make size of 3. And let's make the text to be muted of foreground. Let's make it 50. So it look a bit different. Okay, great. So this as one is looking much better as well. And now let's go outside of this code. So outside of this code, let's add another div. So let me add a div here, and let's give it a class name. And for this class name, I'm going to express items of center and gap of 3. And I'm going to go inside of this one. I'm going to have a span, and the span is just going to say, or let me add the content that I need. I need to add in this plus icon, and on the plus icon, there's also a span, and yeah, it's not gonna work, is it? And then I'm going to have let's show the additions. So how many has been added, modified. Here the additions, okay, and it's not displaying them. Am I returning them? I'm going to check that. So for this one, I'm going to have a class name for this span. So let's give it class name for this span. It's going to be flex, and it's going to have items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 1, and it's going to have text of red 600. Let's see, 600, and it's going to have on dark, I'm going to make it text red of 400. And for this banners, for this class icon, class name, it's going to have size of 3, so we stay consistent all over. But the additions are not displaying, so let's go ahead and see what's the issue and why they're not being displayed. So let's not worry about that so much. And also I think I got something wrong on the class names. It's supposed to be the other way. So if it's addition, it's supposed to be green or something. So let's see, we have the flex items center, this stayed the same, gap of 1 stayed the same, and just the colors actually. So these colors are not supposed to be red, but they're supposed to be emerald. So as we've been doing, so and yeah. But for additions, we're not getting anything for now. Maybe let's add some numbers. Yeah, so this is how it will look like once we fix it. But for now, let me leave it this way. The statics one, and I'm going to do this the other way for the deletion. So let me copy this and paste it here, and I'm going to do the other way. So it's going to be PR.deletions, and it's also not showing anything. And this is going to be minus, so minus icon, and the colors are going to be red. Okay, and let me just, why did it take me all the way there? So red. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. And what else do we need? Let's also let me copy this again, and let's go on the bottom. And this time I'm going to show for the changed file. So let's say changed file, and it's not displaying them as well. Interesting. Let's modify text. So we need to fix this basically. But for now, let's keep working on this UI. And yeah, for now, let's keep working on this UI. We fix it, of course. So flex items sent gap 1, and for the text and this one, I'm going to remove this. I'm just going to have text muted or foreground, and this is how it's going to look like. And on the bottom here, I can just say, on the bottom here, I can just say files. So 10 files, and this is going to be all for this metadata. But yeah, we're going to come back to this to fix this issue of why I'm not getting this data. But for now, let's keep working on this UI. This is the topic of today. So yeah, let's fix this. And so we have this span, and let's go outside of this span, outside of this div, outside of this div as well. So one, let's count the div. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 4 divs. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those will make sure you have 4 divs left, and you just have this div one and the card content next to it. So that means we're going to be working on the light section. So let me go over here, and let's add a div, and let's give it a class name. And this one is going to be flex, and it's going to have the items of center, the gap of 3, and the shrink is going to be 0, and it's going to have the pull request. It's going to be the review and end. So if there's some kind of review, we're going to display some badge, but I want to create a custom badge here. maybe let's go ahead and actually create this badge so we can be able to display it, but let's add it here. So I'm going to call it this way, and this badge is going to take in the status. So status, and here what we need to pass in is the status. So we can just say PR.review status, and that is going to be all actually. So we don't have this, that is why it's bringing us these issues. And let's see why it is here. Yeah. All right, so let's fix this, and let me see why this. Yeah, the status. So we have the div. Okay, let me remove this so we don't get confused again. Let's start this over. So we're going to have inside of this div, we're going to check if the PR.review. Okay, so if for the review and we're going to have in this badge name, self-crossing, and inside of this div we have the status, which is going to be the PR.review.status. Okay, and let's go ahead and create this badge on the bottom. And first of all, before we do that, we need to add in some type of configurations. So I'm just going to say the function and review status badge, which is going to take in the status. So the status of type status is just going to be string. Let's go inside of here, save, and here was the issue. Okay, cannot be used as just this type. Okay, that is okay. So function, since you are not returning anything, that is why. So let me go ahead and some configuration of this. So the config I need for the colors, etc., I'm going to paste them here, and this is the configuration. So we have the config, and this is going to be for completed. We need to show this icon label, and these are the class name for this one. And then we go to the next for the processing one. This is how we want to do it. But it's going to be analyzing class names. These are going to be the class name for it, if it will be spinning or not. For the pending, we're showing this icon. For the failed, status, and at the bottom here we're just showing this block pending. Yeah, so this is what I'm going to be displaying. And after that, let me go over here. So let's get the const icon. It's going to be equals to config.icon, and here I'm going to return. So return, and it's going to be the badge, and inside this we're going to have in the variant. So let's have show the content for now, so we can be able to display something. Okay, so we don't see anything yet. That is okay. Config.label for the icon, I'm going to use the CN. Let's use the CN, and here is going to be size of 3, and here it's going to have in the config, so config.spin, and also if that's the case, we're going to send the animate spin. Okay, so depending on the status, this is how we're going to be showing it, config.label. And yeah, this is basically everything for this badge. So go ahead and add that, and let's go over here. So we're adding the status as this one, PR.review. If that's the case, we're showing this. If we're reviewing it, we are going to show this, but in case we're not yet triggered this, so it will not going to show up yet. But let's go outside of this div. So outside of here, we're going to show a link and the href for this. So href is going to take us, going to be dynamic, so it can change, and it's going to check out the review page. So let's create this page. So repos, and it's going to have the repository ID, and then it's going to be at p. Okay, close this. I mean, so it's not going to be on this one, but it's going to be repository, and it's going to be PR. Okay, and then it's going to be PR number. Okay, so let me just go back where I have this, and then I'm going to go inside of this link, and instead of showing this text, I'm going to show the button, and the button is going to be the PR.review, and it's going to depend. So if that's the case, we're going to be reviewed and review, or we can say you, so user can review. But in the case we have not yet reviewed it, that's why it's showing us this. And let's add the variant. Variant is going to depend. So if the PR.review, we're going to show outline. Okay, else we're going to show the default one. Okay, And after that, I don't think I need any class names for this. So this is going to be all I need. And yeah, I think this is going to be all for this one. So we have everything we have for the card, etc. Yeah, so next, let's just, before we go ahead and do anything else, let's go ahead and try to figure out why these numbers are not showing as expected. But other than that, this should be all that we need to do for this page. Okay, so for the close, we don't have anything. For the opened, we have this here displayed. And yeah, so this should be all that I needed to do. But yeah, let me go ahead and try to fix this issue where they are not showing. All right, so here we go. You have fixed the issue. Now let me go ahead and show you what I did. And so the issue was from the pull request here. We were not displaying, not here, but on the GitHub. So go to the GitHub. So services GitHub, and this is where we're not doing them. So over here, you can see the list endpoint is not including this what we need. So we are fetching them individually. So just add this over here. So const detailed await promise.all, fetch pull request access token, and then returning this as detailed. Okay. So just add this additional one. And that is going to be all I did. And all we have to do is just remove the static numbers that we have added here. And now it should be much better. Let me make this full screen. Yeah, so this is how it's look on the full screen. So we can go over here. We can go on this one and we can click on leaf fetch and we see the files that has been modified, file that has been added, and we see this review button over here. And yeah, I think we can do one more thing. So let's go to the metadata. Let's see, what should we do here? Let's try the truncate. Yeah, let's do it truncate if the text is too long, so that look way better and responsive. Okay, and yeah, this is going to be for this one. This is going to be everything that I have prepared for this lesson. And yeah, let me just check button in first, just face it. Let's font transition rounded medium. Okay, the button look. I'm just trying to see if there is something you can customize for this button. Yeah, it's going to be okay. Let's just leave it as is. And yeah, so now we have finished this page. And next, I think what we're going to do. So let me just check my notes real quick. Yeah, we're going to create the page where we can view this. So this page over here. So if you click on this one, on review, it takes us to repos, the ID and the pull request and the pull request number. So this is the page that we're going to be working on next. So yeah, let's go ahead and continue. Alright, so welcome back guys. So now that we are able to see the pull request, now we need a way to view the actual changes. So in this lesson, we're going to fetch the pull request diff from the GitHub and display it with proper syntax highlighting. Additions will be, for example, in green and deletion will be in red. So just like the same thing here, but it's going to be on the pull request page. All right, so for now, let me make this big screen since we're going to first make work on the backend so we can be able to fetch what we need. Okay. So I'm going to go inside of src and I'm going to go inside of server, services, and the GitHub. So in this GitHub file, this is where we're going to add some more types that we need. Okay. So on the top, I'm going to add what I need to get. So for example, I need this, I need the file name, and these are the statuses that I need: deletion, changes, fetch, and previous file names or name. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and add another function. So on the bottom, all the way on the bottom here, we're going to add another one to fetch. We're going to fetch the request file or files. So I'm going to call this async function and then get the request file. So let's say export async and then we name it fetch pull request files. And inside of here, what I need to passing is the access token. So access token, which is type of string, and this is supposed to be export async function. So this is a function. Okay, so function and owner, which which is going to be a type of string, and also the repo. We're going to pass in the repo, which is a type of string, the pull request number, which is type of number, just like that. And over here, we already have the types, so it's going to be promise, and it's going to have the GitHub, so GitHub pull request file interfaces, and this is supposed to be an array. Great. So let me go inside of this one, and this is where we're going to start making the request. So just like the same thing we did, let me just add this method. It's very simple. Okay, so access token, let's name this proper, so access token. Okay, so just like before, we're working with the GitHub API. We are making the pagination. So for the files, we're writing the page 1 per page, and the response, we're using fetch, then making a request to this API from GitHub, passing the owner, the repository that we need, the pull request number, and the files per page, and etc. Then we're passing the access token, just as we've been doing before, and we're checking if the response is not okay. And if everything is okay, we are returning this data. So const data response JSON, file.push, if data.temp per page, and we add the page. And that is going to be everything that we need to do inside of this file over here. Okay, right. Okay, so now that is done, let's go ahead and create, let me see, we already have the router, right? So inside of API, routers, yeah, we have the pull request. Okay, we're going to add another endpoint, and let's just import, we have this, so get GitHub access token, and we need to also add the GitHub request files. So let me import this here, the one that we just created. Okay, so now let's go ahead and after the get, so we have the list, we have the get, and here we can go ahead and add another one for the files. So on the bottom here, let me close this. I'm going to have another one. So I'm going to call this files of files, and here I'm just going to say protected procedure, and I'm going to take in the input. So input, and inside the input, I'm going to have the z.object, and inside of here, I'm going to have in the repository ID, so repository ID, which is type of z.string, so the string, and over here, we're going to have in the pull request number, which is a number. Then we go outside, say .query, so that query is going to be async, then pass in the context, okay, context, then the input, and we go inside of this one, return like that. And then for the query, so let's get the repository first. So const repository, let's say repository, so await context, so context.db.repository, and we're going to find the unique where, so let's check where the ID is equal to input.repository ID, and also the user ID is equals to context.user.id. Okay, then we go outside of this, which says, so if there is no repository, then we go in here, we just return the same error we've been returning from before. So just throw a new error. Okay, and then we go on the bottom, and we're going to check the same thing if we have access token, etc. After the throwing this error, let's go here. So we've been doing this all over here, so that's why I'm not going to be typing it again. So you can see all over here. We did it so much times. So getting the access token, if with the access token or checking if this is the code error, then we can say that GitHub is not connected. And we're getting the owner, the repo, the spirit it, like that. And now finally, let's go ahead and so let's check here. And finally here, let's go ahead and get the files. So we're getting the files, await fetch pull request files, the one we just created, passing the access token, owner, repository, the pull request number. Then this is what we are returning. So the file name, status, additions, deletions, changes, patch, and previous file name. And this is how we're returning it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new component that we're going to be using. But for us to be able to see that in action, we need to create the page. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and create that page. And this page is going to be inside of app, dashboard, and repos, and inside the ID, I'm going to create a new folder, which is going to be named PR. And inside of the PR, I'm going to create a new folder, which is going to be dynamic of PR number. So we're going to get the number. And inside here, I'm going to have the actual page. So page.tsx, just like that. And here we can just go ahead and create this page. So it's going to be export and default function. So default function, and this is going to be the name. I'm going to add in the params, and it's going to be page props. Okay, and inside of here, we're just going for now return diff. Yeah, let's do it this way. And for the params, it's going to be simple, just like we did before over here. And this is going to be the params of parent number. So let me see params.id. Oh, let's get it from here. I don't know why. So const, we can just say const, and let's get the ID and also the PR number from the use params. So let's use params. Use, passing the params here. Okay, so export default function, page request, pull request file, page props, and this is supposed to be fine. Yeah, so let's check out this page now. And let me try to make this full screen. Let's refresh it for now. And let's see. So if we visit this page, we should be able to see it. Yeah, so we have an issue. And yeah, so this is the use not being found for some reasons. So export default function, pull request page props, and use is not being found. Okay, so let's import it from React. So make sure to import from React. And yeah, so here we go. Okay, so this page is now here. And for now, we can go ahead and add a few methods that we need. But the most important thing is that we are able to navigate here. But yeah, we need to, of course, design it and create all the components that we're going to need. Yeah, so let's go ahead and start working on that. Okay, so let's start on the top here and let's do all the functions that we're going to need. So const PR, or we can just call it num, going to be pass int. So let's use pass int, and here we're going to pass PR, and let's pass in the characters 10. And here let's do const. So let's get the pull request. Let me cross this. The pull request is going to be equals to tRPC. So let's import tRPC. And also I'm going to import everything actually that I'm going to need. Let me just import everything, and on top, let's mark it as use and then here. Alright, so this is everything that I need to import for now. The things that I need right here. So this is all I need to import the current moment. So yeah, this is everything. Now let's keep working on this. So for this, let me continue. So tRPC pull request dot files, and I'm going to use the get method. So pc pull request files. Wait, so pull request, which one did we create? It's actually just get, not the files. So use query, and I'm going to pass in the repository ID, which is going to be the ID, the pull request number, which is going to be this. And so let's make it enabled. So it's enabled. If that, okay. Now let's actually get for the file. So const files is going to be equals to pc dot pull request dot, yeah, this is what I wanted to do. And here repository ID pull number. So yeah, it's basically the same thing. Okay, and this is going to be all I need to do for the moment. So we're going to check if the pull request is loading. So on the top here, let's check. So if and dot is loading. If it's loading, we're going to return a div, and this div is going to have class name. So class name is going to be space y of 8. And instead of here, I'm going to have another div. I have a class name of flex, items of center, gap of 4, and I'm going to go inside of here. I'm going to have in the skeleton. So skeleton, and it's going to have, let me just disable this, and this one is going to have class name, and it's going to be size of 10 and that RG, and I'm going to go outside of here, diff, create a diff like that. It's going to have class name of space y of 2, great. And here I'm going to have two skeletons with not two, but let me see. So it's going to have height. Let me have height of 7 and width of 96. Okay. And let's go on the bottom here. Have height of and width of 64. So let's see how that look like. Let me go here. Let me actually refresh this. Yeah, so this is this part here over here. All right. Let me toggle this and let's continue. So let's go outside of this div and also outside of this div. Have two more skeleton. And this one is going to have a class name. So class name is going to be height of 24 and width of full. Rounded. Let me copy this down, and the second one is going to have height of 64 with full rounded x. Let me do this. Right. Okay, beautiful. And now let's continue. So let's check if we have an error. So if p.error, there is no .data, we don't have any data, we're going to return this. Let's use a card. Okay. And for us to be able to see this, let's do the opposite. So let's do like this and also remove this for now, just so we can see what we're doing. Great. So let's continue. I'm going to give this a card, not any class name, but I'm going to have a card content. And inside of the card content, I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to have padding y of 16. And it's going to be text of center. Okay, I can see something now. So we're going to have a div. Let me just cross this div, and this div is going to have a class name, going to be mx of auto, and the size is going to be 12. Yeah, could just have typed that. Size of 12 and rounded full, width of full, and bg descriptive, and it's going to be 10, so it looks better. Okay, so flex items of center, and let's see item center, then you need to justify center. So we can be able to add an icon inside. So let's say x circle, and this is going to have in a class name. The class name is going to be size of 6, and it's going to have text of destructive. Perfect. Now let's go outside of this div. I'm going to have paragraph, and it's going to have a class name. The class name is going to imagine top of, and it's going to have the font medium. It's going to have text destructive. Okay, so here we're going to get .error and .message if we have one. Okay, and errors if we don't have anything, we can just say pull request not found. Basically, just like that. And after the paragraph, I'm going to have in the link, and this link is just going to take me back to the dashboard. So I can just say they use or this repo, the repo request ID. So let me it this way. Perfect. So inside of here, I'm going to use the just like that. So repos and then the ID. Okay. So the ID. So let's go inside of this, having the button, and the button is going to have variant, and it's going to be trying. And inside of here, I'm going to have an icon. So let's have an icon, which is going to be left. And here I'm going to have the class name, which is going to be size of. So let's make it size of 4. And the text is going to be like repository. Okay, so let's give this link a class name. So the class name here is going to be margin top of 6. And it's going to have inline of block. Right, so just like that, and this is going to be all for error. So now let's go ahead and put it back. So let's do that. Let's do this. If anything goes wrong, this is what we are going to display. All right, So now let's go ahead and also add for is merged. We already created this thing, so this is what we need to do. So is merged going to be pair.data.state, but it seems like we don't have this created. So let's go ahead and add this. Actually, I have it. I think it's just can be undefined. So yeah, it can be undefined. Just add a question mark and it should be good. So this can be undefined. That's why it's showing that. Okay, and also it's not going to be on this side. It's going to be over here. That's why it was not showing. So let's remove this data dash because we're already checking if there is an error. So we were using it before it. That's why we're getting some errors, but we already did the checks for that. So now we don't need to do it here. Just put it on this side. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start designing this page. Right, so let's get started. And I'm going to go inside of this div. I'm going to give it a class name. So the class name is going to be space y of 8. And inside of this, I'm going to have so we're going to start with the header. Okay, so we're going to start in the header. And here I'm going to add a div. And this one is going to be class name of Rex, item start, and gap of 4. And inside of here, I'm going to have a link. And the link is going to take us back to the repo's ID. So let me remove all of this. It's just going to take me back to the repo ID. There is no need for the avatar. Okay, and let's use the button. So the button again, actually it's the same thing that we just did on the top. So to back to the repository. So outline, and just the size is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be the size of icon. And here the class name is going to have shrink of 0. And margin top is going to be 1. Okay, like that. And let's see, so we have this div with the class name first item start, the link, the button, and yeah, okay. So let me see why this class name are acting up. See, did I do something wrong? So space y. Then we have the second div, which have a class name flex item start, gap of 4. Then you have the link with the repo, take us to the ID, the button, outline. Okay, and the icon is having the size of 4, which is correct. But what's the issue here? Okay, so this icon, this size is making it look bad. Let me add it for now. Yeah, I think it even look much better this way. Or let me put it back. Okay. And I'm going to remove this text. So let's just show the icon. Margin top of 1, and let's remove this text. Yeah, so let's just show this button like that. I think, yeah, even better, but you can do it either way as you want. Okay, so now let's go outside. So outside of this link here, we're going to have another div, and it's going to have a class name, the flex1, flex of 1, minimum width of 0. And inside of here, I'm going to have another div. I'm going to have a class name of Rex, item start, item of start, yeah, item of start, justify of between, gap of 4. All right. And here I'm going to have another div as well. Okay. So the gap of 4. And this second div, the third one, is going to have a class name. It's going to be minimum width of 0. And inside of this one, I'm going to have again another div. Give it a class name. The class name is going to be flex, items of center, gap of 3, and flex of wrap. And inside of here, I'm going to have again another div. And let's cross this. And here for the class name, it's going to be dynamic. So let's use the cn, import it. And here, I'm going to have padding of 2, rounded large, yeah. Okay, and shrink is going to be 0. Perfect. And let's go outside of this. Let's check is merged. So if it's merged, we're going to display depending on this. So BG is going to be purple. And let's use 500, and we're going to say 10. Else, what we're going to do is going to display. So I don't know why this is doing this. Yeah. So as we're going to check for the PR.data. Let me just fix this first, so stop annoying me. Yeah, over here actually. And okay, so we're going to check PR dot not inside of data state. We're going to check for the state. So if it's equals to closed, if the state is closed, then I'm going to display so this bg red of 510. So bg red of 510 as I'm going to display this. So here bg is going to be at of 510, just like that. So you can see tomorrow here, but let's go now inside of this so we can start displaying some content. So I'm going to check so is merged. So if it's merged, inside of here I'm going to display the git merged icon, and else if that's not the case here, I'm going to check so dot state, yeah, peer dot data, getting from data and state. Okay, so if it's goes to closed, then I'm going to display this here. So the question mark, go inside, display the X circle icon. Okay, and else over here, so let me just add it here. We're going to display the git pull request icon. Okay, so we see the pull request icon now. Let's start adding some class names. So for the git merge icon, it's going to be class name of size 5, text going to be purple of 500, and for this one it's going to be a base, so class name size of 5, and the text just going to be text red of 500. Okay, and finally here, so class name is going to be size of 5, and the class name, so text element of 500. Let me just get it correct, so 500, just like that. Okay, now let's go outside of this div, and we're going to create a new div. So let's add a div. We're going to have a class name. The class name is going to be minimum width of 0. Let's go inside of this card. We're going to have h1, and this is going to display the title. So you can see the title already, and let's give it some class name. So class name is going to be text of XR or XR, and font is going to be semi-bold, and tracking is going to be tight, and truncate if it's very long. Okay, so that is all. And here let's create another div after the title, and it's going to have class name, so text of, let's see, not text, but it's going to have flex, then items of center, gap of 2, and margin top of 1, and flex is going to be wrap, so flex wrap. And yeah, so that is going to be it for now. And here we need to create a custom component that will display the status badge that I want to create here. So maybe let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, let's go ahead and create that status badge here. All right, so let's go ahead and create this status badge component. Let's give it the name, so PR status badge. And it's going to take in the following properties. So it's going to have in the state. Okay, so PR.data.state. We're going to check is merged. So is merged is just going to be the opposite of is merged. So let's add this one. So double. Okay. And also draft. Going to also check if it's a draft. So PR.data.draft, like that. And now let's go ahead and create this component right here. So all the way on the bottom here, I'm going to have a function which is going to be called PR status. And here, let's go ahead and close it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass in all the data that I need. So this one need to pass in the state. The state is merged, draft, and all those are going to be I'm going to define their types here. So let's go over here and we can define their types. So state is going to be a string, is merged a Boolean, draft a Boolean as well. Okay, so let's go inside of this and we're going to check. So if draft, so if it's a draft, what I can do, I can just return. So let's return, and it's going to be a badge, and the variant is going to be of secondary, and the class name is going to be of gap1. And here I'm just going to say draft, just draft, nothing much. So if that's the case, and let's go check if it's merged. So same thing here. Let's copy this actually. So this time I'm going to check is merged. So if it's merged, I'm going to use the badge as well. But this time I'm going to use a git merge icon. So I don't know if I have that. Yeah, git merge icon. And let's, for now to see it, let's add it this way. So we can see this icon right here. Okay. So let's give it a class name, or the text is going to be merged. So say merged. Okay. And here I'm going to give this a class name. So class name is not just going to be gap1, but I'm going to remove this. It's going to have BG of purple, background of purple, and it's going to be 600. So background of purple 600. On dark, it's going to be text of 400. Okay. And the border is going to be purple, and let's say purple 520. Okay. And here I'm just going to say border as well. Okay. So the BG purple 600, let's divide it by 10. Now this should look much better. And for the icon, it's going to have a class name of size 3, which look much better. Now let me put it back just the way it's supposed to be. And let's go and check for the states. Okay, so for the states here, I'm going to check. So let's go outside of this. I'm going to check. So if state, if state is equals to closed. Okay. And what I can do here, I can just return this badge. So just like before, return a badge here, and I can give it the destructive as the variant, class name gap1, and the icons can be, say, X circle, and you can just say closed, and the class name is just going to be height of, or size of 3. Okay, so this is going to be displayed like that. Wait, let's say open. Yeah, so just like that. Okay, so that is fine. And finally, let's copy the same one. This one, let's hit on the bottom, and this time I'm going to check. So if the state is equals to open, then we're going to display this, but we're going to give different class names. So instead of BG purple, when we have purple, we're going to say emer, and let's get this correct, emerald. Let's also add some gap of 1, and this should look much better. So this is going to be, we're going to say it, and it's going to say open instead of merged. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this result of the header. And yeah, let's go ahead and continue. Yeah, so let's go back on the top. We have it here, the badge. And here, let's go outside of this badge. Let's have a span. And instead of the span, I'm going to display the number. So let's have this. And it's going to say peer.data.number. And let's give it a class name. Class name is going to be text small. Okay. And it's going to have in the text of muted foreground, font of mono, just like that. And yeah, I think this is going to be all that we need to add. So let's go outside of this div. Outside of this span, we have one div, we have the second div, we have this div, we have also this div here. So 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3 divs. Let's give some space. And here we can add maybe the link to go to the external. So let me just check if this is correct. So 1, 2, 3. Let's make it 4. If it's not correct, we come back to this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So after the span, 1, 2, 3, 4 divs. Okay. So here, let me add the link, and here I can just, this was correct. And it's going to be URL, and the blank is going to be correct. So, okay. Except the class name, we don't need all of this. I have a better way. It's going to be shrink of 0, and the icon is correct, but let me add a button. Okay, so let me put everything inside, and here I'm just going to give it also this different class names. So for the button, it's going to have variant of outline, okay, and this size is going to be small, and it's going to have class name of gap 2, and external link is correct. The size is going to be 4, and the text pro, I don't need that. It look weird. And here we can just say GitHub, not view on GitHub, but just GitHub. Yeah, this look much better. Okay, so that is done, and let's also add the metadata information such as the user profile, the created at, etc. Okay, so let's do that. So after this link, after this div, let's leave some space, and we're going to have a div, and here we're going to have class name. The class name is going to be flex items of center, the gap of the margin top of 4, text of small, and text of muted foreground, flex wrap. And inside of this one, I'm going to have a span. So the span is just going to give it class name as well. It's going to be flex items of center, gap. Okay, and here I'm going to have in the avatar. So just like we did before, I'm going to have the avatar. Okay, this is the avatar with these class names. Avatar image, we're using the user image, the fallback. So just like we did before when I was working with the page, the last page. And let's add another span. So here I'm going to have one more span. This one's just going to say the username of the user. And let's give it class name. It's going to be font medium, and text going to be foreground, and yeah, this should be okay. Okay, so outside of this span and just outside of the second span, let's have one more span, and on this span I'm just going to display the dot as before. So this dot here, give it a class name. Class name is going to be text of muted foreground. It's going to be 40, and let's go outside. So here let's have a span, and here we're going to display the croc, and this span is going to have class name flex items of center, gap of 1.5, and for the croc class names are going to be class name of size 3 point. Okay, so yeah, so that is done, that is okay. And let's go ahead and also display the stats card. So yeah, it's starting to look much better. Let's make it full screen and see how it looks like. Yeah, definitely much better. Okay, so we have this one div, go outside of one div, second div, and third div. Okay, so just make sure you have one div left for you here. So just one div here. And here we're going to add the stats card. Okay, so let's have a card, and this card is not going to have any class names, but we're going to have card content. Okay, so for the card content, I'm going to give it class name is going to be of padding of 0. Then I go inside of this card, I have a div. So this div is going to have a class name. Class name is going to be of flex and items of center, and divide is going to be x. Okay, then divide is going to be, so let's see, divide is going to have border. Then let's make it 60, and let's go inside of this div here, and here we're going to show the branch information. Let's have a div, give it class name. It's going to be flex of 1, flex 1, and padding of 4. And inside of this here, I'm going to show another div, give it a class name, and this one's going to be flex, then items of center, and gap of 3. Then inside of this div, I'm going to have another div, yeah, give it class name. It's going to be padding of 2, and rounded of RG, and it's going to have BG of muted. BG muted. Okay, like that. And here we're just going to have in an icon. Let's say git branch. Okay, and here I'm going to give it a class name. So class name going to be size of, what's wrong with this? Yeah, size of 4. And also it's going to have text of muted foreground. Okay, so let's go outside of this div here. Let's have another div. Let's give it a class name. It's going to be minimum width of 0 and flex of 1. So let's make flex 1. And inside of this div, I'm going to have another paragraph. And then I'm just going to say merge request. Okay. And here I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to be text.xs and text of muted foreground, margin bottom of 1. Okay. And after that, let's have, after this paragraph, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name, which is going to be flex, items of center, gap of 2, and text of small. And inside of this div here, I'm going to have the code, and inside the code we're going to show so the head reference. Okay, so just like that. And here I'm going to give this code a class name, and let's give it a class name of x of 2, and let's make it padding y of 0.5. Let's make it rounded of just rounded, okay. And let's have bg secondary, and let's have font mono, and let's have text of xs, and let's have trunket, and also let's have max width of, let's make it 120 pixels. Okay, don't know if I like this max width. This can be named as max width search. Yeah, let's see. Okay, let me remove it for now. If it's caused some issues, we come back to it. But for now, it is fine. So after the code, let me add the arrow right icon. And here I'm going to have some class names. It's going to be size of 3, and it's going to have in text of muted foreground, and it's going to have shrink 0. And after that icon, I'm going to have again the code. So maybe let's copy this code on the top, place it here, and over here it's going to show like that. Copy.data.base left. Okay, and yeah, let's go outside of that. So outside of the code, we have one div, second div, third div. So basically I think it's outside. So 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, yeah, over here. So we stay with one div. Okay, right. So here, this is where we're going to design the stats card, and now I think it's time we go ahead and start creating the custom component that we're going to display as the stats. So instead of typing all of it here, let's create a custom component. But first, let me add a div that they are going to hold those. So let's do class name. It's going to be flex and items of center, gap of 6. Let's make it gap of 6. Okay. And here I'm going to add px of 6, padding y of 4. And inside of here, this is where I'm going to have the stats item. Stat item. Here I'm going to pass in what I need. So I need the icon. For example, this one is going to be the plus icon. The second one is going to be the value, which is going to be .get and .additions. Okay. And the color class. So let me get the color class. For this one, I will need to text is going to be emerald of, let's see, text emerald of 600, and also it's going to have on dark, it's going to emerald of 400. Okay, perfect. And let's have background class, which is going to be beige emerald 500, etc. So let's move this, and let's go ahead and create this stat card over here. All right, so let me go on the bottom here. So maybe on top of this one, let's create this stat card. They're not going to be very complicated. So function is going to be stat card, stat item, I mean. Yeah, let's go ahead and start. So let's save this. And inside of here, we need to have all the properties that we need. So we need to pass these values, and also let's define them as needed. Right, so let me go over here, and I'm going to add the meanings. So the icon is going to be the React component type, class name string, value a number, label of string, class, bg class of string. So label is going to be actually an optional. So that is why I marked it as option. All right, and this one is going to be like simple. There's nothing so complicated. So let's go inside of this one. Let's do return, and I'm going to say div, and inside the div, class name is going to be specs, items of center, gap of 2, and over here I'm going to have another div. Class name is going to be cn. Let's use cn classes. Padding is going to be 1.5. Rounded is going to be a medium. And then over here, let's go ahead and display the bg class. Okay, so the bg class first, you can see it starting to show over here. And inside of this, I'm going to have in the icon. Okay, so the icon, you can see it here starting to show. And the class name, so class name is going to be also dynamic, so cn. And here I'm just going to, let me see, yeah, just going to say height of 3.5. And also you can just say size, actually size 3.5, and then you can say class. Perfect. So you can see it over there. And all right, so let's go outside of this div that is holding the icon. I'm going to have a div, and let's give it a class name. The class name is going to be, let's not add class name for now. Let's go inside of this div. Let me add paragraph. Say paragraph p. Okay. And inside this paragraph, we're going to display the value. Okay. To say value, and let's go to a class string, like that. And you can see the value here. Okay. So let's style it. So class name is going to be dynamic. So cn. And here I'm going to say text of small and font semi-bold. And let's use this class name again. So tabra. Okay. And also let's the color class. Perfect. And yeah, so let's also the label. So here I could just say label if we have one. And yeah, basically if we have the label, we're going to display it right here. It's optional, doesn't look good, so that's why I'm not going to add it. Okay, right, so this is all for the stats card. Now let's go ahead and add more stats cards. So let me copy this down so you can see the second one, but this time it's going to be for the minus. Well, so we're going to use the minus icon, and for the colors, so instead of using the emerald icon, we're going to use the LED. So let me add everywhere, so it changed to LED. And also, so deletion instead of addition, so we're using deletion. And this is how it looks like. And let's add another last card. So last card is going to be for, this one is going to be for, let's see, for the changed files. So period data dot and changed files. And here I'm just going to say file. Let's use the file text as the icon. Okay, so let's see this in full screen. And this is how it looks like. Yeah, let's change the colors as well. And for the colors for this one, going to be simple one. It's not going to be very, let's make it muted. Okay, and let's also for this one just going to be muted and foreground, muted foreground. All right, so that is all. It's not being responsive as I need it to. Yeah, that is fine. All right, fine. It looks better this way. So yeah, this is just beautiful. And if we want to add the label, so let's say you want to add the label, you can say like, let's see, eliminate it complete. Come on, say added, created, change the files. Yeah, but that's why I don't like it. Yeah, the label is optional. You can add it, leave it. Yeah, so I'm not going to add it, the label. I'm going to leave it like this. Yeah, I think this looks much better and it's just beautiful. Okay, so that is all for this review item. And Yeah, let's go ahead and continue. So let's go over here. So after this status item, outside of this div, let's go ahead and also add some things that we're going to need in this one. Yeah, let's go ahead and continue. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. And over here, I am going to leave a comment and let me make it to do, okay? And here we're going to display the review action cluster over here. But for now, since we don't have a review system yet in place, so we're not going to work on this just yet, but we're going to come back to this later. Yeah, but for now, I think it's all right that we skip it. So let's go outside of this card here, and this is where we're going to display the tabs, okay? So let me add tabs, and here I'm going to display the tabs that I'm going to need. We're going to create a custom tabs, okay? We're not going to install anything else. We're going to create our own custom tabs. So that way it's more fun. Yeah, so let's do border, and let's make it 60. And over here, let me add a div, and yeah, let's cross this div basically. So let's give it a class name, X, teams of synth, gap of 1. And here, this we're going to have the tabs. So since we just have tab for the files, but this is the one we're going to display. But we're going to come back here as well and finish it up. So the tab is going to have to active and going to depend. So for now, let's say true. And here, make it on click. Let's make it like this for now. And icon. It's just in the file text, okay? And let's have the label going to be changed files, and the count is going to be, so here the say dot length. You can do that as well. Length. Do we have files? So let's say files dot length. That this can be undefined. Okay, so let's go ahead and design these tabs. Okay, so on over here, we're going to define our custom tabs that we want to display. So let me just put them just after this one. So let me go over here, say function button, and we're going to take in, or we just added. So we're going to take in, let's say we're going to take all of these. So let me just add them here. So the active, the on click, the icon, label, count, and are going to be like this one. So just the similar way we did for these ones. Okay, and it's going to be simple one as well. Let me go inside of here. Let me go inside. Let's say return. And let's use a normal button, not the one we installed, but a normal one. And on click, going to be click. And also let's go inside of here. We're going to use the icon. Okay, let's use the icon here. And also let's have the label. So label. Okay. And here as well, we're going to set the count. So if the count and is not equals to undefined, undefined, yeah, and here we're going to display this span, and the span is just going to have in the count. Okay, so let's start styling it a bit, but before we do that, let me go outside of this span. Let's see, yes, outside of this span, this one, and outside of here, but inside of the button, I'm going to check if it's active, and is also going to display a span which is self-closing. Yeah, so let's start styling it, and this is going to be everything that we need actually. So just let's add some styles to this so they look much better. So let's start on the button. So the class name is going to be dynamic, so let's use CN, and here let me add the default class name, so relative, and px of padding y of 2.5, text going to be C small. Let's have the font of medium, have transition of colors. Let's have flex, teams of center, gap of 2, like that. And here let's check if it's active. So active, it's going to be of text foreground, as it's going to be text of muted foreground, or it's going to be text foreground. Okay, so like that, and let's see. Yeah, okay, fine. For the icon, I'm going to give it class name. It's going to be size of 4, and for the span that is holding the count, let's give it class name. It's going to be dynamic as well, so cn, and let's give it default class names. So it's going to be px of 1.5, padding y of 0.5, text is going to be xs, rounded of medium, tabra nums. Okay, just like that. And for the dynamic class names, we're going to check. So we're going to check active. Is it active? Yeah, let's check active as well. So it's going to be active. Yeah, it's going to be bg foreground. Make it 10. Okay. Then text foreground. Guys, we're going to just display the bg muted. Yeah, and also text muted. Let's make it foreground. All right, so just like that. Then we have the count. Then on the bottom we have this self-closing. So let's give it class name. So class name is going to be absolute. Bottom is going to be 0. Left is going to be 0. Right is going to be 0. And height is going to be 0.5. And the BG is going to be primary and rounded 4. Just like that. Okay. And this is going to be for the tabs. So we just need to display now the content of the current selected tab. Okay. All right. So let's go and start making those tabs actually do something. So let me go on all the way on the top over here, and I'm going to do something. So I'm going to say const, and let's say active tab, set active tab, and we're going to import use state. Okay. And here, so we're going to have them as the following. So I'm going to have as review, then let me just add it here. So as review, then the files, then review. Default is going to be review, okay? And here you can start using them. So let's go on the bottom right here. So active, I'm going to say this active tab is going to be equals to files, okay? And here on click, set active tab to be equals to files, etc. So if you click this, it should be active now. Perfect. So that is done for the tab button. And now let's go ahead and start displaying the tab content. Okay. So let's go outside of this tab here. So one div, second div, and over here we're going to display the tab content. Yeah. So let's go ahead and start with the files, since that is the thing we have access to. So let's go ahead and say so active tab and is equals to files, and here and then we're going to display this. So let's add a div. Let's close this div. Perfect. So inside of here, I'm not going to have any class names, but we're going to check. So if the files dot is loading, if it's loading, then we're going to display this div. So we already have actually this loading state we've been using all over. So I'm just going to add it here. So class name specify array skeleton class name. Yeah, we've been doing this all over, so that's why I'm not going to repeat it again. And over here, I'm going to check so files dot error. So if it's an error, we're going to display this. So let's have a card. Okay, so we're going to have this card. And if that is not the case, so if it's not an error, and we have the files dot data, so we have something, then we're going to display this. And for now, let me make this an empty fragment, and else let's have nothing displayed. Okay, so here we're going to have a custom component which is going to show Diff Viewer, but for now let's go ahead and keep designing this first, which are going to be very simple. So let's go on the card and let's see. So we're checking if there is an error. Then we're displaying this card. So let's give it a class name. So class name is going to be border, and it's going to have be destructive. And let's make it 50. Let's see if we can make this visible for now. yeah, this so it can be visible for now. And then inside of this card, we're going to have the card content. So the card content is going to have class name, and it's going to be py of 12, padding y of 12. Text is going to be in the center, and inside of this card content, we're going to have a div, and let's make it class name. It's going to be mx of auto, and size of 12, and it's going to have rounded off. It's going to have bg destructive, and it's going to be 10 flex, and items of center, justify of center, and inside of here we're going to have this X circle icon, and it's going to have class name. Let's have size of 6, so 6 or 7. Oh my god, bro. So let's make text destructive. Right, let's go under here. Let's have paragraph, and we're going to say notch file changes file. Yeah, that is not bad. Let me give it a class name. It's going to have margin top of 4. Going to have font medium. Going to have text destructive, and after that I'm going to have a paragraph. It's going to have files dot message, because we're not going to see that because we don't add that message can be undefined. But do we not have this? Let me think. We don't have this, so file.error.message doesn't exist. Interesting. I will check that, but let me finish it up anyways. So class name is going to be text of small, so text smaller, and text muted of foreground, margin top of 1. Yeah, anyways, so let me take it back to normal. Yeah, that's why it was showing me those errors basically. Yeah. Alright, so that is done, and now we have to design this component right here. So the component name is going to be called Diff Viewer, and all we need to pass in is just the files. It's going to be files.data. So let's go ahead and start designing this component. Alright, let's go ahead and start working on this component, and this component is going to be quite huge. So let's put it in its own file. So let's go inside the components, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this diffviewer.tsx. Okay, so let's close this now. And here I'm going to import everything and also add the props that I'm going to need for this component. So let's go here. So these are everything. I'm marking it as use client. I'm importing the React use states, the card, the badge, the button, the icons I'm going to need, the CN, and also the props that I'm going to need for this one. So yeah, this is everything that I am adding here. Okay, so now let's go ahead and export it as function so we can go ahead and start using it. So let me save this, let me import it, export it here, and yeah, this should be pretty good there. Just because we're not returning anything, that's why it's giving us this kind of errors. But yep, so okay, let's go ahead, and I'm going to add some functions that I'm going to need. So on the top here, this is the first one. So let me see if this is still good. Okay, so I'm gonna have the total additions, I'm having total deletions. Okay, then I'm going to have the option to either to expand or not expand. So expanded files, set expanded files, use set file.slice, and I'm mapping the as needed. And then let's go ahead and also add the option to toggle a file. So here going to be for toggle file, const next goes to having the expanded file, then we state the expanded file. Okay, then let's add two more methods for expanding OR and also collapsing OR this way. And yeah, this is going to be everything we need for now. And now let's go ahead and start designing this. So I'm going to go on the bottom. So let's go, and here I'm going to return a div, and this time we should give it a class name of space y4, and I'm going to go inside, and here I'm going to have the summary bar. Okay, so let me add a comment here. Yeah, so here we're going to have the summary bar. Here let's give it class name, and it's going to be flex, and items of center, specify of between, and I'm going to go inside. I'm going to have another div, and let's close it here. Then let's give it a class name, and it's going to be flex, then items of center and gap of 4. Okay, and inside here I'm going to have a div, give it a class name. It's going to be flex, and then items of center, gap of 2, and I'm going to go inside of that div. I'm going to have another div, and let's give it a class name. It's going to be padding of 2, and it's going to have rounded of large. So let's make it rounded of large. And here I'm going to have, let's say, bg primary, and it's going to be 10. Okay, and here we're going to say is just display this for the tree icon, and then I can have the class name. So class name is going to be size 4, and text primary. All right, so let's go outside of this div. Let's add another div, give it a class name. Maybe let's not add a class name yet, but let's go inside of this div we added. Let's have a span, and this span is going to have class name, which is going to be text of base, then font of medium, and tabra nums. See? Tabra C, tabra nums. Yeah, like that. And let's get the length of the file. So self files dot length. Okay, then let's go outside of this span. Let's have one more span, and it's going to have class name, and let's add the content. So the content is just going to be the files dot length, because then I'm going to either say file, or else we can just say files. Okay, but this time I think it's going to be files, and here I can add this changed text effect, and here I'm going to have a class name for this span. It's going to be text of small, or text of smaller, and it's going to be text of muted foreground, and it's going to be much left of 1.5, just like that. And yeah, let's see. So this is looking good. Now let's go outside of this span, outside of this div, and also outside of this div. Let's have one more div here, and let me give it a class name, and it's going to have height of 5. Let's make it height of 5, and width of pixels, and bg of, let's say, bg border, like that. And this is going to be self-closing, actually, just like a separator or something. And here let's have a div again, and this is going to have a class name, which is going to be flex, and items of center, and gap of 3, and text of small. So text of small, text of muted foreground. Let's toggle this like that. And inside of this one, I'm going to have a span with a class name, and let's see. Let me add the content so you can see what we're styling. All right, so let's go inside of this, and let's display this plus icon. So the plus icon, and also the span that is going to say, it's going to say dot additions. Okay, and let's give it a class name. So it's going to be flex. Okay, going to be items of center, going to have gap of 1, going to have text emerald 600. It's going to have dark mode. I'm going to make it text emerald of 400. Okay, and that's going to be about it. And for the icon, I'm going to have class name, size of 3.5. Okay, and for this span, it's going to be class name. It's going to be Tabra nouns, just like that, and that is going to be about it. Right, so let's copy this span. Let me copy this span down. So we're going to do the same thing for the minus, so for the deletions. So minus, and it's going to be total deletion, and here instead of emerald, I'm going to use the text red. So let's say red, just like that, and we have that here. So let's see. So let's go outside of this span, outside of this div, and also outside this second div. Let's leave some space, and here I'm going to add the buttons to expand. Okay, so let's have a div, and it's going to have class name, and it's going to be flex, items of center, gap of 2, and over here I'm going to have the button that is going to say expand all, like that, and on click of this button, so on click, let's see, okay, on click is going to expand all, and let's give it some variant. So the variant is going to be ghost, and the size is going to be small. Size to be small. Perfect. And let's go ahead and copy this down, and this is going to be the opposite. So for collapse, say collapse, and yeah, post, small, etc. Great. So that is all for the buttons, and let's go outside of this button, this div, this second div here. We are going to display the file list. So let's new div, and let's give it a class name of space y of 3, and inside of here I'm going to have the files dot map, and we're going to get the individual file, and here I'm just going to create a new component, which is I'm going to call div, say div file card. Okay, so we're going to pass in the key, which is going to be sh, and the file is going to be file, and expanded. I'm going to say expanded is going to depend on this expanded files .sh, and also toggle. So here I'm just going to have in, let's do it this way. So let's say toggle file, let's say toggle file, and we pass in the file sha. So now let's create this card here. It's just going to be on the bottom of this. So over here, it's going to have function div card, and inside of here, we're just going to have all these methods that we're going to be using. So then let me just copy them here on my notes, and yeah, and we can add it over here to display the status cards and the status icons. So let me add them here. So these are the methods that I need. So this one is for the get status config. So added, and these are the colors that I have. They removed, text length of 600, modified, the case, and etc. Okay, so you can take a look at this. Okay, and here for the status icon, going to be these ones. Okay, so I'm going to use that, and now I can go ahead and add them here. So inside of this one, I'm going to have this copy status icon, status config, copy file name, and yeah, so we can start styling this up. Okay, so let's go over here, let's do it, and here I'm going to return the card. So this card here, and it's going to have class name of buffalo hidden, and inside the card I'm going to have the header. So I'm going to add a button, normal button, and we can say click, going to be toggle, and then class name is going to be flex, item of center, gap of 3, width of full, let's say, and px of py of 3, text of left, hover on hover is going to be bg of muted, then make it 50, and transition is going to be colors. Yeah, so you can see what I'm trying to do over here right now. All right, so let's continue. And inside of this button, I'm going to have a div. So the div is going to be closed as well. It's going to have a class name, and it's going to be shrink of 0. And inside here, I'm going to check if it's expanded. That's the case. We're going to display the chevron down icon. Okay, else we're going to display the chevron light icon. So let's see. Yeah, so we see it now. Okay, and let's give it some class names. So for this icon, it's going to be class name of size 4, and it's going to have text of muted foreground. So the same class names we applied the icon on the bottom as well. So yeah, just like that. Okay, great. So that is done. And now let's display the icon. So let's go outside of this div. I'm going to have another div. This one's going to be class name, and it's going to be dynamic, so CN. And let's have padding 1.5. It's going to be medium. Link is going to be 0. And as here, we're going to pass in the status config dot background. Okay, dot background. And inside the content I want to show, going to be the React dot create element, and then you pass in the status icon, and inside here we have the class name, which is going to be of CN. Then you pass in the size, so let's say size 4. Text going to be muted of foreground, and then also going to say truncate, just like that. Perfect. Okay, so this is how it's looking like. These are the colors I have added, and these are all the files that I have. So let's make it big so you can see. Yeah, so this for edited file, deleted files, added files. Okay, and now what I need to show next. Okay, so let's go outside of this one. Let me add another div. Let's give it class name. It's going to be flex of 1, flex 1, minimum width of 0, flex, items of center, gap of 2, and I'm going inside of this one. So I'm going to check directory. So if there is directory and end, we're going to have this span where we're going to display the directory and this slash. Okay, so you can see the directory is displaying over here. Okay, and over here I can give these class names. So start with the div is already have class names, but for this span I'm going to give this the following class name. So class name is going to be text smaller, perfect, and text going to be muted foreground, and font mono, and also truncate. Okay, that's going to be all. And let's go outside of this here, and also outside of here have another span, and this one's going to be the file name, so just like that. And let's give it some class names. So class name is going to be text of small, and it's going to have text of let's say medium. No, not text medium, text small, text medium. Why is medium not showing? Oh no, it's supposed to be font medium, yeah, and font mono, and then truncate. Let's say truncate, yeah. So it looks like that. Let's see, let's take a look at this. Okay, so these are the files that I added. These are the edited files, etc, etc. Yeah, this is looking much better. I think the UI is good. Anyways, let's continue. So outside of this span, let me add another span. And here I'm going to see, instead of this span line now, let me remove it. Let me do some check. I'm going to say file dot, let's see, previous file name and end. We're going to display a badge. Let's add a badge, and let's display this like that. If there is some changed file, we're going to display it here. Yeah, so for example right here on the bottom you can see that the file has been changed. So let's style this as well, and the badge is going to have some variant, and it's going to be out outline, and let's see, let's give it some class name. So class name is going to be text xs and shrink of 0, and I brief that is going to be for this badge. And yeah, so now let's go outside of that. Let's see though. So the file dot changes and it's equals to 300, and then we can show this badge again, and we can just say red circle, save this. So if the files that badge, for example, here we have it, and let's give this icon a class name. It's going to be of size 3, and the badge class name, so let me go here. It's going to be outline, but for the class name I'm going to make the text to become some custom, so 10 pixels. Okay, and it's going to have shrink of 0, gap of 1, so gap of 1, and bg going to be amber. Let's make it amber of 500, and let's make it 10. Okay, and let's have text of amber, and let's make it 600, and let's have on dark, it's going to be text of amber 400, and border is going to be bod, then amber of 500. Then yeah, like a look, and this is how it's looking like. Yeah, and here I can just say large changes, so large changes, and yeah, looking good. Large changes, perfect. And this is going to be about, and what I'm going to add now, I'm going to add some type of bars to visualize. So I can, for that, let me add this comment. So let me go over here on the top. Yeah, so we're going to go outside of this badge, outside of this div, and yeah, we're going to do it here. So let's add another div, and it's going to have class name. It's going to be flex, items of center, gap of 3, and shrink of 0. And inside of here, this is where we're going to show this change bar visualizations. And inside of here, let me add a div. This div class name is going to be hidden by default. On small, going to be flex, items of center, gap of 0.5, and inside of this div, I'm going to say the array. So let's do array, and we can check. And inside of here, let's add an object. Get the length. Okay, so get the length. Let's use the math dot, let's say min. Then we check file, for example, and then get the file dot additions. So file dot additions. Then we go outside. Then we go outside again. We can do dot map. See, am I doing it correct? Yeah, this is not supposed to have this over here. So array dot map, and let me just add it as I want to, and then add underscore and get the index. Then we go outside of this one and we return directly here. Yeah, let me see what I did wrong. So we have the array. Yeah, this is supposed to have be inside of an object actually. Yeah, so just add an object. Then inside of here, we're going to have this custom closing. And let's see. So we're going to say the key is going to be, for example, see the, then it's going to be underscore and I. Okay. And then for the class name, it's going to be width of 1.5, height of 3. Okay. And let's give it, make it rounded of small, and BG emerald of 500. So they make it 500. Right, so you can see these little bars that are being displayed over here on the files, depending on how much files had been changed. So you can see them here. Yeah, okay. And now let me close this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the same thing, but this time it's going to be for the deletion. So what I can do now is copy this whole thing, paste on the bottom, and instead of, let's say deletion, and then say this to lead, and this can be delete, for example. So you can see how this is looking like. Very Nice. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Yep. Okay. So let's go ahead and continue. And then let me see, let me think how I want this to look again. Okay, so after that, let me go over here. I'm going to check so the file dot additions, then press and file dot deletion is equals to 0. And then we're going to display this. It's self-closing but div, self-closing div, and here I'm just going to say class name is going to be width of 1.5, height of 3, round it's going to be smaller, BG is going to be muted, BG muted, let's make it okay. So let's see if there is any file that can display what I want. Yeah, okay, that is fine. Okay, so now that is done, let me go outside of that. So file deletion, like, goes to 0. Then we go outside of this div, and another div, and here I'm going to have class name. It's going to be flex, items of center, gap of 2, text of XS, and tabla, and it's going to be, let's see, it's going to be tabla of nums. Okay, let me just find this tabla nums, and inside of this one I'm going to display a span. The span is going to have this plus button icon and then the file and additions. Okay, so you can see it over here. And then let's give it a class name. So class name is going to be text of emerald 600, and on dark going to be text emerald of 400, and font medium. Okay, great. And let's copy this span. Let's add it on the bottom. This one is going to be for deletion, and then it's going to be lead. Okay, so you can see where we're going with this. Great. This look way better. Perfect. So expand, collapse all, expand. Okay, so let me continue with this, and now we're going to display the content of the expanded. So let's go outside of this button now. Outside of this button, this is where I'm going to be displaying the expanded content. So let me go over here, and here we're going to say expanded. So if it's expanded and end, then we're going to display this card content here and give it class name. It's going to be padding of 0, border on top, and border going to be border, then 60. So let's expand something, for example, here, and inside of this one, going to be file.patch. If we have that file patch, we're going to have the copy button, another button, which is going to just have this copied. Do we have it? Yeah, we have it copied. And then inside of here, we're going to display the check icon. So check icon. As here, I'm going to display this one. So copy icon. So the copy icon. Okay. So the copy icon. So we have this. If this is file.patch. So if we have patches, we are displaying this button. And now let's go outside of this. So over here, I'm just going to display a div for now. All right, so this is when we expand something, this is how it's going to look like. Yeah, but let's go, of course, make it look nicer, right? Okay, so let's see the card content, file.patch, and let me put everything inside a div actually. So let's do a div and put it here, give it a class name. So I can make it relative, and then for the button, let me go here. Going to have variant, and it's going to be ghost, and it's going to have size of icon smaller, and class name is going to be absolute. It's going to be 2, and right is going to be 2, and set is going to be 10. Okay, so let's see. Okay, set of 10, that is fine for now. First is going to be 10, and on hover is going to have the opacity of 100. Focus is going to be opacity of 100, and also transition is going to be opacity, and BG is going to be background of, let's say, 18. Backdrop is going to be, let's say, backdrop blast more. Okay, and this is going to show, I think, when you have some content, but for now it's fine. So expand our actually. Okay, so that is what we have. And here, after this class name, let's have this on click, which is going to be, we already have this method actually, so we don't need to do this, but we can get the event, and instead of here, e.stop propagation, and then we can say copy file name, say copy file name, just like that. Okay, so that is done. And over here, we need to display the div content, but let's style this really fast. So class name is going to be padding y of 8, and then we're going to have text of sent and text of, let's make it so text is going to be small, text smaller, text going to be muted foreground. Okay, and instead of this one, I'm going to have the file text icon, and which is going to be of class name going to be size of 8, and mx is going to be bottom, margin bottom is going to be 2, opacity is going to be 50. Okay, and here we're just going to say a paragraph, so the paragraph, and I say no div variable is file, and also on the bottom we can add another paragraph, and we can say file or to large to display. Okay, and give the class name, it's going to be text xs and margin top of 1. Okay, and this is going to be what I have to display here. Okay, so now I think you can go ahead and create the div content. So let me go ahead and add that. So after the button here, let's have this component, and it's going to have in the patch, which is going to be file.patch. So let's go ahead and start creating this. It's not going to be very complicated as well. So let's go on the bottom here, and over here I'm going to have some function. And let's just give some space and have in the patch, and the type of patch is going to be patch, is going to be string. Then here, all right. So now let's have what I need. So I'm going to say const lines, then let lines, then new lines. Okay, and then inside of this return, so let me go inside of return. So return, I'm going to return a div, and it's going to have a class name of overflow, and it's going to be for x auto, and over here I'm going to have table, so table, normal table, and we're going to have width of 4 and text xs, font of mono. Okay, great. And let's go inside of this. We're going to have the table body. So let's close this, table body. Inside the table body, we're going to get the line, lines dot map, and we get to get individual line and get the index as well. Then we go outside of here, we open this object, and then do const line info, so line information, and we pass, let's say pass line. So I have this, so pass line. Okay, I need to create this. Yeah, I'm going to this. Let me add it over here on the top bottom. So yeah, so let me just make this, and also let's add this types. So on over here, and regarding this pass line util, and also the line info interfaces. Okay, so now let's go ahead and continue. So we were over here on the top, so pass line, and here we're going to pass in the line, the old line number, and also the new line. And then where I have to do, so if I'm going to check if line info dot is a hack, and what we have to do, we're going to go inside of this one, so const match, and we're going to match this specific regex. So let's say match. I'm not going to tap this because there's no way. All right, let me make this big screen. Actually, let's finish this real quick so we can continue with the UI. And here we can just say, so if match, so if it matches, and we can just say dot, let's get the second, and here we can just, let me see. Actually, I'm going to add the whole thing. So let's go over here, let's add it. So this is what I'm trying to do here. And then we're going to create a new custom component that we're going to be using on the bottom here. So let's go here and we're going to return, and here it's going to be diff and table row, going to be called table row. All right, so let me go over here, and this is going to have in the key, which is index, the line, which is line, and line information, and also it's going to have old, let's just say old new num, which is going to be, so let's say, so old num is going to be line, let's say line info. So line info dot type is going to be equals to the deletion. Yeah, so let's see, addition actually. So old number is equals to null. Okay, then it's going to be old num. Then for the new num, addition, let's say addition, then new line number. Okay, and that is going to be what I need for this. And now let's go ahead and start creating it. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way over here, just like here. And I'm going to add this component because it's quite long. I'm just going to add it, and I can show you so you can add it as well. So let's add it over here. Okay, so this is the component. We can see all these class names that I have. So diff table row, we're passing in the line info, old num, new num, then the line, which is the types of these, the background class, these are the class, the context, okay, so line info type, text class, these are the class names, the line class, which is the class name, and then I'm passing them just like that. Okay, yeah, so you can go ahead and get them from my GitHub actually. So I'm just going to scroll right here, and yeah. Now if we check, let's check what we have now, fresh, and I'm going to select here, and you can see how it looks. This look so good. If you ask me, this look way much better. And so let's open this, for example, and this is how things look like. With that, this is not beautiful, just beautiful. Yeah. Okay, nice. So we're showing the deleted files, the added files, etc, etc. So here you can collapse, we can expand, or if you want to, yeah, we can just collapse individual one. For example, this one is too large, we can collapse it. This one, this one, this one. Yeah, so you get the idea. Just look how good this look like. And I don't think we need to add anything else for this component. And I think this is going to be all I need to do for this component actually. Okay, so yeah, maybe in next one, let's go ahead and start working on the review things, so review status, and also the background jobs, etc. So yeah, but you can see that we finished with this beautiful looking UI. So let's go ahead and continue in the next one. So I hope I will see you guys, and if you are still watching to this point, congratulations, you're so going well just like me. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue in the next one. See you guys. Alright, so welcome back guys. So in this chapter, we're going to start working on the AI code reviews actually. So for code reviews, this can take a bit of time. So it can take about 10 to 30 seconds. So we can't just block the UI. So if the user want to navigate the UI, we don't have to block them. So just for us to wait for the review to finish. So in this lesson, we're going to be setting up background jobs. And for this, I have decided to use Inngest. So Inngest is a modern background job framework. So this will process review asynchronously. So users will just click the button and we have to queue it the job, and they can see the result whenever it's ready. So you can see how workflows, agents, endpoints, background jobs. Yeah, all of it, we can do it inside of this here. So let's check for documentation a little bit. And this is how it's easy to use, okay? And let me go to the documentation here, and we're going to follow the Next.js one. So choose Next.js, and let's go on the bottom. So it's choosing the app router, and you have to install the package. So npm add ingest. I'm going to copy this, and let me go back to my editor. Here, I'm going to open the terminal, and I'm going to pass this command, install it, okay? So just wait for it. It is done. And once that is done, let's go ahead and start creating the client. So let me go back to documentation. Yeah, so we can start the dev server here if you want. So let's just copy this command for now, and let's wait for it. So this will just be empty, but we need to create this client. This is all I want to do here. I want to create this client right here. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let me copy this snippet, and I'm going to go inside of my editor. Let me close this one. And for me, I'm going to, since it's related to backend, so I'm going to go inside of the server, and I'm going to go and let's add a new folder, which we're going to call Inngest. So everything related to Inngest will be here. So Inngest, let me get this correct. Yeah. And inside of Inngest, I'm going to have a new file, which I'm going to call client. So client.ts, and we can add the snippet we just copied here. Okay. So let's see, we just need to change a little thing. So Inngest is still the same. And I think all we have to do is just change this name. So for example, we can say code review, or let's say code review or code review AI. You can call it whatever you want. So code review AI is fine in this case. And this is all we're going to do inside of this. So now let's go ahead and create the background job that will process the pull request reviews. So it will fetch the pull request files, then it will run the AI analysis and save results inside of our database. Okay, so see inside of this ingest folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to hold all the functions. So let's create functions. And then inside of the functions, I'm going to have the first file is going to be review and PR.ts. Okay, so review pull request.ts. Perfect. So let's go ahead and import everything we need. So all we have created so far. Let me add the imports. So we have the ingest we just created. We have the database. We have the fetch pull request files, the get GitHub access token. Okay, and let's go ahead and say export type. So let's get the type, which is going to be called review PR event. First of all, I'm going to get the event. Let's get this event. I'm going to open the object, and it's going to have a name. Okay, so the name, and by default, I'm going to call it so review and pull request. Let me just add the name, and this is the name I'm going to be giving it. Okay, and next, let's give some space. Let's get the data. So these are the data that we're going to have, and it's going to have the review ID. So review ID is going to be of string. So review string. And it's going to have in, let me just do that. It's going to have in the repository ID, which is going to be a string, the pull request number, which is going to type of number, and also the user ID of string. Okay. So just like that, this is all for the review pull request event. And now let's go ahead and proceed. So I'm going to go on the bottom. I'm going to say export post, and we're going to say review PR or review pull request. It's going to use the ingest. Then we're going to say create function. So this is how you create a function with ingest. And inside of here, we need to open an object. We get it ID, and let's call it review PR, review pull request. And how many times we want it to retry? We want to retry 2 times. So if it failed, we want it to retry 2 times. Okay. So let's go over here, and I'm going to have another object, and this time I'm going to call event. So the event is going to be review pull request.requested. So just like the same one we have here. Okay. And then outside of that, let's go and make it async. And this one open brackets, then object. So passing the event and also the step. Okay. And outside of here, we can just open an object again, and we can get everything we need from the event.data. Okay, so now let's go ahead and extract everything that we need from event.data, which is going to be the review ID and repository ID, pull request number, and the user ID. So that is all we need to get here. And over here, let's go await, and then we can step.learn. Okay, so step.learn. This is how you learn a step. And here you need to give it the name of the step. And in this case, I want to update the status to pending. So whenever we run this event, the first thing you need to do is update the status to be pending. Okay, so we're going to name it update status to processing or pending, whatever you want. All right, and here I'm going to make it async. And here I'm going to open an object inside. And inside I can just do what I want to do. So I want to await db.repository and .update. Okay, so we're going to update the status, right? And where? So where the ID is equals to review ID. Okay, and then what we want to update is the data. Then let's get the data we need. This is the status. So the status is just going to be equals to processing. Let's make it processing. Okay. And now here I need to check if I have it. So it's not a repository. It's supposed to be the review here. Yeah, so it's the review, not a repository. Since we're updating a review. So make sure to change this to review. And here it's supposed to be status, then processing. Let's see if you have, processing. Perfect. So that is the first step. And the next step we need to do, we need to get the repository, right? So let's go ahead and add another step. So after this step, the first step is to update the status. And you can go outside of this, then you can say, let's me see how I want to do this. Okay, so you can go outside of here, and you can say const repository, just repository equals to await step.learn, and inside of here we need to give it a name as before. So we need, in this case, we're naming it get repository because this is what we're doing in this step. And here we can make it async, then open this and create an object. And inside of here, we can return directly. So db.repository and .find unique and open an object where the ID, so where the ID is equals to this repository ID, just like that. So now we got the repository. And also let's do some checks. So let's go outside of here. So we're going to check. So for example, we're going to check if the repository is not found. What we need to do, we need to mark the step or the status to be failed since we didn't find anything. So let's do await step.run, and here I can name it mark, or we can name it failed. So we're going to mark it mark failed no repo or repository, whatever I want. And over here I can name it async, and let's go outside. Let's open this, and so now you got the juice. Very easy now from now on. And so let's go ahead and accept this request. So we're updating where the ID is called to review ID, the data we're setting the status to be failed, and the error we're giving it this as the error message. And once everything is okay, so we can go outside of this one. So outside of here. Okay, so else if that is not the case, so let's go over here. So checking if repository is not okay. But in this case, we're running this step, so let's return something. So we're going to say return, and here I can return the success to be false, okay? And also let's give it some error messages that I need to display. All right, so that is okay, and that is all for the check. Otherwise, let's continue. So over here, outside of the check, I'm going to go here. I'm going to get the access token. So const access token is going to be await step. Here we're going to learn another step. So this, we're going to learn everything in the background. So await for it access token, and here is going to be async, as well as before. This is all we need to do. So inside of here, now we need to add what we want to do. What we do is return the get GitHub access token that we created and pass in the user ID. Simple. So that is the step done. And here we're going to check if the access token is not valid. So outside of this one. So here, let me see. Yeah, still inside of this one. And we're checking if this is not valid. We are going to mark failed not token and updating the review to the status to failed, GitHub access token not valid. And yeah, so just like the same thing we just did like right here. So yeah, that is all I'm doing. And after the check, we're going to return and check again. And here I'm going to use the same thing we've been doing inside of our routes. So over here, outside of this, I'm going to add this. So const owner get repo, repository full name dot spirit. And here we're going to do some checks. So let me go outside of this. We're going to check if there is no owner or if there is no repository. We're going to learn another step. So this one, we're going to mark it as failed. So just the same thing we did on top basically, but this time just a bit different. Okay, so await. And yeah, so await step mark failed invalid repo, async, review update, where ID review ID, data failed, invalid repository name, and we're returning a false as invalid. Okay, so let's go ahead and fetch the files now this time. So let's go outside of this. So outside of this false, and here I'm getting the files. So files equals to await step.learn, fetch pull request files, and fetch pull request files access token, owner repo, and the number. All right. And now what I want to do, since we're in this chapter, we are just focusing on the background jobs. We are not going to add AI reviews system yet, but we are going to add some placeholders. But yeah, everything in this lesson, we make sure that our background jobs work. And in the next one, I'm going to add the actual AI reviews. Yeah, but for now, maybe we can add some like to do so we don't forget. So let me add a to do. And here, I'm going to call it review logic. Okay, so we're going to add AI review checker. We're going to add the AI review logic here. And here I'm going to const, and I'm going to call review results, or not a comment. So const review results. So const review results. Go to await step.learn, and give it a name. I'm going to call it generate. We're going to call it generate review. And here I'm going to say async, passing this. And inside of here, this is where we're going to add a logic later on, but now we can add some like, let me see how I want to do it. Okay, I'm going to add some placeholder for now. And yeah, so this is just process. This is not generated by AI at all. So this is just for us. Yeah. Okay, so the summary is going to be reviewed for now. This is just placeholders. So just we can test thing here. So yeah, you can get the idea. Yeah. All right, and the last step we need to learn is to save the actual result. So I'm going to go outside of this smoking, and here I'm going to add this step. So save review result, and here review.update where ID status completed, summary review result.summary, risk scores, and etc. And finally, we can go ahead and return the successful response, and it's going to be over here. Okay, so that is all we did. In next one, I'm going to add the actual logic here, but for now we're working on the background jobs. Let's go ahead and let's export everything you have created. So inside of Inngest, I'm going to create the index.ts file. All right, great. So this is what we just created. So review and review PR, and also the export function. Yeah, so just exported it. And now let's go ahead and create the Inngest API route. So Inngest also need an API route to receive events and execute the functions. So that is what we're going to do, which is going to be actually very simple. So inside of the app, we're going to go inside of the API, and we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it Inngest. Okay, so Inngest, and we're going to call allow.ts, and let's check the documentation real quick, and let's see if they have the loud. Yeah, so this is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, but yeah, let me just copy this first input, and I'm going to add it here. Let me close this. And here also I'm going to import what we just created from our server. So the ingest, the functions, and as well everything. And here what the documentation says, we just need to export const and this, so we can change them later. And okay. And here for the functions, just going to be functions. So let's remove this. And yeah, this is going to be everything that we need actually. So now that ingest is able to listen. Okay, so the next thing we need to do, we need to create the tRPC load, which will trigger the reviews and fetch review data. So which will trigger all the background jobs all the steps we just created. So let's go ahead and start working on that. And this one is going to be inside of the server again, and we're going to go back inside of our API, and it's going to go inside of routers, and I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be review.ts. And here we're going to start. So let's start by importing everything we need. So we're importing the tRPC error, the create tRPC procedure, ingest we just added, fetch pull request, and get GitHub access token. Okay, so the first thing we need to do, we need to export const the review router. So export const review router, and it's going to be create and tRPC router, and inside of here I'm going to call the first one, which is going to be trigger, and the trigger is going to use the protected procedure, and then it's going to have the input. Let me see, it's a protected procedure, and it's going to do dot input. Okay, and inside of here I'm going to have the z.object, and I'm going to open the object. Here I'm going to have in the repository ID, which is a type of z.string, and it's not going to be UID, and also this one just going to be a number. And here I'm going to have the PR request number, which is correct. And let's go here, and I'm going to say the dot mutation, and inside here is going to be async. I'm going to have the context. So the context, we're going to have the input, and also here we're just going to open an object again, and here we're going to get the repository. So const repository, we're going to get the repository equals to await context.db.repository, and we're going to say find unique. Okay, and inside where, so we want to check this, it's going to be at ID, and we're going to say input. So let's say use the input.repository ID, and also the user ID going to be equals to context.user ID, not the session ID, but the user ID. So now that we have the repository, let's go ahead and do the same checks we have been using. So let me go outside of this repo, and here I'm just going to add this. So by checking if there is no repository, the time is not found. We've been doing this all over, and also the GitHub access token, and we're sending the same error. And now let's go ahead and also get the repo and check if it's the owner or not. So let's go outside of this one, this check. So I'm going to add this as well. So yeah, we just did this, and getting the owner repo, but request if there is no owner. And yeah. And also let's go ahead and add for fetching the pull request. So I'm going to go outside of this one, and I'm going to go ahead and add the for fetching the pull request. So just pass in the data that we need. All right, so let's go ahead. After this, let's go ahead, and so we're going to say const review, and this is going to be equals to await context.database.review and .create. So we're going to create a new review first. And inside of here, we're going to pass in the data, and the data that we need to update is going to be the repository ID. So, and also the status to be to pending. Okay, so these are the data that we need, and we need to send this to Inngest so it can have something. So let's go on the bottom here, and let me open Inngest, actually the client here, review pull request over here. So let me open it so I can. Let me remove this. I can use this name as the pull request event. And let me go back to review. And here we're going to start using Inngest. So I'm going to go outside of here and I'm going to say await ingest dot send, and we need to send this specific event. So the name is going to be this one. Okay, so let's go to view pull request. This is the name that we're going to send, and let me add it here. Okay, so that is the first thing. The second thing is the data, and the data is going to be the review ID. It's going to be review.id, and it's going to have the repository ID, which is going to be repository.id, the number, which is going to be pr.number, and it's going to have the user ID, which is the context.user ID. And that is all we need, so we can check that. So review ID, repository ID, PR number, and user ID, which is what we need. And next we can go ahead and return. So return, all we need to return is the review ID here. So review ID is equal to review.id. Okay, so that is all we need to do. And next, let's go ahead and add another one for getting. So which is for getting the reviews, and this is a single one. So let me go ahead and add that method. And over here, so let's go outside of this one. So this is for the trigger, and let's go outside of it. And let's go ahead and add for get. So get here is going to just be protected procedure as well. So protect procedure, and we're going to have in the input, and for the input, we're going to have the z.object, and instead of z.object, all we need is the ID, which is type of z.string, and let's open that. Then we can go outside of this, then again outside, and outside here, we can just say .query. And on query, you can have in the async, pass in the context, then get the input. So context.input, and over here, we can just return directory. All right, so inside of here, we're getting the review. So let's get the const review, which is going to be equals to await context. So for the review, it's just going to be the context.review.find unique, where input.id, user ID, context.user.id, include the repository, returning the repository as well. And if it's not found, we're just going to return an error. But if that's not the case, we're going to return a successful response. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So if the review is not found, we're returning this tRPC error, else we're just returning this review. Okay, so let's go ahead and also add the method for our list. And I'm just going to add this because it's pretty simple. So over here, this is for the list, and this is going to have in the repository ID, a string which is optional, limit, and the query is just const review, await context review, user ID, and we are getting all of this. So include repository ID, order by, take input, or stream it. Okay, and lastly is going to have the guest latest PR request, and let's go close this up, and here I'm going to add it. So get latest for pull request, so repository ID, query review ID, and etc. This is just what we are getting. Yeah, so this is all for the review layout, and now let's go ahead and add the review router to the root router. So I'm going to go inside of the root, and this is where I'm going to add it. So we're going to have review, which is going to be review router. Oh, sorry, not that. Yeah, review router. And let's import this. Okay, so that is done, and this should be actually all we need to do for now. So that is going to be everything for the backend that we're going to need, at least for now. So yeah, and yeah, I think this is going to be all I need actually. And maybe let's go ahead and start the server so we can see if all is working as needed. So I'm going to start open the two terminals, so two terminal tabs, and let's start my first Next.js server. Okay, it's running, and also let's start this Inngest. So this is the command you have to install or to run for it to work. Okay, so let's go ahead and open this port that they are showing us here. And I'm going to go inside of my browser, and I'm going to open this, and let's see this. So let's go to the functions, yeah, so you can see that our function has been registered successfully. So that means we did the setup correctly. So next time, let's go ahead and try to add some type of trigger so we can trigger the AI review and see the mock request that we have added and see if it will work. If that works, then we'll go ahead and start setting up the actual AI to review this. Alright, so let's go ahead and try to update the UI to have things that we needed before, but since we didn't have access to the review system, we weren't able to do it. So I'm going to start by going inside of app and dashboard and repos, ID, PR number, and this page right here. Okay, so let's remove actually this import here. We don't need this. And let's see what we have. So we have the ID, the active, the pull request, the files, and yeah, so this is what we need to add for review as well. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to add the functions for review. So after these files, let's go here and the latest review is going to be tRPC review.get latest for query, passing the repository ID, the number, enabled, refetch query, status, query.status, pending or processing, then returning this and false. And also let's also trigger. So for the triggering this, let's add another one. So trigger review, and this is all we need to do. So trigger review, tRPC trigger, latest review.refetch, etc. And let's add another check. So we are checking if it's reviewing or not. So if it is reviewing, it will be one of these states. So the pending or the processing. So yeah, this is all we have to do with that we were missing here over here. So yeah, this is what we had to add. And now we can go ahead and try start adding things that we didn't have before that we weren't able. So let's check our to-dos. And I'm going to check on the bottom. I think that's where we have it. And let's see. Yeah, so over here where we have the to-do cluster action. That's where we need to add this. All right, so let me go over here. Let me remove this comment. And let's see, let me open maybe my server as well. So let's say localhost 3000. And yeah, so on the repos page, let's let it load. Let's click on view pull request. Let's go over here on review. Okay, so that is okay. And yeah, let me do this. And also maybe, let me just go back on top, just on the header. I'm going to add one thing that I just remembered. We removed it. Let me see. Where is it? So on this header merged request, let me find it really fast. On this code, I think, yeah. Let's make it minimum width of 30. Min width of 3. That. Let's see how this look like. Okay. And yeah, let's make it smaller so we can see what we are doing. Let me close this terminal, this tab. Let me enable this, main width of 30 on the code, class name. Okay. Oh, I think it's not this one, it's the second one. Okay, that is fine. Let me leave it like that. Let's see if we add it here. All right. Yeah, let's just leave it like that for now. And also they make this big screen and this big screen. Yeah, so let's go back to what we actually want to add in this lesson. So over here, where is my to-do? Where is it? Alright, so over here, after the start item and one more div here. So I'm going to have, let's see, I'm going to have a div, okay? And this div is going to have a class name, which is going to be of px of 6 and also padding y of, and it's going to have flex, items of center, gap of 3, so gap of 3, and inside of here, I'm going to have a div, which is going to be class name, and it's going to be flex, items of center, gap of 2, we make it 2, and it's going to have rounded large and px of 3, and also padding y of 1.5. Let me see if we see something. So it's going to be on this side over here. Yeah, but this is not going to look good if we, since it's not responsive yet, but yeah, it's going to be over here. You get the idea. Yeah, let's make it big screen. So let me go inside of here And let's see, we need to create a badge. Did we add it yet? So let's see, PR status badge. Yeah, we need to create another badge, which is going to be review status badge that we're going to add. All right, so let's go ahead and create that. So let me go back where I'm working on over here. Yeah. So inside of this one, and this is where I'm going to render this. So I'm just going to have this component, which I'm going to call the status badge. So let me add it here. And review status badge is going to have the status. Let us review the data, the status, completed that. Let us review the data, completed that. And let's go ahead and start working on that. So let me go on the bottom. Let me close this tab button. Let me close, yeah. So let me close this tab button. It's closed. Sure, it's not closing everything as I want it to. I think, okay, it's not closing everything as I want it to. That is fine. So let's go on the bottom and let's set this function. So let's call it function and review status badge. And inside of this one, we're going to have in the status and also the completed add. And over here, I'm going to have in the status, which is type of string. And this can be null as well, so null. And over here, it's going to have the completed add and type of date, and it's going to have null. Okay, like that. And now we can go inside of this, so open this, and let's see if we still have this error. Okay, we're good. And over here, we can start rendering what I need. The first method, I'm going to have a method which is going to check get time ago. So this get time ago is taking now, different milliseconds, diff just now, etc. And then all you have to do is return a badge. Outside of this, just going to say return badge, and this is just going to be just like a normal badge. So let's see. Okay, so it's not showing this. Yeah, so now you can see here not reviewed, since this is not reviewed yet. Okay, so PR status badge, and it's returning this as not reviewed, since we didn't review it yet. Perfect. All right, so that is the first case. Now let's go outside of this and let's get the settings that I need. And here I'm adding the config for the colors and the icons and the label as well. So completed is going to create check circle, and this is going to be the text that I see, and these are the class names. So same thing for the processing, spin true, pending, failed, and status here we're mapping it here. So if nothing, we are just going to return this. And on the bottom we're getting this icon. Let me remove this. So I'm returning this icon, and also the badge is going to have this icon and the label as well. So you can just check this out, but we are not going to see it because we already have this already in place. Yeah, but you get the idea. Okay, so that is going to be all for this status page, and now we can go back and keep working on this. So let's go over here and let's see we're using this over here. Okay, so now let's go outside of this badge, and here we're going to check if it's not reviewing. So it's not reviewing. And we can just return this diff, which is going to be self-closing, and we're going to give it a class name. So class name is going to be height of 4, width of pixel, and also PG of border. Okay, so let's see how that looks like. You can see it on the top, just here. So this is just separator here. And outside of that, I'm going to check if it is reviewing. So if that is not the case and it's reviewing, then we're going to render null, else we're going to have this button here. And this button is going to have this icon. So let's use the 1-2 icon. And you can see how it looks like. Let me open this. You can see it over here. And actually, yeah, this is going to be annoying. Yeah. Okay, let's give this button some class name. So the variant is going to be outline. It's going to have size. It's going to have size of small, and it's going to have the click, which is going to just trigger the event that we just created. So this is what we wanted to achieve. So on click is going to say trigger review dot mutate. Okay, dot mutate. And then we need to pass in the data that we need. So the repository ID, which is going to be the ID from the params, and also the pull request number, so PR number, which is just going to be PR, just like that. And this is going to trigger it if we run it. So disabled if is reviewing, or let's use from the trigger review dot is pending. And then over here I'm going to have class name, and here it's just going to have gap of 1.5 and h of auto and padding y of 1 and also px of 2, and text is going to be xs. So let's take a look at that now, and this is how it looks like right now. So this is the button, and if you want, you can also add some type of date, like checking when it was last reviewed. So you can say test reviews and dot data or dot data. Yeah, so the data, if you already reviewed, you can just say run the review, and else you can say review. Yeah, so you can see how this look like right now, and I think the UI is okay. Yeah, it's alright. Can be better, but I think this is alright. Okay, so that is going to be for now. And also let's add another tab. So for the tab button, now that we have the AI review, let's go over here and we're going to add another tab. And this one is going to be for review, right? So review. Maybe let's make it the first one. Yeah, let's make it the first one. So let's put it first. So review and reviews. So label is going to be reviews, yeah. And also for the icon, it's going to be the scan search icon. And here, let's take a look. And for the count, it's not going to be this easy. We're going to do it another way. So let's say latest review, okay, dot data, not dot data dot status, okay, and it's equals to completed. So if it's completed, we're going to use this array. So array, and then let's check is array. Then we pass in the latest review dot data, not is placeholder, dot data dot comments. Then else here we're going just to return here latest review dot data dot comments dot length. Here we can just return 0 if there's nothing. And here that is how it looks like. So we don't have any review. That is why we don't see anything. Yeah, but we have to design the UI for the review result as well. Yeah, and I think this is all that we needed to do to be able to see this. Okay, so let me go back here. And so that is done. Okay, and for the UI content, what we can do, since we don't have the review result yet, let me go on the bottom. So the content, we have the files. And okay, so let me put it over here. Let me put it on the top here. Okay, so here we're going to add another one. And we're going to say if the active tab is equals to review, then and we're going to display this content here. So what I can do, I can have a div. Let's have a div. Let's close it. And inside of this div, we're going to check if if latest review dot data, if there is some data, what I'm going to do, I'm going to display a div for now, but we're going to have a custom component will be the UI for viewing the results. And else here, I'm just going to return some card, and it's going to have, let me accept this. So, and inside the card, I'm going to have the content, and the card content is going to have some class name. So class name is going to be padding y of 16 and text of center. And inside here, I'm going to have a div. And here, let me see. So for the div, let's give it a class name. It's going to be mx of auto and size of 14. And it's going to have rounded, it's going to have bg primary. Let's make it 10. And it's going to have flex, items of center, justify of center, And inside here, I can just say search icon, give it this class name for now. Yeah, so you can see where we are going with this, can search. And outside of that, let's make size of 7 maybe. Did the difference make? All right, that is okay. Now let me go outside of that. Let me add a paragraph, and here can just say no reviews yet. Okay, so no reviews yet. Let's give it some class name. So class name is going to be margin top of 4, and I'm going to have font medium, and yep. And also here I'm going to have a paragraph. So paragraph, which is going to be just some text. You can add whatever you want. So I'm going to add what I have planned here. And this is what I'm going to be displaying. So click AI Review to analyze requests for bugs, security issue, and improvements. Perfect. So let me give it some class names. So let's make this like that, and yeah, this one over here. So class name, and it's going to be text of small, and it's going to have text of muted foreground, and it's going to have margin top of 1, and it's going to have max width for smaller, and also mx of auto. All right. So that is okay. And after the paragraph, let's add a button, which we can maybe trigger. So button. So the run AI review. And over here, we can just, and let's see. So class name is going to be margin top of 6. And inside of here, I can have on click. So on click is going to be, let's see, go inside of this one. And all we need to do is just run the trigger review.mutate. So just like the same we did for the button there, and repository ID is going to be the ID, PR number is going to be PR, and yeah, that's going to be all. And here I'm just going to have in the disabled, which is going to be trigger the review.is pending, not is pending, right? And that's going to be all for the tab content. Just here we're going to add the component that we need. All right, so now let's go ahead and actually test this out. So if we run this, let's check the server. The server is up and running. So if we run this, so let's click any of here. Let's click this button. Let's take our server. Yep, you can see it's completed, and also the status has been updated. And now it's saying review completed just now. And this button is saying rerun. And you can see that our ingest has been successfully do it. All right. So for the updating the status, it did it completely. The get repository, it did it. It got the repository. And over here on the get GitHub access token, it did it. It got the access token. The fetch files, it got the files. It generated the review, which we have created, or as we have mocked at least. And the saved result. They have saved the result and finalization. Yeah, successful. Yeah, so beautiful. Our background jobs are working. And you can see how it just updated it. Okay, so now you can see everything is working as we wanted it to. And here on can see also that it's showing as reviewed as the status. So if we click on the view, and next we have to go ahead and start working on the UI to see the result, and also we have to add the actual AI reviews. But for this one, we just want to make sure that our background jobs will work as expected. Yeah, let's go ahead and continue. All right, so now let's go ahead and work on the actual UI, or not the UI, but the actual reviews. So let me close everything here, and we can start working on that. Okay, so we're going to connect our application to any AI provider, but in this case, I'm going to use OpenAI, but you can use whatever AI that provide that you are comfortable with. It's not going to be anything complicated. We just need to get access to any AI providers such as OpenAI. And in my case, I'm going to use OpenAI to analyze the code and also generate the actual reviews, comments, and the AI will also identify bugs, security issues, and suggest some improvements. So yeah, that's what we're going to go ahead and do that. And for that, we're going to, in my case, I'm using OpenAI. So if you're using OpenAI as well, go ahead and install OpenAI. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me open a new terminal. and I'm going to add OpenAI as the package. Okay, so cross this. And now let's go ahead and create the AI service. So where we handle the prompts engineering and also some API calls that we're going to be having in this case. Okay, so I'm going to go inside of SRC, and this is related to server. So I'm going to server and services, and I'm going to add AI.ts. So the AI.ts, and here I'm going to import everything that I need. So here I'm just going to import OpenAI from OpenAI. I'm going to import Zod from Zod, and also let's get the access to the OpenAI. So using const OpenAI equals new OpenAI, use API key. Then we're going to have to add the API key for this. And next, let's go ahead and add validate some objects that we need. So for the file for review comment schema, this is what we need, and we need to validate with Zod. So the file zstring, the line number, severity, critical, high, medium, low, category, bug, security, performance, test, suggestion, message, suggestion, etc. So this is what we're going to have to do. Okay. And next, let's go ahead and export those as types. So on the bottom here, let me export these. So export review comment schema. And then I'm going to have some also interface for this. Yeah. Okay. So next, the most important thing is the prompt. So the system prompt that I'm going to be using. So there's no way I'm going to type all of that, but I'm going to add it here, and then we can look at it together. So this is the system prompt. So we're saying you are expert code reviewer, analyze the provided pull request diff and provide a structured review. So as you can read, I'm going to let you read through all of this. So the most important thing is identify bugs, provide a brief summary, assign risk, give specific. And this is the most important thing as well. So we need to make sure that it responds with this JSON. So this is how to have to respond here. So security guide, critical, and you can update this as you want. Just make sure that this structure of the response is as we want it to. All right. So now let's go ahead and export the function to review this code. So which we are going to call a review code. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to add this. So review code, and here let me just open it for now. And here we're going to have some data that we need, which is going to be, for example, over here. We need the PR title, the files changed, which is an array, and also we need to return this as a promise of the review results, right? So review results, and just like that. Okay. And inside of here, we need to get the diff content and get the files. So I'm going to go inside of here. I'm going to get the diff content files. So we are filtering from the patch. We map it and get this weird hashtag looking thing, the file name, and then we get the diff here. So if the diff content, we're checking if there is no diff content. So over here, we're returning this, so no constraints to review, so binary file or empty diffs. Okay, and risk we're going to return this, so if there's nothing. Okay, and now next what we have to do, we have to add the prompt that we need, and also the user prompt over here. So let me go over here, and here I'm just adding the user prompt, and so you review this pull request, the title, PR title, the changes, which is going to div content, and then OpenAI chat completion, create the model. And for the model, yeah, so the time I made this build, I think this model is now duplicated. And yeah, but we'll see about that. If it gives us an issue, then we change it, but I'm not sure about it yet. Okay, so for the response format, we're returning as JSON object, temperature, max tokens, and content response traces. So we're just getting the first one, the message of the AI have provided, and also we're passing the JSON.pass, we're passing the content, and also we're validating that the same as we have so from our schema. Then we return this. Okay, great. So now let's go ahead and update the Inngest. So instead of adding the mocked function, so let's go to the review pull request, and over here I'm going to cross this. So over here we have the, so let's see, you have the fetch PR files, and let's add another one. So let's go over here. All right, so let's go ahead and fetch the pull request. So same thing we did for the file, let's also add for fetch pull request, we already have this. Let's import it. Okay, so we pass in the access token on repo and etc. And for the files, it's okay. We already have the files over here, so that is fine. We don't need to eat now. And here, this is where we're going to add the logic. So let's remove this to do. And for the generate review, we're going to remove most of this. So instead of doing this return like this way, let me remove everything inside. So I have empty thing. And yeah, so let's see. What I need to do inside of this one, I need to return the review code. So let's say review code. Import this from the services just created, and you have to pass in the pull request dot title, and so we have to files dot map, then map this file, so get a single file, and over here we are going to just return, so object, and inside here I'm going to have the file name, which is going to be equals to file.name, and let me not do it this way, so file name, I'm going to have the status. Okay, so pull request.status, additions, deletions, and also let's add the patch. The patch is going to be file.patch. Okay, so that is going to be all that our AI is going to review. And over here for the save, this is going to stay the same as we want it to. So there's nothing changing here. Okay, so that is okay. Then that is done. And this is everything that we need to do for AI to be accurate to review this. So all I have to do now is going to go ahead and get my API key, and then we can go ahead and start working on the UI of the result we receive when we run this. So yeah, let's go ahead and start working on our UI. Alright, so for the API key, just make sure to go to the platform.openai.com and /API keys, and you can go ahead and generate a new API key. So for me, let me go back to the AI, and also let's go on the top and OpenAI API key. Let's go to the env, and I'm going to add this here, and then I'm going to generate a new API key, and I'm going to call this, yeah, so this is how I'm going to call mine, because I'm going to be deleting it, of course. Yeah, but go ahead and copy it, and then paste it in your env file. Perfect. And this should be okay. So let's click on done, and let me actually test it out before we go ahead and proceed. So this should be started. So it have restarted. That is fine. So now it's getting the API key. And yeah, so let's go ahead and trigger this once more again. So let me click on relearn, and this status should be changed. And also let's see the learning. So it's learning, and it's on the last step from getting the request. So let's wait and see how it will go. Yeah, so you can see the status is being changed here. So now it's saying analyzing the code, and it should be also still running here. So our AI is still analyzing the code, and that is why we see this. So if we go back here as well, and here let's refresh this. Yeah, so this will keep showing this because it's already reviewed, but here this is where you see the details of what is happening. So it's still analyzing the code, and it's completed now. So let's check what happened. So let's see the generate review, and yeah, so you can see the comments that has been added, and this is coming from the actual AI. So now everything is working well, and let's go ahead and start working on this UI. Yeah, so let me go ahead and go back here, and this is where I need to display the content of this. Okay, so let me go ahead and start working on this UI review. So I'm going to close everything related to backend. We are done with the backend for now, and I'm going to go back inside of this app, dashboard, repos, ID, PR number, page, and over here where we say that we're going to be displaying it over here. So here, this we're going to have this component. The component name is going to be called review results. Yeah, just like that. And we're passing in the review latest review.data. And let's go ahead and start working on this component, which is going to be quite long as well. Yeah, but yeah. And let me go inside of my components file. And components, where's components? Yeah, components here. And I'm going to call this review results.tsx. Okay, so let's go ahead and do export function, and it's going to be review result, and pass in the review. So let's pass in the review, and the review state is going to have the props, and let me add the props that I'm going to need for this one. So let me add all of them here, and this is what I'm going to be using over here. So let's say summary, for example. Let's see what we get on the UI. So let's refresh this. This should be okay. Usually that is not defined. Oh, we not import it, of course. So let me just import this now, and let's check the UI. Okay, so you can see the summary. This is how it looks like. And yeah. Okay, so let's start designing it as we actually need it to look like. So let me maybe put this on the side and this on the side, so we can see the changes that we are making. Okay, so the first thing we need to do, as always, let's go ahead and import every single thing that we're going to need, and also we're going to mark this as use client. So let me import all I need. So use client, the state, the card, the badge, and the icons that we're going to need, and cn. Okay, so that is done. And here, let me go inside of this page. I'm going to check just one thing. So if we're going to check if it's pending, so if review dot status dot equals to pending, or just say pending, and inside of here, so here we're going to return. Okay, so we're going to return, and we're going to return is a card, and this card is going to have the card content. And here, let me just for now to see it, so let's just make it this way. Yeah, but it's not going to. Let's see. Okay, let me just do one thing. So review, let me check my database. So Prisma, that's what status we have completed. So for now to see it, let's just mark this as completed, but it's not the case. It's not how we're going to use it. Okay, it's just that we can see the UI changes. And let's give it a class name. It's going to have padding y of 12, and it's going to have px of 6. And inside of here, I'm going to have the diff, which is just going to cross it as well. So diff cross it, and this diff is going to have a class name. So a class name is going to be flex, and items of center gap of 4. And inside here, I'm going to have another div, which is going to have class name. So the class name is going to be size of 10, and rounded, let's see, rounded of, and PG, make it amber of 500, and then 10. Okay, let's toggle up. Okay, and here I'm going to make it flex, items of center, justifies of center, and shrink is going to be 0. And inside of here, we're going to have the croc icon. So croc icon, and I'm going to give it some class name. So class name is going to have size of 5, say 5, and it's going to have text of, let's say 500. Yeah, that looks better. And let's go outside of here. And outside of this div, let's have another div to have a class name, and the class name is going to be flex of 1, so flex 1, and it's going to have minimum width of 0. And inside of here, I'm going to have height of 3, and here I can just say could for review. Okay, and let's give this h3 a class name. It's going to have just font, let's say font medium, just like that. And after this h3, let's have a paragraph. Let's see, paragraph. And yeah, so just say anything you want. And the class name is going to be text of small. And it's going to have text of muted foreground. And margin top is going to be 0.5. And yeah, so this review is good for review and will be processed soon. And let's go outside of this paragraph, outside of this div. Let's add another div here, and this here we're going just to show some type of, let me see, let me add an object, then I'm going to add an array. I'm going to count from 0, 1 to 2, and then I'm going to say, let's say dot map, and here I'm just going to have the I, and inside of this one I'm just going to have this self-closing div, and the div is just taking the key. So the key is going to be the index. Then we're going to have the class name, which is going to be a size of 1.5. and rounded off, and pitch is going to be amber. Let's say 500, and also animate is going to be pulse. Let's see, pulse. You can see it over here. So these little things. And let's add some styles as well. So let's add style, and this one is going to take, let's see, animate. Let's see, what do we have here? Animation delay, and it's going to depend on this index. So let's assign, and here we can, why did it not add it as I wanted to? All right, and let me move this other one, and yeah, we can just do it this. So divide it by like that, and you can see how it's now showing. Okay, so like just appearing like it's coming from the bottom, from the top to bottom. So let me just zoom in. You can see, yeah, you can see how it's appearing. Okay, I think I like this. Let me zoom it again. Now let's also change some things. So let me go over here. Now let's give this div that is holding it some class name, so it look way better. Class name is going to be, let's say, flex, and items of center, and gap of 1, and that's looking like that. And I think this is how I want it to look like. But if something is in the queue, I want it to appear this way. Okay, and maybe let's try, let's say 200 milliseconds. Let's see. Yeah, okay, this is better. Let's just reset this. And this is how everything is looking like right now. And let's put it back here. So this is all for this, and let's make sure to put this back to what did we name it before? So this is supposed to be on pending. So this is for the pending state, not this one. See, pending, try, let's name it correctly. Okay, so that is done, and now let's do the same, just similar thing for the processing. So if something is in the processing, we're going to add this. Okay, so let's copy this if component. Let's copy this on the bottom, but it's just going to be a little different. And this time we're going to check if it is, let's see if it's processing, right? So if it's processing, that is what we're going to display here. But we already know that we have a completed one. So instead of triggering a new one, let's just put this completed for now, and we're going to update it later. So we have the card, content. Let me move this div inside, and let's start over. Okay, so px of 12, this is going to stay the same, and this is where we're just going to have to design how we want this to look like. Okay, so I'm going to have a div, and this div, let's see, so let's close it, and this div is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be flex, then items of center, and the gap is going to be of 4, and inside the gap I'm going to have the div. Inside the div, let me have another div. It's going to be class name, relative, and it's going to have size of 10, and it's going to have string of 0, and inside of here, this is where we're going to design some type of spinning links. Okay, so we're going to use SVG for that. We're going to create a custom one, so let's do SVG, and let's close it here, and we're going to go inside of this. Let's give it a class name first. So let's give it a class name. I'm going to give it size of 10. Okay, so size of 10, and also I'm going to minus rotate, going to be 90 degrees, and here I'm going to have the view box. So view box is going to be 0, 0, 40, and 40. Okay, and let's go inside of this SVG. Let's add circle. So circle, and this is self-closing, and let's design it as I need. So we're going to have CX of, let's say, for example, 20. Let's just accept this so we can change it. So the circle is looking like that, and the R is, let's make it 16. The free is none. Stroke color. For the stroke, I don't think I need stroke, but I need stroke width. Okay, so let me move the stroke. Let's see. So stroke width, and also let me just, instead of using that, let me add a class name, which is going to be stroke, going to be muted. Okay, just like that. And let's copy this circle down one more time. So let me add it here. And this time it's going to be 20, CX, CY, R16, free none, stroke width of, let's make it 3. And also this one actually make it 3, okay. And for the class name is going to be stroke of primary. Let's make it primary, okay. And for the style, so I'm going to have some style. So style is going to be, let's see, let's say the stroke dash array is going to have 100, okay. And let me go inside of here. Let's say stroke of dash offset is going to have 60, okay. And also let's say the animation. So let's say animation is going to be spin, then 1 second, and linear, so let's say linear, and infinite, okay. That is weird. And let's give it this transform origin, which is going to be in the center. And now you can see the spinning here. Of course, you can easily do this. You can just import the spinning class, but it's just way more fun to design this stuff yourself. Happy with that. And let's go outside of this here, and outside of this SVG, what else can we add? Let me think. So let's go outside of this SVG and add this style, okay. And I'm going to close this, make it self-closing, not self-closing. And I'm going to have some JSX, okay. And inside of here, just leave it like that. And here I'm going to make it JSX. So I'm making JSX, add this double, and outside of here, and inside I'm going to have some keyframe. Let's say keyframe spin to transform, rotate 300 degrees. Yeah. And this is going to be about it. Look how beautiful that is. Just things we just created ourselves, right? Just amazing. Look screen, you can customize it as you want. So you are not limited to options that you can do. Yeah, this is just what I like. Anyways, let's continue. And here outside of that, we can go ahead and add some text. So let's go outside of this style, outside of this div, and here we're going to have another div. So div, we're going to have class name, and the class name is going to be flex of 1. So flex of 1, min width of 0. And inside here, I'm going to have h3. And here I'm just going to say, let's see, not this one, but I'm going to add analyzing code. Okay, so analyzing code, let's give it some class name. So class name is going to be a font of medium, and that is going to be about it. And also let's add some paragraph, which is going to say some words. So paragraph here, and here just scanning for bugs, security issues, and improvements. And for the class name, it's going to be text of small, and it's going to have text of muted foreground and margin top of 0.5. Yeah, just some little thing. And on bottom, maybe we can add some more. So after this div, let's add this class name and less than seconds, but yeah, just static, it's fine. Okay, so that is going to be all. And now let's go ahead and also check for the failed status. So let's go outside of this card, and outside of this here, let's click for the failed. Okay. But before we do that, let's make sure that we put this back to its normal state as it's supposed to be, which is processing. So let's copy the processing, view lizard, and this processing. And this one is for the failed. So this one also for us to be able to see it. Let's make it completed for now. And let's go inside of here and let's start designing this fade, which is not going to be very complicated, but yeah, so let's done. And here we're going to have the card and then the card content, usual. And for the card, I'm going to have it in the class name. The class name is going to be overflow hidden, and border is going to be destructive, and let's make it 20. Okay, and inside the card content, I'm going to give it also a class name. So class name is going to be padding of 0. And inside here, I'm going to have a div, and the div, let me see, the div, and it's going to have some class name. The class name is going to be relative, and it's going to have padding y of 20. and it's going to have px of 6. And inside of this div, we're just going to have also another div. Okay, give it a class name. The class name is going to be absolute. It's going to have inset of 0. It's going to have bg gradient. First time I'm using gradients actually. Bg gradient. Don't I have not gradient here? Bg. Am I using something wrong? I don't work with gradients so much, so to bottom right can be written bg linear to okay. Let's use this then. They updated it. Bg linear to bottom, and let's say from lead, and let's say 500, and let's make it 5. Okay, then via and say transparent, and to red 500, and let's say 5. Let's see how this look like. Yeah, not bad. And also this is supposed to be just self-closing, just for this gradient here. And let me give you some class space. And this one's going to have a div, and this div is going to have class name. Class name is going to be relative, and then text is supposed to be center. And inside of here, I'm going to have a div that's going to hold my icon. So class name, let me give it the icon that I need, X circle. Okay, and let's give it some class name, this icon. So class name is going to be size of 8, and it's going to be text destructive. Okay, so now let's start this div, and we're going to make this mx of auto and size of 16, and it's going to be rounded XR and BG destructive. Let's make it 10. So rounded XR, BG destructive. Let's make it to XR actually. Yeah, so BG destructive of 10, and making the border. Then we have the border which is going to be destructive, and let's make it 20, and flex and items of center, and justify of center, and margin bottom of 6. Okay, yeah, I like that. And on the bottom here, let's just have an h3, not a div, but just h3 here. So h3, and fetch review code, and this can have class name. The class name is going to be text large, and it's going to have font semi-bold. Going to have text destructive, and after the h3 we're going to have paragraph, and here we're just going to say yeah. So please try again later or contact support, but that's not what I want to do. But you already see how it look like. But we're going to set a review dot. Remember we are passing some error if something goes wrong, so otherwise we can just add this here. And on the bottom we can add a button, for example, that says to retry. So retry like this, and this can be variant. It's going to be outline, not value, but it's going to be outline. And then we can have some class names. So let's push it. So class name margin top going to be 6. Okay, so that is everything for the thread. Let's put it back to its state for the thread here, thread state, and yeah, that is going to be all. So now let's go ahead and start displaying the actual content and comments for this one. All right, so let's go ahead and continue, and we're done with checks. So let me go on the bottom here, and here this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to get all the comments. Okay, and I'm going to get all the severity counts. So I'm going to filter them based on these categories. So the critical, the high, the medium, the low. And then we get the total issues from the comments.length. Yeah, so nothing so complicated. And what I'm going to do here is going to give this div class name. So class name is going to be space y of 6. And let me just refresh this just in case. Yeah, great. And also let me go inside over here. So this is where we're going to show the summary of the card. So I'm going to say the card content, and let's give it some class name. It's going to be overflow hidden, and inside this card we're going to have the card content. So we have the card content here. Great. So this card content is going to have class name. So the class name is going to be padding 6, and it's going to be space y of 6. And here this is where we're going to add some type of custom components that we have to create as well. So maybe let's start by doing that. So I'm going to have some custom component that first I need to create. So I'm going to add it on the top here. So it's going to be called inside of here. I'm going to call this, let's see, let me just take this name of the component, and this is how I'm going to name it. So risk score section, and I'm going to pass in the score, which is actually going to show the, let's see, going to say review. Okay, so review dot risk score. Okay, and now let's go ahead and create this component over here. So on the bottom here, I'm going to have, so the function risk score, which is going to take in the score of type, and it's going to be a number. So score type number. Let me just do it this way, and over here I can just return this. Okay, and here we're going to get so const, and let's add some config that we're going to need. So I'm just going to import that. So all the way on the bottom, I'm going to add all the configurations that we need. So we're starting with the get category icon, and this is how we're going to get the icon based on this. So bag, the shade, the performance, the style, etc. And now for the severity styles. So this is the styles that I'm returning based on what we have. And this is for the bar, and this is for the badge as well. So these are the class names. And now for the risk score, so get risk config. And this is the score is under this 25. I'm returning this 50, 75, and etc. So yeah, that is what we're going to be using for this one. So let's go ahead and continue with this card that we are reviewing. So let me go ahead and continue. So I'm going to get the config. So config is going to be equals to get risk config, passing the score, and let's just make it this way. Get config, and here I'm going to return. So return, and it's going to have a div. And let's make it class name. The class name is going to be spacey of 4. And inside of here, we're going to have the div. And the class name is going to be flex, items of center, justify of between. And inside of here, I'm going to have the h3. So let's say h3, okay. And h3 is just going to say risk score. Okay, so risk score, let's give it a class name. So the class name is going to be text of smaller, and it's going to have the font medium. It's going to have text of muted foreground, and after that h3, I'm going to display some kind of, let me just show you. So this is going to be a div, and let's give inside of this div, let me just note this. So inside of this div, I'm going to have a span, okay. And this span is going to display the score, okay? So the score. So in this case, we have 70 that we got back. And so let's go ahead and style it. So let's start with this. So you're going to have class name, and it's going to use the CN. And let's give it class name. Text is going to be XL. Font is going to be bold. And it's going to have tabular lambs. And it's going to have tracking of tight, like that. And now let's go to the span. So the span as well is going to use the CN. So, but actually, yeah, let's add the CN while we had it. So config dot background. Okay. So this is what we have for this div. And now let's go to the span. So here I'm going to have class name. I'm going to use CN as well. And here we're going to have the text of XL. And it's going to have, actually for this, I think these class names are supposed to be for here. So let's cut them and add them here. And for this div, we're going to supposed to have flex, items of center, gap of 1.5, px of 3, and py of 1.5, and rounded is going to be large. Yeah, that look about right. And for the score, the CN is going to have also the config. Okay, so this look about right. And let's continue now. So we have the risk score, and we have the score. Then we go to outside of this span. Let's add another span. Span. And this one is just going to have this 100. Okay, so out of 100. And here I'm going to give it some class name as well. So class name is going to have the CN. And here I'm just going to say text of XL, font of bold, and yeah, basically what we had before. Yeah, so let me just add the tabra names and tracking of type. And let's give it the color as well. So config.color. Actually, this one I don't need. Let me do it correct. I don't think I need. It doesn't look good as I want to. Let's just make it text smaller. So text XS, text muted. Let's make it foreground. See, okay, and let's make font to be medium. Yeah, that look better than this one we have. Okay, and that is going to be the first thing. So now let's continue with this one. So let's go outside of this span, outside this div, and also outside the second div. Let me add another one. Add a div. It's going to have a class name. The class name is going to be relative, and it's going to have height of 1.5. And inside of this div, I'm going to have another div. So div, and because this, so class name is going to be absolute, going to have insert of 0, rounded of full, going to have bg gradient, which I don't think I have access to. So bg gradient, yeah, bg gradient to right, bg gradient to right, from emerald of 500, okay, from emerald to 500, via amber of 500, via amber of 500, and to, let's say, red of 500, and opacity is going to be 15. Okay, so you can see this bar that I'm trying to add over here. Let's see what it's saying. So I think now it is BG linear, not the BG gradient. Okay, so we have that first. This is supposed to be a self-crossing. Okay, so this self-crossing. And also let's add another one, which is also self-crossing. So let me add a div, self-crossing, and let's give it class name. So class name is going to be absolute, going to have insert y of 0, going to have left of 0, going to have rounded of 4, and it's going to have bg gradient. I need to change this to linear actually. So bg gradient, let's see bg, let's do this bg and bg linear to right. So, and we're going to see from amber, let's start with emerald of 500, then we see via amber of 500, and to red of 500. Okay, so this is the second one that we have, but this one is going to have some styles. So let's go over here. Let's have some style. So style is going to see what I need. So let me get styles here, and I'm going to say width going to be the score, and we add the percentage, and then the transition. So transition. This is why this is not accepting what we add here. Oh, remove this. And here, let's say transition. We're going to have with etc. And yeah, you can see now this how it's starting to look. This little bar right here. So wave 3 is in and out. Okay. Starting to look much better. Now let's go outside of that. Let's add the position marker. So which is going to be also self-crossing. And let's say I want to design that. So let's give it a class name. So class name is going to be absolute. It's going to have top of, let's say 1 and divided by 2. So top 1 by 2, and size of 3.5, rounded of 4, and BG background, and border is going to be 2, and shadow of medium. Okay, so you can see it like here, but it's not aligning as I want to. So let me add some styles. So for the styles, I'm going to say left. So for the left styles, I'm going to calculate this. So let's say go inside here. Let's cross this. Let's say math.min. Okay, and inside here we have the math.max. Then we check from the score, so add 2. Then we add this 98, and we add this percentage sign. Okay, so that for the left. Let's continue. So transform, And this is going to have the translate X of 50 over there. And also let's do the same thing for the translate Y. This is translate X. Let's copy this. Let's add for translate. And this time it's going to say for translate Y. Okay, so you can see it now, it's aligned over here in the middle as we want to. And let's add some border colors. So we can say border. And this one is just going to say config dot marker color that we have. Perfect. And the transition is background. Now let's transition. Yeah, just like that actually. So maybe let's say for the transition left, and for the border background color, don't need any background color. Yeah. And this is how it look like. I think this look much better. Yeah. Okay. So let's go outside of that. Outside of this div, let me go ahead and add the risk scale labels. So we can add another div with class name. This class name is going to have flex, items of center, justify of between. And here I'm going to have a span, and the span is just going to have either low, critical, or let's say critical. So critical. So here is low and here it's critical. And here let's give it some class name. And they're going to be the same class names. Basically, so class name is going to have text. Let's make it 11 pixels, and it's going to have text of muted for the same class names over here. Okay, and yep. So this is going to be all for this component that we just added, and this is how it's going to be looking like. So it will change depending on the risk score that we have. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. So let's go on the top, and here let's add a default one in case we don't have. It's going to be 0. And here let me go ahead and give some space. So let's add self-closing div, which is going to have class name, and the class name is going to be height of pixel, and pg is going to be border and 60. Okay, so that is done. And now let's go ahead and add some div here. So I'm going to have a div, and the div, inside the div I'm going to have another div, and I'm going to have a class name. The class name is going to be flex, items of center, specify of between, margin bottom of 4, and inside of here I'm going to have h3, and here you can have, yeah, you can name it whatever you want. So let me give it some class name. This class name is going to be text of small, so text small, and I'm going to have font of medium and text of muted background, just like that. And here I'm going to, after the h3, so after this h3 I'm going to have some div, and let's give it a class name. And for now let me go inside of this div. I'm going to have a span. So span, and in this span we're going to display the total issues. So yeah, total issues. So we have 8 here, and let's try to style this first. So inside of the div I'm going to use the cn again, and here I'm going to make it flex, items of center, justify of center, and minimum width is going to be some custom, so 2.5 frame. Okay, so let's do minimum width 2.5 frame, fine, and px is going to be 3, and padding y is going to be 1.5, rounded is going to be large. Okay, and let's go inside of this one. I'm going to search so for total issues equals to 0. Then we're going to have pg emerald of 510, else we're going to have the pg muted. Okay, so this is how it look like. And for the span, let me go inside of this one as well. So give it a class name, it's going to be cn as well. And here I'm going to have the default text XL, and it's going to have to font bold, and it's going to have tuple of nums, tracking of type, great. And now let's check, so total issues, so total issues equals to 0, and then we're going to display the text equals to emerald of 5, text emerald of 500, or let's use 600, and on dark going to be text emerald of 400. Okay, else will just be text foreground red, and that is going to be all that we need. Okay, so after this, let's go outside of this span, outside of this div, and also outside of this second div. We're going to have some visual bar to see. So add this component. I'm going to go and separate distributor bar, and all we need to pass in is going to be the counts, and the count is going to be of severity, and also I'm going to have the total, which is going to be total issues. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this bar, and I'm going to go on the bottom, and let's put it, let's put it on the top here. So let's see function, and let's give it a name, and let me go ahead and done this. And what I need to add in here for this, the types of this, so let me just go ahead and add this. So the type of this, then these are going to be the types that I need. And here I just forgot something. Yeah, so add in the counts, the total, and the counts are going to have the critical number, high, medium, low, and the total is going to be a number. Okay, so let's go ahead and start designing this. So here I'm going to have some check if the total and is equals to 0. Then inside of this one, we can just return the div. So the div we need to return, and it's going to have a class name. The class name is going to be height of 2, let's make it 2, and bg going to be emerald of 500, and 20, and rounded is going to be full, and overflow hidden. I'm not going to show this right now, and div is going to be self-closing. Let's see. So width for full, height of full, bg emerald 500, and rounded full. Okay, great. So that is the first thing you need to do, and let's add a little config thing that we need to do for getting the width. So this is what I'm going to use when I'm going to get width, which we're going to use the count number, count divided by total, and multiply by 100. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go outside of this one. So we're going to return, and here I'm going to have a div, and inside of this div, I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to have height of 2, and it's going to have bg of muted, going to have rounded of full, going to have overflow of hidden, and flex. Okay, and inside of here, I'm going to check. So I'm going to check for counts dot critical and 0 and end. Then we display this div self-closing. So for this div, I'm going to give it a class name of height full, bg of red 500. Okay, so bg of red 500, and fast. Let's use the fast child. So for the first child, I'm going to use rounded, and then I'm going to check for the left and make it full. Okay, and then I'm going to use the last child now. I'm going to make it rounded, and I'm going to use light and make it full. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do the same other thing on the bottom here. So we're going to check now for the count. So if the counts dot high, so if it's high, and then we're going to use also another self-closing div. We're going to give it a class name. So the class name is going to be, class name is going to be height of full. Height of full, pitch is going to be orange of let's say 500. Okay, and first is going to have, for example, the first is going to be rounded of right, and last is going to be rounded of left. Okay, so that is okay. And now let's go ahead and also add some style. And also for this one, I forgot to add the style. So let's say style is going to have the width of get width counts dot critical and something here. Yeah, that's why I was saying something now. So style width, get width of high, and we're going to do the same thing for the medium and the low. So we're going to for the high, now we're doing for the medium, and also now for the low, which is going to be exactly like this. Yeah, let's change some just the, so for the high is okay. For the medium, it's going to be, I'm not going to use 0. I'm going to use, let's use about 500 first rounded. That is okay. And for the low, I'm going to use BG green. Green is okay. Maybe you can use something else. Let's see. Let me change this, just this color. So BG of, let's make it straight. Let's see how slate look like. So slate of maybe 400. Okay, so rounded full. And yeah, but for dark, I don't think it will look good. So let's make dark BG straight of 500. And I think this is okay. All right, so this is going to be fine for now. Okay, so that is done. And now let's go back on top. We are using this. So we're using this. Let me see. So we're using this over here. So let's go after this one. We're going to add another visual bar indicator. And this is going to just be the legend. So let's add a div. Give it a class name. No, just class name. The class name is going to have flex and items of center and gap of 4 and margin top of and flex lab. Okay. And instead of this one, this is we're going to have this separate bar count. I'm going to name it this way. So separate legend item. I'm going to give it a label and also the counts and the background that we need. So let's go ahead and start designing that. So let's go on the bottom here. Maybe after this one. Yeah, after this one, let's add it here. So let's add function. Separate, not this one, just the name. That's what I need. And also maybe the types that we need to return. Add it here. And yeah, okay. So this is the label, the count, the color, and our string extracted for the count, which is a number. And this is going to be a very simple one. So let me go inside of here. I'm going to return. So return, and this is going to have div, and it's going to have class name, and it's going to be flex, items of center, gap of, make it 1.5, and instead of this div, I'm going to have another div, which is self closing, and let me give it some class name. So the class name is going to have, let's use the CN, and it's going to be size of 2 and rounded of 4, and then you pass in the color, this color here. And now let's add the span. So the span is going to have the label, all right, and then give it class name. So class name is going to be text of XS, and it's going to be text of muted foreground, like that. And also let's do the same thing for the count. So class name text XS, font medium, tab randoms. Text muted foreground, let's make it font medium, and also, okay. And that is going to be everything for this card actually. So yeah, going to be very simple. So now let's go back on the top, and let's add a few more that we're going to need. So let me copy this, let's paste this here. And the second one is going to be for the high. Okay, so the high, let's save this. So the high is going to serial count dot high, and the color is going to be, let's say, orange. Okay, so let's copy this down, and this time is going to be, let's say, medium and medium. Okay, so the color is going to be amber 500, and the last one is the low. So let's go for the low, and this one is going to be, let's say, low, and can be green, or maybe make it BG straight. Okay, so let's use straight, just we've been doing like that. Straight 400 actually for the white, and then for the dark mode straight 500. And yeah, that is how I'm going to make it look like, and I'm quite happy with how it's looking like. So now let's go ahead and also show the summary comment. So outside of the div, this div, inside of the card content, let's go ahead and add the review dot summary. So if we have the summary, and then we can go ahead and spread this. So let's open fragments, add the self-closing div, and let's give it some class name. It's going to be height of pixel. We're going to have BG of border and 60. Okay, so just a little separator here. And here I'm going to have in a div, and this div is going to have in the h3, and it's going to have AI summary. All right. And let's give this h3 a class name. So class name is going to be text of, let's say, SM, small, and font medium, and text of muted foreground, margin bottom of 2. And inside of here, all we have to do is just render the paragraph and use summary. Just let's design this. So class name is going to have text small, and let's use leading going to be relaxed, and it's going to have text of foreground. Let's make it 90. Right. So that is what we have for this one on the top here. And yeah, I think it looks okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. So this is everything I'm going to show for this one. And now let's go outside and start working, showing the comments. So just showing the comment that we have added. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. Now we're going outside of this card, and here I'm just going to check. So the comments dot length, and I'm going to check. So if that's the case, here I'm returning this div and close this div, and else we're just going to return these empty fragments for now. But here let's give it a class name. So the class name is going to be a space of y3. Yeah, space y of 3. And inside of here, I'm going to have this div, and this div is going to have a class name. So class name is going to be breaks, items of center, justifiers of between, px of 1. And inside here, I'm going to have h2, which is just going to say review comments, and you can see it on the bottom here. And here I'm going to have class name. I'm going to have text of small, font of medium, text of muted foreground, and over here after this h2, let's have a span, which is just going to say comments dot length. So here we're going to say comments dot length. We're going to check. So better you can say comment or comments. So 8 comments, for example, here. And yeah, let's actually, instead of calling them comments, let's say issue. Yeah, so let's use issues. Let's give it a class name. The class name is going to be text of xs, text of muted foreground, and let's use tabra nums. All right, so that is all we have to do here. Let's go outside of this span, outside of this div. Let's also have this div, and this one is going to, let me close it. Okay, so close it, give it a class name, and this class name is just going to say space y of, okay, and here this is where we're going to start and create the comment card that we have to show. So let's go ahead and actually start designing this comment card. Right guys, so let's go ahead and continue with this. So we are going to create the comment card. So what I'm going to do, so we already have the review comments, and inside of this space y, this we are going to display this card over here. So I'm going to go inside of this, and I'm going to map. Before we do that, let's map all the comments. So comments, you can say dot map, and then you can get the individual comment, so comment, and also the index. And outside of this, so let me just go outside of here, and here I can return directly, and I'm going to return a comment card, which is going to take in, the key of index. The comment is going to be the index, and also let's have in the index itself, which is just going to be index. Okay, so let's go ahead and design this card, and we can continue. All right, so just over here, I'm going to go ahead and say function comment card, and here let me go ahead and return this here. Let me save this, and inside of this one, I'm going to add all the properties that I need. So let me just add them here, and here I forgot once more to add just one. All right, so this is going to take in the index, the comment, code review comment, and the index of, which is just a type of number. All right, so I'm just going to add of what we already have. So inside of here, I'm going to add this. So to expanded, set expanded is going to use state index and also copied, set copied, use state of false, category icon, get category icon, get severity styles, etc. We already have this configuration here. And now let's go ahead and add the copy method. So the way to copy this, and this is copy location. So navigator.script, what text, etc. set copied and set to false later. And finally, let's add outside of this, let me add this. So const path paths, it's called comments.file.split slash file name. I'm going to use the path paths.pop, directly path path.join with the slash. All right. That is going to be all for this. And here, let's go ahead and finally return. I'm going to say return, and here I'm going to have the card. So let's say the card, and inside of this card, we're going to display a button, a normal button, and inside of this button, we're going to add in a div. Let me add a div, and let me try to close this div. Okay, so you can see what we are showing here on the bottom over here. And so this div, let's give it some class name. The class name is going to be padding of 4, and so we have flex and items of start, gap of 3, and inside of here I'm going to have a self-closing div, and this is going to use the cn, so cn class names. So the cn, let me close this here, and here I'm just going to have in the margin top of let's say 0.5, and the width is going to be 1 plus 1, and height is going to be 12. I don't know why it's doing that. Height of 12, rounded is going to be full, and shrink of 0. Okay, so let's save that, and you can already see what we have right now. But finally on the cn, let's go ahead and so the severity. Let me see, do we have it? So after the cn, we're having the severity config dot bar. So let's say dot bar, not the bar but bar. Okay, so you can see the colors that are appearing here right now. And also let me give this, okay, so this div is fine. For the button, let me give it a class name, and the class name is going to be for full. So let's make it full. And also text going to be on the left. Yeah. All right. That is looking okay. And finally, not finally, but over here. So after this self-closing badge, this closing bar, I'm going to have another div. This is not a self-closing one. And inside of here, we're going to have also another div inside. And inside this div, we're going to have a badge. And inside the badge, we're going to display the severity of this. So comments.severity, just like that. And you can see the badge how it look like. Let's go ahead and style it. So let's start with this here. So class name is going to be flex of 1. And minimum width is going to be 0. Space of y, let's say 2. Okay. And let's go to this div. It's going to have a class name, and it's going to be flex, and items of center, and gap of 2, and flex wrap. All right. And for the badge, we're going to have the variant is going to be outline. To make it outline. And let's go outside of that. Let's give it class name. And let me just look at this. So class name is going to, you are going to use cn. So cn, and inside of here, we're going to have the default. So text is going to be, let's make it 10 pixels. And here we're going to have it as uppercase. Okay, so uppercase. And tracking is going to be wider. And font is going to be semi-bold, just like that. And outside of that, we can have the severity config. And not this one, set config dot badge. All right, so this is how they are looking the colors like here. And inside of this, we have that already. Okay, so now let's go do the same thing for the category. But this one is going to have kind of icon. So let's go outside of this one. And we're going to let's check first. So let's check if we have any type of category here. So if we have the comment dot category and end, let me go here. So end. Can return directly, then you can show this badge, and inside the badge we're going to return the comment.category, and here it's giving us some issues. So what is the issue? Okay, so that's for the severity. And now what I'm going to do, so let me go outside of, let's see, did we even check if we have the severity at all? Yeah, we don't need to check for it, but yeah. So let me go outside of this badge and I'm going to check. So comment dot category. So if there is a category and end, we can just say a badge. So let's return a badge here, and inside of save this, and inside of this badge, we can just show the comment dot category. So let's say comment dot category. All right, so you can see it right here. And let's go inside of here. We're going to change it a bit. And the variant is going to be secondary. And inside here, we're going to have in the class name. And the class name is going to be gap of 1 and text XS, like that. And also not just the icon. Let's not just the text, but let's also display the icon. So for the icon, we're going to use React. So React dot create element, and the element we need is the category icon, just like that. And also let's give it some class name, which is going to be size of 3. Yeah, you can see how it's looking like depending on what the category is. Okay, so the bag, the performance, style, bag, amazing. So let's go ahead and continue. So I'm going to go outside of this badge, and also outside of here, I'm going to have some separator. So let's give it some class name, just a flex of 1. Okay, that is okay. And let's go outside of here. So we're going to check if it's expanded. So if it is expanded, and then we're going to display this here. So we're going to display this chevron, let's sit down. Else we're just going to display the chevron light icon. So you can see that here. Let's give them a class name. So class name is going to be size of 4, and text is going to be muted foreground. Okay. Let me just copy these class names and let me add them. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and display the message. So outside of this div here, I'm going to go here and I'm going to have the paragraph. And here I'm just going to say comment.message. All right. So now we can see these messages here. They don't look so great right now, but let's create a class name, cn, and inside here, I'm going to take text of smaller and also reading of relaxed. And this should look way better. And let's check. So if it's not expanded and end, you can just add this line of clamp. Let's make it 2. Okay. So let's see this. Okay, I don't have a way to trigger this yet, yeah, but you can see already. Okay, so that is done here. And now let's also add the file location. So let me just check one thing here. So we're inside of this button. So we're still inside this button. That is good. Now let's go on the bottom. And after this paragraph, let's also add one more button. So a custom button. I'm going to do this style. And this will have for copying. So inside of here, I'm going to source this file to icon. Okay, so you can see it right here. And also inside of here, I'm going to check if the directory, so directly and end, if this is the case, I'm going to have this span, and the span is just going to display the directory. Okay, and you can see it right here. Perfect. So let's give it some class names. So for the button, let's first of all add the method to copy. So on click, let's say on click, I'm going to pass in the event, and after that, I'm going to have the e.stop propagation, and also let me copy location. So that is the first thing. The second thing is to style this. So class name is going to be of group, and this group can give it a name, let's say file, and inline is going to be flex, items of center, gap of 2, and text XS, and font is going to be mono, so font mono, that's how it looks like, and text is going to be muted foreground. going to have hover. It's going to be text of foreground, and I'm going to have transition of colors. Perfect. Great. So let's go to the file code icon. So let's give it some class name. I'm going to have size of 3, and let's make it 0.5. All right. So that's how it looks like right now. And yeah, so this is the first span that is displaying that. Let's give it also some class name. So for the class name, I'm going to say just the opacity of 60. So it's not very powerful. Okay. Yeah, so that is the first thing. Now let's go outside of this. Let me add another span. And this span is just going to display the file name. So file name. Okay. And here we go. So you can see it right here. These are the file names. Let's give it some class name. And for the class names, I'm going to make it font of medium. And also let's make text of foreground. Text foreground. Let's view this in full screen. Yeah, this is how it looks like. Perfect. So let's go ahead and continue. So let's go out of this span. Let's add another span. And inside of here, we're just going to display, let's see, we're going to display the, maybe not this yet, but let's add these 2 dots. And after that, outside of that, let's have another span. And here we're going to display the comment line. So comment dot line. Okay, so this is how it's appearing here. Okay, so maybe let's also make this bracket. And yeah, okay, let me see. Okay, yeah, we're going to fix that later. For now, let me leave this and let's say text of small. Okay, yeah, I'm going to come back to this. For now, let me just finish what I have planned already. So for the comment line, it's going to have simple class names as well. And also let's add the class name for this one. So class name is going to be text of primary. And it's going to have font, let's say font of medium. And for the comment line class names, so let's go on class names. It's going to have class name. And it's going to be text of, let's say, primary, and also font medium. Yeah. Okay, so for these dots, maybe let's just make text of foreground. So foreground, yeah. And outside of this comment line, let's go ahead and check. So let's going to do some check. If it is copied already, we're going to show this check icon, or not badge, but the check icon. As we show this copy icon. So the check is going to have size of 3. And let's make it the text emerald of 500. Okay, and also for the copy icon, it's going to have size of 3 and opacity is going to be 0. And group, let's say group hover, but we're going to use the name we gave the other one. So let's go to the group hover and make it group hover, and it's hover, I mean. Okay, and it's going to be file, then make the opacity to 100. So yeah, opacity 100, and transition is going to be opacity. So now if we hover on it, we should be able to see it right here, just like that. So you can see it red. So anyway, as you hover, it will not appear, but if you hover on this file, it will appear. So that's what we are trying to achieve. Okay, perfect. So let's go outside of that, and let's make a way of this suggestion to appear. So if user has expanded this, let's add a way to see what they have added. Now let's go outside of this button, stay inside of the card, and here we're just going to check. So if expanded and end comment dot suggestions. So if there's some suggestions, and we're going to display this div. Let's close it. And inside here, let's have another div. And this one's going to have a class name. The class name is going to be margin left of 4 and rounded of large, and BG gradient. Yeah, the BG gradient thing. And it's going to be to bottom right. Let's see what we can name it now. So BG linear to bottom right. Yeah, that is the correct name. And then we can call it from, and let's do emerald of 500. Then 10. Okay, then 2 emerald 500, and let's say 5. All right, and also just add the border. Then the border is going to be the emerald of 500 and 20 and padding of 4. Okay, so you can see how it's looking like right now. So let me open this. All right. So let's continue. And also let me maybe give this div class name. I'm going to make it px of 4 and padding bottom of 4. Yeah. So now this look much better. All right. So inside of this div, I am going to have another div. And inside of this div, I'm going to have again another div. This is going to hold the icon. So let's write wrap icon and let's give it some class name. So the class name are going to be the size of 3.5 and text is going to be emerald of 500 like that. And let's give this div a class name. So this div here is going to have class name and it's going to be flex item of center gap of 2 and margin bottom of 2. Okay, and here let me give it some class name. The class name is going to be padding of 1 and it's going to have rounded of medium. BG is going to be emerald of 500 and it's going to be 20. Okay, so that's how it looks like. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and continue as well. Let's go ahead and continue. So outside of this div that is holding the icon, let's have a span. This is just going to say suggested fix. Okay, so suggested fix. We can see this text now. Let's give this a class name. The class name is going to be a text of Inngest and it's going to have font of semi-bold. It's going to have text of emerald 600 and on dark mode it's going to be text of emerald 400 and uppercase, and also let's make it tracking of wider, right? So that's what we see here. And let's go outside of this span, outside of this div. Let's give this paragraph and comment.suggestion so we can see it right here now. Let's give this a class name. So the class name is going to be text of small and it's going to have reading of relaxed and it's going to have padding left of 7. Great. And that's going to be about it for this. So let's check how it looks like. All right. So, yep. And now let's see why this is not working. Let me check on the button. Yeah, so let's add the on click here. So click. All we're going to do is just set the expanded. So let me fix this. Let me just set expanded. And we're going to set it to the opposite of the expanded. So if it's true, it will be false. If it's false, it will be true. Now it should be working. Perfect. So here, okay. And yep, all is working as needed. Okay, so that is fine. And this is all for this comment that we wanted to add. And yeah, so that is all we're going to do right here. But okay, so now also we need to add in case where we don't have anything. So for this one, we can just render a simple message, or we can even do something better and create its own card that will display that will look much better. And I think that's what I'm going to do because it's what I like. So yeah, let's go ahead and start doing that. Yeah, so and for us to see that, it's going to be over here. So we have this one here. And we are going to check it. So we're going to check if the review dot status is equals to completed. So if the review is completed, right? And then we're going to show this card. So no issue. That means everything is good and we don't need to check it. So for now, let me make this as false so we can be able to see it, to see what we are doing. Okay. Actually, let's make this way. So, all right. So let's save this and let me go ahead and create this card so we can start designing it as we need. Let's go on the bottom and I'm going to add it here. So let's say function and it's not going to take in anything. And let me save this. Okay. So now we can start designing it as we need. So I'm going to return and here let's return a card. And the card is going to have the card content. And for the card, I'm going to give it some class name. So class name is going to be overflow of hidden, and the card content is going to have class name starting of 0. Great. And inside here, I'm going to have in a div. Okay, so I'm going to have in a div, and let's give it class name. Going to be relative, going to be padding y of 16 and px of 6. Okay, and inside here, let me add in a div, and let's give it some class name. So let's just scroll on the bottom, give it some class name. It's going to be absolute, going to be insert of 0, going to be bg. Let's make it linear, and so let's say linear to bottom right. Yeah, so bg linear to bottom right, and let's make it from emerald of 505, and here we're going to say via transparent, and also to emerald of 500 and then 5. Okay, so that is what we see here, and this can be self-closing. We're not going to add anything inside. Okay, or you can just leave it as you want, but let me make it self-closing. Just like that. Perfect. So let's go on outside of this. Let's have a div, and this one's going to have a class name. The class name is going to be relative, going to be text of center, and inside here let's have a div again, and this one's going to hold a check, so check circle icon, and you can see it like here. So this one is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be mx of auto, going to have size of 16. It's going to have a rounded of XL, going to have bg emerald of 500, and let's make it 10, and it's going to have of border, and it's going to have border, it's going to be emerald of 500, and it's going to be 20, and also it's going to have flex and items of center, going to have justify of center, and margin bottom it's going to be 6. Okay, so margin bottom is going to be 6, and that is okay for the icon. Let's give it some class name. It's going to be a size, so let's make a size of 8, and let's make it text of emerald 500. Right, so that's how it looks like. And after this div, let's have h3, and the h3 is going to say no issues found. We can just say whatever you want basically. So looking good, and also let's add this paragraph here. So let me add a paragraph with these class names. So text smaller, text muted foreground, margin top of 2, maximum width of small, max mx of auto. And we're going to say no issues were found. Your code follows best practices and appears to be well written. If everything is good, and this is what we're going to display. Okay, and this should be all we need. And for this review card, I believe this is okay. Yeah, so this is good, and that is all I wanted to display. So let me make it full screen. Perfect. So let's try something here, and I'm going to go back to all repositories. So let's go to repository, and let's try this. So if you pull request, and there's no pull request on this one, so let's close, and yeah, there's nothing here. So let me try to link a new repository, and let's see. Okay, so let me try any of these. Let me see, do I have anything? Let me try this one. So let me connect this, and let me check it. There's nothing opened. Let me try another one. I'm trying to find one that I have some pull requests opened on it. Let's try this one. For the open crow, this should have something. Nothing. Alright, so I couldn't find another repository that I have with opened repo, but yeah, that is good. Now I think it's looking so much better now. And maybe before you finish this up, I think we can go ahead and dark mode, which shouldn't be so to do in this case. So yeah, let's go ahead and add dark mode. So let me go to the shardcn, and let's follow their documentation. So let's go to the docs, and let's go to, let's see, do they have it here? Introduction, components. Let me find this. Before it was easily here, but I think they changed the search for dark mode. Okay, so it's dark mode. Where is it on the sidebar? Yeah, okay. let's go to the documentation. So we need to install this package, and let me go to my editor, make it full screen. Over here, I'm going to open, let's close this time. Let's close it for now. So let me close it. I'm going to install this. Okay, so let me open this now. And next thing we need to do, we need to create this file. So team provider, let me just team provider.txt, go back to the files, put the components, let me create a new file, team provider.txt, and let's add this here. So just import this. And next we need to add it to our layout file. So we need to copy this import. Let me go to let's try the layout file here. So let me add it here. And next we need to wire it like that. Inside the HTML, we need to add this. For the HTML, we need to add it like that. And then we add this inside of the body, and we have the children. So let me actually see inside the body. Let's add it here like that. And also let's put everything else inside of this one. So let me remove this. And yeah, not this one, but yeah, like that. And hopefully this should be working. So let me run this server again, and let's check our local host. Let's refresh, and yep. So the dark mode is working, and this is how it looks like dark mode. So let's check our files. They look good on dark mode as well. So everything looks good as we need it to. All right. Okay, so here, and we can also try to see if we have finished this. So let me check the documentation once more. And we can add this kind of theme toggle if we want to. And yeah, let's do it. So let me copy this here, and let me go to my, let me close this. So I'm going to go inside of my components. I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to, so let's say it. So theme toggle.txt. And that's this one. So we already have everything that we need. So we don't need to install anything. Let's just remove this import. And now let's go ahead and start using it as we need. Okay, so we're going to use it inside of our header. And on the bottom, let's see. So we have this div here that is Rex Item Center. And I think we can add it here. So theme toggle. Is it how it's called here? So theme, let's see. Okay, let me call it theme toggle. So theme toggle, and here I can just call it like that. Then we can import it. So let's see how it looks like on the UI. So that's how it's looking like, and we can change it to light mode if you want to, or the system mode if you want to. Okay, yeah. So that is what I needed. And Flex Item Center. Maybe let me add some kind of separator to this. So let me put this inside of a div, a self-closing div, and let's give it a class name. It's going to be size as the height of 5, width of pixel, and bg, let's make it border, mx of 1, and hidden sm of, let's make it block, and let's see. So yeah, this is the separator I was talking about, and yeah, this looks fine. Perfect. Yep, and so before I forget, let's go ahead and put back things as they were. So we don't always keep seeing that. And here, let me put it back to this way, and we should be good. So now we have this. Perfect. So everything is looking good as we wanted to. And I think this is going to be all for this UI here we need. Yeah, so in the next one, I believe we can go ahead and get started on working on this review page. So we're just going to show the history of everything we have. Yeah, so let's go ahead and continue with that. All right, so let's go ahead and continue working on this reviews page. Inside the app dashboard, let's go ahead and create a new page, which is just going to be called reviews. And here we're going to pass in the page.tsx. Okay, and over here I'm going to export it so we don't keep seeing this error. So it's just going to be called review page, and I'm going to put it as export default, and here now we can just return it like that. So perfect. We can make it light mode if you want, Right, great. So now go ahead and import everything I need as usual. On the top, just going to import everything that I need. So just the use state, the link, tRPC, button, add content, skeleton, and all the icons, then the CN here. And let me add the type as well. So for the type here, I'm just going to add this. So for the review status, it's going to be all completed, processing, pending, or failed. That is going to be our steps here. Okay, and inside, I'm going to have the functions that I'm going to need. So I'm just going to add all of them here, and you can go ahead and make it full screen. Perfect. So let me start from the top, and we have the status filter, set status filter, use state. Okay, so and we are getting the review. So the reviews tRPC.use query, and we are limiting to 50, and we are refreshing interval query constant processing. Okay, then here we're going to trigger the review. We're going to have also the button to trigger this, and the filtered reviews, status counts, reviews. Okay, so that is all we're going to need over there. And now I can go ahead and open this. So for this div, I'm going to give it a class name, and the class name is going to be space y of 8. And inside here, we're going to start with the header. Let's have the header. It's going to be a div. Class name is going to be flex, and items of center, justify of between. And inside here we have a div, and let's open it. And inside of this div we have h1, and h1 is going to say reviews. Yeah, simple as that. And for this h1, let's give it a class name. It's going to have text of 2xl, and it's going to have font of semi-bold. It's going to have tracking of tight, and outside of that, let me have paragraph. Going to have class name. So the class name is going to be text of muted foreground, and margin top is going to be 1. And inside here we're going to say, let's see, okay, yeah, this is not bad. So 2 total reviews. Yeah, let's keep this as here for the paragraph here. And outside of this div, let's have this button, and the button is just going to have the refresh icon. And let's see, so for this button, let me see what I want to do. I want to say the variant is going to be the ghost, and for the size, I'm going to make it icon of smaller, and I'm going to have it on click. So on click, I want this to happen. So I want the reviews dot refetch. Okay, and then you can go inside of this one, we can make it disabled. So disabled if reviews, not reviews, so if reviews dot is fetching. So if we click it, it will be disabled for a couple of seconds. And then you can give this a class name. So the class name is going to be CN. So since we're going to depend on, and instead of using this, we can just say size of 4. And here we're going to check. So if reviews dot is fetching, and we can just say animate of spin. Okay, so just like that. Yeah. Then we can go outside of this button, and then we can start adding some type of filters. All right, so let me go outside of this div here, and I can have a div, close it, give it a class name. The class name is going to be flex, and items of center, and gap of 2, and flex is going to be lab, and padding of 1, and have bg muted of, let's make it 50, and rounded is going to be large as well, and w of bit. Okay, and here we're going to have all the status that we have. So open this object, open brackets, and open square brackets, and here you can just have, so all, say all, and after that you can say completed, or processing, pending, failed. Okay, so we make it big screen for now. And after over here, we can mark them as const. Then we can map those. So here we can just say dot map, and here we can get a single status. Then we can directly return here. Here we're going to return a button. So, and let me pull it back. We're going to return a normal button and we're going to give it a key. So the key is going to be status, okay? And here we're going to have onClick. So onClick is just going to trigger or set the status, set status filter, and we're going to pass in the status. And after that, we're going to have class name, but for now, let's leave it. And let's go inside of this button here, and we're going to find a way to show the status icon, okay? So let me add this method on the bottom here, and let's call it status icon. And this is how we're doing it. So create status, class name, and we're just switching the class names depending on the status and also the icon. Okay, so that is all we're doing, and let's go ahead and use that. So over here, inside the button, I'm going to have the status icon, and here just passing the status of this. So status, and the class name is just going to be size of, let's make it 3.5, yeah, 3.5. And yeah, so these are the icons that we have currently. And here let's also maybe add the status 6, so status, and let's make this, so if it's all, let's see, so if it's all, let's change it to be that. So okay, and also remake them. So let me change this character art, and let's see character art 0 to uppercase. No, this is not what I want. Let me remove this. So character art, and we're going to suppress 0 and create status, and we're going to slice this. Let's get the second, and you can just make it to lowercase, right? So they all look the same to lowercase. Yeah, okay, yeah, that is much better. Okay, so let's type this button. This is going to have CN, and inside here we're going to have flex, teams of center, gap of 2, going to have px of 3, padding y of 1.5, make it 1.5, and it's going to have rounded of medium, a text of smaller, text same, okay, so text small, right? Yeah, text small, come on. Text of small, and font is going to be medium. Font medium, and transition is going to be, so transition is going to be just like that. And now for the dynamics, we're going to check status filter. So for the status filter, if it's equals to status, then you can change the background. And for this is, so here, and here we're going to have the BG of background, and also text of foreground, and shadow small. Else, we're going to just show this text of muted foreground, and hover is going to be text of foreground. And yeah, just like that. If we switch, this is how it's looking like. Okay, and now we have the status icon already. So let's go after this status, and also let's go outside of the status icon. We have this. Okay, that is fine. So let's go here. I'm going to add a span, and inside of this span, I'm going to say the status counts. So it says status counts, and get this status just like that, and it's going to show us the number for each. And here I'm going to give it a class name. So class name is going to be CN, and this default class name, so margin left of 1, text of XS, subline is going to be nums. Okay, and for the dynamic, I'm going to make this check, so status, so I'm going to check if the status filter, right? So if it goes to status, and then we're going to display this, so text muted foreground, else we're going to display text of muted foreground, then we divide it by 70. Okay, so yeah, that is just what we wanted to do here. All right, so that is the first step, and for these tabs is looking better, and you can also, this button works. So now let's go ahead and start adding the review list, so the list of this one. All right, so let's go ahead and continue, and let's go outside of this button inside of this div. So I have this last div screen. So let's check if the reviews dot is loading. So if it's loading, then we're going to display this div, which is going to have in just what we've been doing in this project. So yeah, and I'm going to have in this, so this here, this is the loading skeleton, and else if that is not the case, so I'm going to go inside of here, and here I'm just going to just check first of all, yeah, let me check if there is an error. So use.error, and here we're going to display this. We're going to display this card with the content like that. So card with this border destructive card content, and we add that, and else here. So let me go for here. If we have the, let's see, if the filtered reviews, okay, dot length, then we're going to display this here. So we're going to return a card, and this card is going to have the card content, padding y of 16. So you can see just the class names that I'm adding here. Right. So I'm going to go a bit fast on this component since there's nothing really interesting going on. Okay. So these are the class names that I am applying. And over here, after that, let's go here and this check as well. And here we're going to have a div tree. So this div here, let me close it properly. Yeah. And here we should be good. Yeah. So this is when there's nothing. This is how it looks like. So it's just UI we've been working on before as well. So we've been seeing this before. That's why I'm going a bit faster. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that is what we're seeing right now. Perfect. So here we need to create a card that we should display the list. So class name, space y of 3. And inside of here, I'm going to add so the filtered reviews dot map. So let's map this. Let's get individual review. And inside of here, I'm going to return this, and I'm going to have the review card. And here I'm just going to this. So is going to be review.id. The review is going to be review itself. So let's see what it returns. So review, okay. Oh, this is supposed to be just an object. And over here as well. Okay, so that is okay. And here let's have on try. Let's call it on retry. Okay. And here we're going to this method. So we're going to check first if the review status is failed. We're going to check if the review status is failed. Then we have this trigger review.mutate, repository ID, review.repository.id, PR number, and this number. So let's go ahead and create this card, so review card, and it's going to just be called review card. So let's put it here. So we're going to say a function, review card, and here we need to pass in some props, but for now, let's just fix this issue. Okay, so I'm going to add the interfaces for this card. So these are the interface I need for this card. So in the review, I need all of this data. And the last three on retry. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add what we need. So inside of here, I'm going to add the props, and also on retry, I add it like here. Then next, I'm going to add all the methods that it's going to need. So inside of here, I have the comments, that array.isReview.comments, then get status message right here, then status message here. And inside of this card, we're going to return. So return, and it's just going to be the card, so the UI as well. And here we have the card content. Okay. And for the card, let me give it some class name. I'm going to have the group class name, and hover going to be of border and border. Then transition is going to be class. Save that, and inside the card content, let's give it class name. It's going to have padding of 4, and then inside here we have a div, and here this div is going to have class name. It's going to be flex, items of start, justify of between, of 4. Okay, and inside of this we have another div, which is going to have a class name of flex, items of start as well, of 4, and min width is going to be 0, and flex is going to be 1. And inside, I just have another div as well. And this one is going to have the class name. So let's just say CN. And inside the default one, I'm going to be margin top of 1, and then padding of 2, and rounded is going to be large, and shrink is going to be 0. Okay. So let's see what we have. So get status message. Okay, that is fine. And now we need to add a way to get the status background. Okay, so this is also going to be a simple one. So let me go on the bottom here. Let me add this get status background. So just passing the status, then we have the background colors as needed. Okay, so nothing interesting here. Let's go back on top. And for the CN here, so let's say get status.bg, and then we pass in the review.status. Okay. And also let's add a method to get the status icon over here. So get status icon. Let's see why it's showing us this error. We already have this. Yeah, okay, so we already have this one. We can just use it. Perfect, that is fine. So let me just go on this one. So inside of here, this we're going to use it. So we can say status icon, and here I pass in the status. Review.status, and for the class name is going to just be size of 3.5. Okay, so that is done. And outside of here, we can just render. Now let's see, is this okay? Yeah, maybe let's make it size of 4. Okay, yeah, I think this look better. And let's go outside of this status icon. Outside of this div, let's have another div, and let's give it a class name. It's going to be minimum width of 0. Flex is going to be 1, and space y of 1 as well. And inside of this one, I'm going to have also another div that is going to hold my link. So class name is going to be flex, items of center, gap of 2, and flex wrap. Great. And inside here, let's have the link, and then for the link is going to take us to the repo, so href. And it's just going to take us back to the review back page. So let me just add the man sign. Oh, first of all, let's do repos. Then it will take us to this page, so which is the dynamic page, which is going to be on review.repository.id. Going to take us to the PR, and then it's going to be on the PR number. So we can just say review. Not refresh, review.pamber. Okay, and here inside I'm going to have in the let's say review the title actually. So review.title. All right. So inside here, let me give it class name. The class name is going to be font of medium, and hover. It's going to have text primary. It's going to have transition of colors. Going to have truncate. Okay, and also let's show the icon maybe. And outside of this link, status icon. Let's see how that look like. Yeah, all right. And remove this class name. Status icon. Status icon. Having 2 icons is not good. So instead of doing this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to display a badge instead. Okay. So let me go on the bottom here, the new method. So we're going to call it status badge. Okay, let's see why this is showing here. Okay, so completed. We don't have this. This can be outline, or let me leave it for now. We'll figure out what's the issue here. Okay, so let's add this instead, so we can use it instead of showing that with status icon. So let me go here, and I'm going to show this status badge. Okay, so pass in the status. Yeah, this is much better. I like it this way. All right. And I think for this variant, we need to modify this badge to be able to accept this kind of class names that we just added. So let me go inside the badge. Let me open it completely, and let's see what we need to change. Okay, so inside of this, we need to add all of those. So for example, the success, the warning, and also the info. So after the link, let's add the over here. So these are the class name for those: success, the warning, and the info. Okay, so that is what I have. Now let's go back here. We should not see any issues, and here it should show like that. Beautiful. So that is what we have completed. And let's go ahead and continue with this. Okay, so that is done. We have the status patch. Let's go outside of this div. Let's have another div. And this div is going to have class name of flex and items of center. Going to have gap of 3. Going to have text of small, the text of smaller. Going to have text of muted foreground. And then inside of here, I'm just going to have some span. So span. And this one's going to say, for example, let me see. So review.repository.fullname. Full name. Great. Let's give it a class name. So the class name is going to be font medium. That is all. And let's copy this down. So another span. And for this second one, it's just going to display the dot that we've been working with. So let me add the correct span here. We've just the text muted foreground. And now let's display the number. So yeah, the number of this request. Okay. And next, let's also add the dot again. And here we're just going to display the time. After that, this time. Yeah, so let's go ahead and add this method as well. So I'm going to add it on the bottom here. So to format the relevant time. Okay. So this was when the last I worked on this. Yeah. Okay. So after that, let's go outside this div. Let's continue. So outside this div, span div. And then you can check for the statuses. So here we're going to say review.status is equals to completed. So completed. Let's see. So instead of doing this, we can add some kind of badge or something. So let me see if I can add that here. So get status badge, get status badge. Okay. Let me go over here. Let me add this. And also let's add this get config. So we can, yeah, just here. Okay, so this are for the get list config, and this is every class that we have in this. Then we have this list score badge. Then this is what we have in this case score badge. Okay, so let me go ahead and start working on this now. So let's go back on the top over here where we are trying to display it. Okay, so instead of showing this, let's keep this div, flex item center, gap of, let's make the gap of 4, padding top of 1, and let me remove this. And here I'm just going to check. So let's check for the review, but let's say the risk score. So the risk score, and I'm going to check the not null. And here we're going to display this risk badge. Okay, so risk score badge, and we pass in the score. Okay, just like that. And let me remove this, otherwise adding it. So this is how it's looking like. And then let me add, after that, let me add for the comments. So this comment count, and then we check and end. Here we have a span, and inside of the span, we're going to display the message numbers, comment numbers, or comment count. Here we can just check if we say comment or comments. Okay, and also let me add this icon, so red triangle. Yeah, so it looks better. Okay, so let's give this span a class name. So the class name is going to be flex items of center and gap of 1.5, text of small, and text is going to be muted of foreground. So text muted foreground. Okay, and for the icon, I'm going to say class name is going to be size of 3.5. All right, so that is how it's looking like now. And let's go ahead and continue. So outside of this span, outside of this div, and outside of here, I'm going to have the summary. So review dot summary. So if for this summary, right, and review dot summary is equals to completed. So completed, and here we can go ahead and have this paragraph. Okay, so we can just say review.summary. Okay, so let me check if I'm doing this correctly. Not summary but status. Yeah, so review.summary and reviews the status is equals to completed. And then let's give this class name. So it's going to be text of small. Going to have text of muted foreground. Going to have line clamp of 2 and padding top of 1. Great. So that is done. And now let's go ahead and also check if it's outside of this one. And we're going to check for the status message. So status message and review dot status is equals to completed. Then we're going to display this paragraph again, and we're going to pass in the status message. Okay, so these are the status message right here. And then let's go ahead and give it some class name. So the class name is going to be, let's use cn, and here the default is going to be text of small, so text small, and it's going to have padding top of 1. And then for the cn, I'm going to say, so review dot status is going to be equals to completed, or instead of completed, let's say review dot status, let's say failed. Okay, so check for failed. Then you can go ahead and display this class name. So here, am I using the cn correctly? So review dot status is equals, yeah. It is okay. Let's use text led, and for now let me say text of muted foreground. Okay, so review.status is equals to failed. Then we should display this, and also here let's make it 600, and DAC is going to be of text at 400. So let's see why this is happening. Oh yeah, that's because we're checking if it's completed. Okay, suppose if it's not completed. Okay, so if there's some issues, that's what we're checking. And next, so let's go over here. So there's paragraph. So this div, after the second div as well, let's have another div. And here we're going to have class name. The class name is going to be flex, and items of center, and gap of 2, and shrink is going to be 0. And inside here, I'm going to have a link. So let me just create this collect. Okay, so let's close this, and here I'm going to have a button to take us to this. So let me just accept this for now, but it's not going to be this way. It's going to be the actual, so review.url. Okay, and for the class name, it's going to have the target of no blank, and for the class name, it's going to be this way. It's going to be padding of 2. It's going to have text of muted foreground. It's going to have of text foreground, and it's going to have transition of colors, not transform, transition of colors. It's going to have rounded of, going to have of PG muted, and that's going to be about 8. So if we hover it, this is how it looks like. And it's just going to have external link, so to say external link, the icon. And for this icon, it's going to have a class name of size 4. So size 4. That is going to be about 8. All right. And finally here, let's go ahead and the buttons that we need. So over here, I'm going to check, so review dot status, if it's equals to failed. So if it's failed, then we have on retry as well, and we have on retry available to us. We can go ahead and this button, or I can just say retry, and on click on retry, we're going to pass in the on retry. So on click, instead of this, it's passing just on retry. Okay, so retry, nothing else. And else we're going to show this link instead of this button. We're going to show a link which will take us, let me just accept this suggestion for now. Okay, so this is going to take us to the repos. We have the repos page, not dashboard. Repos, and it's going to have on this page here, so review.repository ID, then it's going to be on PR, and then preview.pr number. Okay, and for the class names, let's remove this for now. And inside of this link, I'm going to have in a button, which is going to say, depending on what we have, so review dot status, if it's equals to completed, we're going to say completed, or pending, if it depending on what. So let's give this a class name. And first of all, let's change the variant of size. It's going to be size of small. Okay. And the variant is going to be of line, just like that. And yeah, I think that is going to be about it here. We don't need to do much. So we can navigate to this pull request here, and we can navigate to this page as well, which now is working as we wanted. And yeah, basically, if you ask me, we have most of the things we need completed. So we can go ahead and learn this again. And also, oh yeah, the server is not learning. So we don't have the server learning. And what I mean by the server is the Inngest server learning. Let's learn it, and let's open this. Make sure you have it learning before you trigger that. And now if we try this again, yeah, so now we see this, go to the reviews, you can see that it's saying pending, and also the pending one is 1, and it's analyzing the code. So since we have triggered the one we added before, that's why it's showing this status, because it did not learn, but it added the pending state inside of our database. But yeah, you can see that it's working as we wanted it to. And now it's completed. So now here should be completed. Okay, so pending, yeah, so now you can see the pending state how it looks like. And then we can navigate to this. Perfect. So let's change the mode to dark mode. Let's check the review page. And yeah, this looks okay. It looks perfect. And I think, yeah, this is what I wanted to add for this one, for the reviews page. So this is going to be about everything that we needed to add. And maybe next one, let's go ahead and add the GitHub webhook. So we can be able to automatically trigger whenever there is a pull request to our repository. Yeah, let's go ahead and work on that. All right, so now we have a way to manually trigger the review. That is fine, but it's not what we need. So we also want to introduce the automatic reviews. That's why in this lesson, we're going to set up a GitHub webhook. So review trigger automatically whenever someone opens or updates a pull request. Okay, so we're going to set up, like when we configure the webhook on GitHub repository, GitHub will send an HTTP post request to our endpoint. So whenever, like for example, some certain events happen, we're going to listen. So for us, we're going to listen to pull request event. So, and that will trigger our ingest job automatically. So we just have to verify the request signature to ensure it's really coming from GitHub. All right. So now let's go ahead and add some GitHub secrets. So let me open my code here. I'm going to make it full screen. I don't need this for now because we're going to work on the backend most of the time now. So let me close all, and here let me collapse everything, and let's go to the inside of env. I'm going to have this GitHub web secret, and here we can generate one using this command. So let me open a new terminal. Yeah, so we can use this command to generate one for us. And let's open that. So let's add it here. So GitHub webhook secret, and here we're going to create the API route which will be receiving webhook events from GitHub. So we just have to verify the signature and check if the event is a pull request, which we care about for now. We don't need any other events. We just need to listen to the pull request event. So after that, we can trigger the review. All right. So let me go inside of src app, and I'm going to go inside of API. I'm going to create a new folder and call it webhook or webhooks. And inside the webhooks, I'm going to create a new folder again, which is going to be GitHub. And inside the GitHub, I'm going to create a new route. It's going to be route.ts. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and import everything we need. So we already have most of things. So we have the the crypto, the database, the ingest, all we need to do is just trigger this job. We already saw how it works. So we're just going to listen to event and it will trigger it. So there's nothing much to explain here. And let's have the interfaces. And this is the pull request payload. So just passing the action, the number, the pull request, which will have ID, number, title, HTML, state draft, and then the repository. Okay. So let's go ahead and add a method to verify the signature. So over here, I'm just adding the method to verify the signature. So passing the payload of string, then the signature of a string, which can be null as well, and return true or false. And then we're checking the secret. And if the secret is not there, then we return this. And if there's no signature, we return this false. Then we're using hmark, crypto create hmark secret, and the digest hmark plus with this hmark update. Then finally, we use this crypto timing safe echo buffer from digest with this signature that we have. Okay, so on the bottom here, let's do export. Let's say async function, and it's going to be a post. Okay, so we're passing the request of next request, and inside here we'll get the payload. We're going to get the payload, and let me go inside here. We're going to payload, request the text signature, request to get XHub signature, and event, and this event here. And over here also, we're going to verify the webhook signature. So if there is not correct, we're going to return invalid signature. And also here we're going to only handle the pull request events. So if event is not this pull request, then we're going to ignore this one. Okay. And else let's get the data. So I'm going to get this data. So data.json.pass payload like that. And then we're going to only trigger and open and here. So we're just going to trigger the open the thing. So only trigger and open, synchronize new commits or reopened. Okay, so opened, synchronized, reopened. These are the only one actions that we're going to be triggering. Okay, and we're going to be skipping the draft. So let me go outside of this, and we're going to skip draft. So we don't want to trigger the draft. And we're going to go ahead and define the repository inside of our database. Okay. Because user have to connect their repository first. So this is why we're going to trigger this. We're going to find this inside of our database. And if this repository is not found, then we're going to return that repository is not connected. Okay. And then next, we're going to check if there is already a review in progress. So let's go outside of that. So we're going to check existing review. Find first where repository pending or is processed. And if we have, and if that is the case, we're just going to return this. So review already in progress. Okay. So if that is not the case, then we're going to create the review record over here. Okay. So create a new review record and with this data. And then finally, we're going to trigger this ingest job. So we're going just to trigger this ingest, just like we've been doing before. There's nothing so complicated here. And finally, we can just return review triggered, review ID, review ID. All right. So for us to be able to test this, we need to first of all deploy this application. So we have a HTTPS URL that we listen to this event. Okay. I know we can use ngrok for development, but yeah, there's not really no need for that because I know that this will work when we configure it. Yeah, so I think the next thing we're going to do is actually deploy this application, okay? So that is going to be all for this webhook. It's not complicated, just verifying if the GitHub signature is the correct, then we're just listening to the event that we care about and we just trigger this event. Okay, and here for us to be able to test this, we're going to deploy this project. But first, let me stop everything here. And I'm going to close most of these. And let's do pm build. Let's see if our build command is going to complete and see if there's any issues locally before we go ahead and try to deploy it. Yeah, okay. So instead of health check, we have an error. So let's go ahead and see what's the issue with that. So let me open check and So data.timestamps, and we just need to convert this to like time string, and this should be okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do this. Open npm run build, and let's see if we have any more issues. And nope, everything's working as expected. All right. So that is done, and let me start it again. Dev. So we don't make sure that we're not forgetting anything before we go ahead and start deploying this. Okay, let me make it like that. And let's go to the home page. Let's see. Okay, so we don't have a landing page, but the landing page is like actually optional. You can design this page however you need. That is why I'm not going to go ahead and code it, like type it, but I'm just going to add the code I have for it. Okay, so let me just go inside of here, and you can get this, of course, or you can just design it as you want. So go to the page, and I'm going to paste this here. And if you go on the page now, and let me go here. Yeah, so this is the simple landing page. You can go ahead and design it as you want to. So there's nothing really complicated here. Like this is the code for it, but of course you can go ahead and get the GitHub from the link in the description below. So yeah, like really what I wanted to show you is done. And yeah, let's go ahead and work on deploying this application. And of course, we're going to be self-deploying this, so we're not going to use like Vercel or anything else. We're going to host this on our own VPS. So let me go ahead and show you how we're going to do it in the next chapter. Alright, so congratulations if you made it to this point. And in this lesson, we are going to go from the local development to a really production deployment. So we're going to use our own VPS. So we're not going to use any platforms to help us host this, but we're going to have full control on how we deploy and whatever I do. So we're going to set up HTTPS, we're going to set up some security, and also we're going to use CI/CD. So every push to main, it will be deployed automatically on our own VPS. Okay. So the first thing you should do is get a VPS. Now I'm going to be using Mivo Cloud to get my own VPS. So you can visit mivocloud.com and then go to virtual. Then you can choose this SSD VPS. Okay. And here you have a bunch of options you can choose from, starting from these packages. So for example, you can choose from this first one, but I would advise you to go with the S4 package, which has 8 GB of RAMs, 4 CPUs, 1 TB of GPS, and also this is the price you pay. But you can see it has enough 120 GB SSD, which is pretty enough. So once you've done that, go ahead and choose any of these packages. Then you will get access to the VPS. Alright, so once you have got your own VPS, you should see the information of your VPS. So I advise you to go ahead and change your password. I believe you will receive this by your email. So if you receive the information of your VPS on your email, go ahead and change your password, and you can do that by visiting the dashboard or your dashboard page. And here all I need to do is just get my IP address. So the IP address for me is going to be this IP right here. So let me go ahead and copy it so we can go ahead and SSH into this. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to say SSH and root. And here I'm just going to add my IP address and SSH into that. Now go ahead and put the password that you have received or the password you have changed if you did so. Alright, great. So now we have logged in on our VPS, and I hope you have logged in on your VPS as well. So the first thing you're going to do, we're going to install some base packages. And the first thing before we do any of that, let's go ahead and update our system. So we're going to do that by running this. So apt-get update, and this is how we're going to update this. So let's just run this command now, and we are going to wait for it to finish. which if your VPS is pretty new, it can take a while to finish, but this is important. Make sure you follow all of these steps that we're going to take right now. So yeah, let's go ahead and wait for this to finish. Okay, great. So it's finished. Now let me cross this. And also let's go ahead and run the upgrade one. So see the get upgrade Y. So the Y is stand for accepting to everything. So now it's going to go ahead and start upgrading all the files and tools that we have on this machine. So this is still alright. So it just finished it to upgrade. And now let me go ahead and install the packages that I need. So we're going to need to install the certificates. We're going to use to install CAR. We're going to use to install the GNP, UFW, fail to ban, and untitled upgrades. So we're going to explain those as we go, but we're going to need those when we start setting up our deployment. Let's go ahead and install this. Okay. And once those are done, the next thing, so here just press enter, right? And once those are done, we need to create a user, okay? So we don't want to deploy using this root user, which is not a good practice at all, but we're going to deploy a specific user for this deployment, okay? So this is how you do it. So add user and you can give it a name. And in this case, I'm just naming mine deploy. So go ahead and press enter. And it's going to ask us to create a password for this user. You can go ahead and generate a password and something. So just make sure to add some kind of password that you can remember. And on here, you can just press enter unless you want to provide those information, but these are not required. And just press enter. And yeah, here you go. This is okay. And next thing you need to do, we need to add this user to the root group. So you can just say user mod a group sudo deploy. Okay. And now we have this ready. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to generate an SSH key for this one. So I'm not going to be using password all the way, but we're going to be generating our own SSH key. So go ahead and open your terminal on your local machine, not on the VPS, but on your local machine. Open any type of terminal that you have access to. And I'm going to run this command. So this is the command to generate an SSH key. And we're going to use an email. Here you can use your email if you have one. But yeah, let me go ahead and press enter. Okay, so it's asking where I want to save this SSH key. And this is the default location, but I'm going to just press enter to be saved in this location. All right, so it's saying that I already have this already, but that is fine. I can override this. So I'm going to say yes. And for this one, you don't have to provide anything. Just press enter and press enter again. Now the key has been created. So we're going to copy this key to our VPS. So how we do that? We just say SSH, not over here. So we just say SSH, then we can say the copy and we can give it the ID. So for example, in this case, remember our user is deploy, right? Let's give it this to deploy. Then you had your server IP. So where your VPS is running, the IP address of that. Okay, so let me go ahead and press enter to this. And now this is the way you will add the password that you have provided when you was creating this user. So go ahead and put that password that you have added. Then go ahead and press enter. All right, so now it's saying we added the key successfully. It's asking us to try logging into the machine with just SSH, and we see if to ask us for any passwords or not. So let me cross this. Let me copy this command actually that they're suggesting here. So let me clear this, and now you can just use the SSH. And if everything is correct, you should be logged in without having to type your password. Just you be logged in with the SSH key that you have set up. Okay. Now let me go ahead and cross this. Perfect. So that is done. Let's go ahead and enable firewall. Okay, so I'm going to enable firewall. So I'm going to run this command, which is going to be sudo ufw default deny incoming. Okay, so let me press this enter. And now it's going to ask us for the password. So the same password that you have been created, go ahead and add it for now. Later on, we're going to disable password at all. But for now, like while we're setting this up, let's continue with this. So go ahead and add your password that you have added once more. All right. So now we have denied all the incoming requests. And also let's allow for the outgoing. So we're denied for the incoming. And now let's go allow for outgoing. Okay. So now that is okay. And let's go ahead and allow for the open SSH. Perfect. And let's go ahead and allow for the TCP port, which is going to be 80. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and allow for the 4443 port. Perfect. And also let's go ahead and enable this UFW. So we're going to force it. So sudo UFW force enable. Okay, so the firewall is now active, and we can check if it's active by running this command. So the status command here. And yeah, there we go. So this is all we have added and set up. Okay, so now let's go ahead and enable fail to ban and unintended upgrades. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and enable this. So sudo system enable now. Perfect. And let's go ahead and also add for the unintended upgrades. Just press enter. Yeah, so that is done. Okay, so why does this we just did matters? So this will remove easy attacks vectors. For example, for now we just have the root login and password off. That is okay for now. And also we are keeping only the required network ports open. And also we are adding brute force and patching protections. So that's what we just did right now. All right. So now that is done and we have logged in as deploy, we're going to go ahead and start setting up our Docker engine and also some Docker Compose plugin. So deployment are consistent and reproducible. Okay. So that is what I'm going to do. The first thing you need to do, I'm going to install this. So sudo install m0755 and the directory is going to be on the key links. So press enter. Great. So now here, all I'm going to do is just setting up Docker, right? So this is, I'm going to go on docker.com, Linux, and I'm going to sudo app on my key links. Great. And now let's go ahead and give it some permissions. Okay, that is done. And now let's go ahead and use this echo command. Okay, so we're just setting up Docker for now. That is done. And now that we have this package set, we can go ahead and update. So sudo apt update. Perfect. So sudo apt update is done. And now let's go ahead and install the Docker and all the plugins that we need. So we're installing the Docker SE, Docker SE CLA, container.io, Docker build plugin, and Docker Compose plugin. So go ahead and press enter. Yeah, so if this appears again, go ahead and press enter. And now we should be okay. So let's close this and let's go ahead and this user group with Docker. So let's add this user. Perfect. So now to verify that everything works, let's go ahead and exit on this VPS. So let me do exit. Yeah. So we have exited on this. Let's go ahead and try this again. So SSH, then the user we have created with the server IP. So press enter and we are back in the server. And now let's go ahead and check if the Docker I've done is there. So let's go ahead and check for the Docker version. So if this command is working, that means you have successfully set up Docker on your machine. And also let's check for the Docker Compose. Yeah, so everything is working. If you run this command, we are not going to see anything because you don't have any containers up and running. All right, so what I'm going to do now, since we're going to be using setting up HTTPS, I'm going to go ahead and set up a domain that I want my application to run to. So if you already have a domain that you want to, you can go ahead and set it up. And if you don't, I'm going to show you where you can get your own custom domain. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So now you have many options of where you can buy your domain. The two websites I like to use most is the Namecheap and as well as Cloudflare. So this is the websites I use for my domains, but there is more and more options that you can go ahead and do. So go ahead and choose your domain here. You can purchase it. And anywhere you have purchased your domain, you will have access to DNS record table. It will be different depending on your domain provider. In my case, I have my domain on Cloudflare. So if you go here and you can go to the domains, and I have quite a few domains. So right here, so this is where I have my domains. And for example, let's go ahead and open this one, open Agents CC. So it will have something like DNS record. So it will depend on your provider that you have choose to go your domain from, but it will be like something like DNS related. So go ahead and find the where it is on your provider, then click on DNS records. And this is where we're going to do now. So, okay, so I'm going to go over here, add the record, and I'm going to choose the A type. And here it can have a custom subdomain. You can choose a custom subdomain, or you can just choose your main root domain. In my case, this will be openagents.cc, but I'm going to add a custom subdomain. So this one can be named anything. So in this case, I'm going to name it, let's see, let me give it the name of this code. So I'm going to name it code reviewer. All right, so this is the custom subdomain I'm giving it. And here you can see the preview of how it will look like. So if I want to visit this web application, I will have to go on this domain, okay? And for the IP address, let's disable this browse status. So make sure to disable it if you are on Cloudflare, and if you are not, you don't have to worry about that. And for the IPv4 address, you guessed it, it's going to be our server address. So go ahead and choose your server address, IP, and you can add it over here. So go ahead and click on save. And now this case is done. Okay, so let's go back to our server. All right, so now we're back on our server VPS. We need to create a directory where we want to our app to run, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and choose this command. So sudo make directory, and it's going to be on opti code reviewer AI. And this is the directory I'm going to use. And now once again, go ahead and choose and use your password that you have used before, okay? So go ahead and add that. All right, so now that this is done, let's go back to our server. And here, let's go ahead and create a directory where our application will be created in. So I'm going to say sudo make directory, and instead of opti, I'm going to add a new folder, which is going to be called code review AI. Okay, so now that it has been created, we can give it some permissions. So let me go ahead and add permissions, create, and now we can go ahead and cd into this. Perfect. So here we're going to add our .env file, and I suggest you that before you go ahead and add your .env, go ahead on your local machine and fill all the values that you want to be created on your production environment, so that later on you can come back here and paste them here. And here we're going to use vim, so vim.env, and this is where we're going to be pasting all the production URL that we need to do. So let me go ahead on my local machine, and I'm going to show you how I'm going to fill those in. Then you can come back here and paste it here. All right, so here is my .env. Let me copy this, so copy and paste. And here I can just go .env.prod, for example, okay? And here I can go ahead and start filling in all things that I need to be in my production. Not the same one you have on your local development, but this must be different. But for the purpose of this course, I'm not going to change much. I'm just going to change these URLs here to match the one that we have set here. So this one on our open agents, which is going to be code reviewer. Okay, so let me just open this, and this is how it's actually going to look like, code reviewer. Okay, so open agents.code reviewer. Perfect. So let me go ahead and copy this. Let me copy the name of this here, and I can go inside of here. So HTTPS. So let's say HTTPS, and this is going to just have the code reviewer name, and then also the domain, your domain name. If you use the subdomain, of course, that's the case. Let me add a dot, then open agents.cc. So this is going to be the same thing on all here. So let me add this one here. All right, perfect. And also we're going to need another one that we're going to use with Caddy. We're going to be using Caddy to set up our HTTPS provider. So let's use this. All we need to do is just add this. Okay, so yeah, that's all we need to do. Give it some space. Yeah, So code reviewer openagent.cc, and this is my subdomain that I'm using. And these are all my webhook keys that I need. Okay, so go ahead and fill in your production environments, and then we can continue. And also for Inngest, we need to add some Inngest as well. So let me go ahead. Work in the cloud, we need to actually have some Inngest keys. So let me add those here. And let me go ahead and show you how you can get this. All right, so go ahead and visit Inngest.com. Go ahead and create an account, which is what I'm doing. So I'm going to create an account. Okay, so this is taken, and maybe you can say like that. And yeah, so that is okay. Go ahead and create your account and follow all the steps that you need to. So create Inngest app. We already have, let's say we already have Inngest app. Okay. And here, this is where I'm going to connect production. So let's click on all providers. And I'm going to say if ingest event key. So the ingest sending key. And let's see the view. And here saying unknown for some reasons. Yeah, but that is fine. So let's get the ingest sending key for now. And we're going to add it on our production. So signing key. Paste it here. And let's click on next. And here we need to add the API where our API is running at. But we don't have this yet. It's not deployed yet, but that is fine. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this URL. So let's copy this URL, this whole thing, add it here, and it's going to be on API and then ingest. Okay. But for right now, if we run it, it will not work because this is not deployed. But first, let me go ahead and click on this key here on the top, and I'm going to get the event key, which we don't have yet. So click on that, and let's see what they ask us. All right. So click on ingest key, and you have a default created one for you. So go ahead and copy that, and go back to here, and I'm going to add this here. All right. So we should be good right now. And yeah, let's go ahead and continue. So we have filled this, so copy all of it. Once you are happy with what you have done, go ahead and copy everything. Okay. So once you copy everything, we're going to go back to our server, and here we're going to paste it here. So just press Ctrl V, and everything should be copied. And to exit this, just press on escape, then type those two double points, then W quit. Okay. So save and quit. And now we are out. So we have the thing set up. All right. So that is done. Now what we need to do, we need to go to the GitHub. So visit your GitHub and where you hosted your project. So the project I'm working on is this one. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add in everything that I will need. So we're going to need to add the SSH key, and so that GitHub can be able to access our VPS when we deploy new changes, so it can push those changes there and run the project. That is what I'm going to do. So go to your project where you have it, go to settings, then go ahead on, and let's see, so let's say secret and variables, then click on actions. Okay. Then go ahead and click on new repository secret. Okay. So the first thing you need to add, we need to set up the VPS host. All right, so the first thing you need to add here, the VPS host, which is going to be, of course, your server IP. So in this case, I'm going to add my server IP. Okay, so add that. And the next one we're going to add is the VPS port. So go ahead and click on the VPS port. And this is just going to be our SSH port. So it's always 22, unless you have changed it, and which I believe you did not change. And of course, if you change it, go ahead and set what you have changed it to. Okay. So the next one we're going to add, so the user. So remember, I've created a user which we call deploy. So let's go ahead and add that user. So this is the user we created, which is deploy, right? And this user has an SSH key. So this is the SSH key now we're going to use here. So SSH key. And for us to be able to get this SSH key, let me go on my terminal. So over here where we created it, let me see. Let's log out. Okay. And this is the command you need to run. So cat SSH, and you need to get this key. So this is the key that you need to copy. So go ahead and copy the whole content without leaving anything. So copy this, then go back to your GitHub and then paste everything here. Then go in and add the secret. Perfect. So now that is done. Okay, so let's go ahead and even add more that are needed while the build is being used. So OpenAI will complain that it needs API key when it's building. So that's what we need to add it here. So let me go ahead and add the OpenAI key. So go here and add OpenAI key, and then go ahead and fill in the value for OpenAI. Right, so and also for the beta of secret, let me go ahead and add the beta of secret, and make sure you add the same one as you did with your production. So here, let me go ahead and add this one. So they are the same. Go ahead and add that. That is done. And I think these are the only one that will give us trouble. Maybe also let's add the URL just in case. So let's add the beta of URL. And it's going to be this one here. So yeah, go ahead and add those. Great. So now that is done, and let's continue configuring this before we can leave this one. And here we're going to go to the GitHub, the application. So if you remember application from logging with GitHub, we need to change it. Okay, so let's go ahead and change that. All right, so let me go to my profile, and I'm going to go to the settings. Then I'm going to go on the bottom, developer settings, and I'm going to choose my Auth apps, and I'm going to choose my app, or you can create a new application if you want. And all we have to do here is just change this URL over here. So let me see what URL we need to change it to. And it's going to be this one here. So https openagent.cc. And here, let me just change this 3000, and I'm replacing it with this new one. So tRPC code review openagents callback. Update the application. Perfect. So now that is done. And next thing you need to do for the ingest, we are going to come back to it once we deploy, but we should be good for now at least. So if we go to apps, we don't have the application yet, but yeah, we're going to come back to that and fix this issue. So if we sync new app, we have this sign-in key, which is okay. And here, actually, I can go ahead and add the collect URL. So let me add this, and let me copy this key again, just in case it changes. And this is the sign-in key. Okay. Add this. And if you click sync app, it's not going to work because this app is not running yet. Yeah, so the URL is unreachable. That is expected. Okay, so now we have all the setup ready that we need. And let's go ahead and start adding the code that will actually do the thing that we want to. So yeah, let's go ahead and keep working on that. Right, so also there's some couple of changes that we need to. For example, instead of the lib of client, and here it's using, so if base URL process the env public URL, and let's make sure that that is the case. Public URL, next public URL. Okay, we have this correct one. So of client. Okay. And instead of doing it this way, I'm going to change the way I check here. Let me save this. So the base URL, and let me just use this base URL of base URL. Okay. Yeah. So let's just use this one actually. Yeah. Perfect. So this is how I'm going to be checking it. Okay. And the next thing you need to do inside of our server, services, AI, and here also we need to change just some small thing, the way we get the API key. So over on top, we say const OpenAI, and let me go ahead and change the way I'm getting this. All right, so I'm going to remove this first one where we say const OpenAI, and I'm going to use this here. So let OpenAI client is equals to OpenAI. Then get OpenAI client. Okay, so that was what I'm using for now. And let's go on the bottom. So yeah, let's go on the bottom here where we need to use this OpenAI here. So before here, we can just say const OpenAI equals to get OpenAI client. This is just to avoid OpenAI from throwing some errors when it's a build time and it couldn't find the key because this is on build time. Yeah, so that is just to avoid all of that. Okay, so now that is out of the way, let me save this, and also let me save this. Let me close it, everything here. And here, let's go ahead and add the Docker compose file that we're going to need. But first of all, let me start with Docker file. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to add my Docker file that I need to. So I'll go here and we can create a new file and we're going to call it Docker file. Okay. And if you want, you can install it, but I'm not going to. Then go ahead and paste the content that we have. Okay. Yeah, actually, maybe I need to install the extension because this doesn't look good at all. Yeah, let's go ahead and install the Docker extension. So let me go here and extensions. And here I can just say Docker. And yeah, let's install any of those. I'm not sure. Okay. And now let's check this. Okay. Now it looks much better. Perfect. All right. So this is all I'm doing here. So I'm using this node version and npm home. So I'm copying the directory is going to be up. I'm copying the package.js npm log, and then we are going to run npm install. Okay, and providing these placeholders for build time placeholders, so Next.js will not fail. Okay, so the actual values will be used. They are the one that we have inside of our env. Then we're running the generate, the build command, and setting the env to be production, etc. So simple stuff. Okay, let me close this. And next thing you need to do, we need to add the Docker compose file. So over here, new file, and so it's going to be docker compose.yaml. And inside here, we're going to have some content. All right, so the services is going to be the app, the build context. We're going to use the Docker file. We're going to use the Docker file, okay? And then we are installing Caddy as well, so that we can be able to have the HTTPS access. And we're using our app domain. So this is why we added this environment variable. Then we're using this app domain here. So we need to create actually this directly. I mean the Caddy file, we need to create that. So this is all I have inside of this file. Okay. All right. So now that is done. Let me go ahead and create this here. This is going to be a very simple one. So let me go here and I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call this deploy. And inside deploy, I'm going to have this Caddy file. So or here, create a new file, and it's going to be Caddy file. And all we have to add is this. So the app domain and encode the gzip, and the reverse proxy is going to be the 3000. Okay, so save this file actually. So we're just reversing proxy to this. Perfect. And now for the CI/CD pipelines to work, we need to set up GitHub. Okay, so we already did some setup, but we need to set the code up. So I'm going to create a new folder. And I'm going to call this .github. And inside .github, I'm going to have a new folder, which is going to be the workflows. So workflows, and inside of this one, I'm going to have a new file. So this is how I'm going to call it. So deploy vps.yaml. And this one is quite long. So I'm just going to add the content here and I'm going to try to explain what's happening. All right, so we're naming this workflow as deploy VPS and we're checking the branch to name. If you have a different branch, you can use a different branch here, okay? So the group, we're creating a group which is deploy VPS production. And here also permissions is lead. Then the job is running on Ubuntu latest. Then we're having these commands to check the secret that we have set in our GitHub settings. So the VPS port, default is 22, database URL, beta of URL, public URL, okay? So GitHub secret, OpenAI webhook, Inngest, okay? Then we run in some steps. So the first step is to check out, okay? And then we set up PNPM. Then we set up Node.js, and the first here we're installing the dependencies. So dependencies is just installing these commands. Great. So then we generate the Prisma client, and then we're going to SSH into the server that we have set up. Okay. So that's why we added the SSH key, so we can be able to automatically SSH into this server. Perfect. So now here, we're going to ensure that the directory exists. So ensure app directory exists. And this is how we're using this. So make deal VPS, make GP secret VPS app directory. And I just remembered, I'm not sure if we added that. So let's go back to GitHub. And I'm going to go to my repositories. So let's go back here. And yeah, this was called actions. And let's see, did we add the app directory? We did not add this app directly. Right, so let's go ahead and fill this in. So just this secret as VPS app directory, and the directory name is just going to be the one that we have created. Okay, so this is the directory that we have created on our application, on our VPS. So go ahead and add that. Yeah, and now we should be ready, right? Okay, and now I'm going to sync all files to VPS. So we're running this command to sync everything. So .git, node module, env.env.env.local. So I'm excluding all of this. Then we're going to SSH with this, with the API, with the SSH key, with this user. Then we're having the secret. Yeah. Then finally we are deploying to the VPS. Okay. So this is all we are doing here. Perfect. And I think this should be ready. So if we've done everything correctly, we should have our application running. But if not, that is fine. We're going to try and fix these errors. So let me go ahead and push this to GitHub. So let me open my Git here, and I'm going to commit this. And let's say step1, just in case. And then you can stage all of this, commit. And then I'm going to push these changes. All right, so I pushed this. Now let's go ahead and check if it has failed or it's running. So, okay, seems like it's running. Now let's go ahead and check what's happening. All right, so we got some error that is expected, I think. And we're having error package missing or empty. So the PNPM is missing. Alright, so the fix for this is that we're missing these packages. So make sure you have these packages added like that with a dot. Okay. And this should be alright. So now let's go ahead and push these fixes so we can see what we just added. Let's go back over here and let's stage everything, and then we can commit and push these changes. Okay, so this has been pushed. Let's go back and check once again. Okay, let me see what's happening now. And now it seems like this step has been passed. And yeah, let's go ahead and wait for this to finish. So let me go ahead and wait over here. All right, so it seems like the generate command has been, we don't have it for some reasons. So this db generate seems like we don't have it instead of our package.json. Let me go ahead and check that. And so let's go check our package.json. And yep, so that is the case. We do not have this generate command in our package.json, which is a problem. So let me go over here and we're going to add it. After this, let's go ahead and add this command here. Okay, so db generate and dev next.js. Okay, that is okay. And this should be all we need for now. So let's go ahead and add these fixes and let's push it again. Okay, yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and check this time and see if everything is going to run as expected. So yeah, let's go ahead and wait for this to finish up. Okay, so now we are on the build stage, and yeah, let's go ahead and wait, see if everything will go as planned or not. Okay, so the build is done, and now we're configuring the SSH, and it seemed like something went wrong. So the SSH did work, but for the ensure directory exists, it returned some type of errors. Okay, so let me see what's the issue here. It seems like there's some issues with the SSH, the way we set it, and I'm going to try and fix this. So the first step is going to check. So let's go to the settings of this repo, and we're going to go to the secret and variables actions, and let's check for this. So let me go back in my terminal actually. Okay, and over here I'm going to check if what I have is correct. So let me go sit here, and I'm going to check so SSH, and I'm going to use this key here and see if we can SSH in. Yeah, that is okay. We can SSH in this server. So for the host, which is correct, we are setting up the server IP, right? So make sure there's no spaces. Yeah, there's no spaces. Okay, let me just use my passkey, right? And now let's also for the port is 2 and 2 is okay. And yeah, but just in case, let's update it. The secret. And for the user, so user VPS user supposed to be deploy. Let's not spell this long. So deploy. Okay, update this. Good. And now for the SSH key, so VPS SSH key. Let me go ahead and copy this. And yeah, so let me go ahead and copy this. Let me go back here and exit this and also exit here. So let's copy this thing collectory and pass it here. Okay, so did this and yeah, it should be okay now. And maybe let's go ahead and retry this. This LAN details and let's try to rerun this job. So rerun create all jobs. Let's run in this. All right, so let's go ahead and set a new access key SSH. So I'm going to create a new dedicated key just for this, so we can see if this will fix the issue. So I'm going to generate a new one, and I'm going to name it GitHub VPS deploy. Press enter, and this has been created. And now I'm going to run this command so it can add this public key to the deploy on VPS. Right, so this is what I'm going to do. SSH root, then we're running this. So let's press enter. And here we need to provide the password for this root. So go ahead and provide the password for your root VPS account. Okay, so after running that command, let's go ahead and test. So it's returning okay, as if this SSH key is working. And yeah, for now, I guess that is fine. So let's go ahead and copy this. Okay, so this time, let's go ahead and copy all of this. So let me copy this from here and I can go back to my editor, not my editor, but my GitHub. Then I can go to the settings and let's change this. So settings, and I'm going to secret actions and SSH key. Let's change this. Let's add this one. Update. Okay. So that is done. And now let's go ahead and commit this. So I'm going to commit an empty one. And here let me push. Yeah. And let's go ahead and see if this is the issue. If not, then we try to find what is causing all of this to happen. Okay. So let me go ahead and wait for this to finish. Okay, so yeah, seems like this just fixed it. So now it's deploying on our VPS. So you can see it's running the Docker Compose commands. So yeah, it was just SSH keys issues, and now it seems like it's deploying it. Okay, so let's go ahead and wait for this to finish, and we can test if our application will be running as we want to. Yeah, let's go ahead and wait for this. All right, so almost at the end, and let's go ahead and see if this is working as I want to. Okay, so seems like I'm on the last step here, and now it's exporting the images. So exporting layers, and let's see if it's working as I want it to. Yeah, so while I wait for this, let me go to my VPS here, and I'm going to cd into this subdirectory. Okay, and let's just wait for this to finish. So if we run docker compose ps, yeah, nothing's running yet. Let's wait for this to finish. Okay, so that is done, and now it's pulling the images from Caddy, and yeah, seems like something went wrong. So yeah, we forgot the db push command as well. All right, so let's go ahead and fix this. Then I will run this again and wait for this step to come. So let's go ahead and add this from our package.json, which is going to be the db push command. Yeah, so let's go ahead. Let's open this. And over here on the top, let me add this db push. All right, let me just give it this as the name. And let's push this, and this should automatically trigger the build as well. Okay, and let me go here. Let me wait for this. What is the time? Oh my god, 4 AM. Okay, yeah, I'm going to wait for this to finish, and if it will not finish, I'll just wait for another day and we'll try to fix it. Yeah, so let me go ahead and wait for the step where it pay that and we can continue. Alright, so here we go. We are on this step now. Let me go ahead and wait, see if this will cause the issue or any more issues that we had. Yeah, so let's go ahead and wait for this and see. Okay, it's running the command. Now it has found the command. So yeah, I think this is going to be all right. And yeah, right. So the job has finished successfully. Okay, so this has finished successfully, but let's check and see if the commands has been added. Seems like there's nothing running here. Seems like the Docker compose is not run it. Alright, so since the Docker containers are missing, let's try and start manually, which is okay. So Docker compose build and pull, we're going to pull this up. Okay, alright. So we started it. And now I think the Docker command has been run for the push, but yeah, let's do it just in case. But this should be alright already. Okay, so we just do it one time and this should be okay. Let me check this. Yep. So now we just started it up. And also let's start up Caddy. Okay, for the HTTPS. And let's check now. Okay, so we have both of them running. Okay. And this should be alright. And now let's visit our URL that we have set. So the URL we have set is going to be, let's check our env configs. So let me go here and it's going to be right here. So let's visit this URL and see if what we have set up is working. So let me open this and yep, seems like it's working here. So we can access this URL here, which is great. And also let me open this. Okay, so let me click on get started and I'm going to continue with GitHub. Let's go on the console, continue with GitHub, and yeah, I'm able to log in and let's go ahead and see if we can sync the Inngest now. So let's go try and sync the app again, which should be working right now. Should get, yep, we have successful message. Now let's go to the LANs. So we don't have any LANs yet, but let me go ahead and try to trigger any of those. So let's go here and I'm going to go to the view and I'm going to trigger this LAN again. So LAN, and this should trigger one here. Let's refresh LANs. Yeah, and here it is. Perfect. So our application is deployed on our custom VPS. Yeah, so our application is running on our custom VPS that we have deployed it to. So everything is running locally on our VPS, I mean. And the background job is working. We have HTTPC and this is here working and everything works as expected, which is amazing. All right, perfect. So that is what I wanted to show you guys on how you can do. And yeah, amazing. So this works and let's see. Yeah, there's nothing else, right? So you have application running in the cloud on your custom VPS that you can get on Maven Cloud. Okay, and yeah, everything works. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching and I will see you in the next one. So yeah, see you. Bye bye.